The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make a proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Joel Villanueva.
Tayo po'y manalangin. Dakilang Diyos, Ama naming sumasalangit. Diyos na may gawa ng langit at lupa. Diyos na nagsabing kung may dalawa o tatlo na nagkakatipon sa kanyang pangalan, siya ay nasa kanilang kalagitnaan. Kami po ay naninikluhod at lumalapit sa iyong trono ng biyaya, hinihingi ng kapatawaran ang anumang kasalanan sa isip, sa salita o sa gawa, kasalanang sinasadya man o hindi. Patawarin niyo po kami, linisin niyo po kami ng iyong banal na dugo na nabuho sa krus ng Kalbaryo at hayaan mong makalapit po kami ngayong araw na ito sa iyong kabanalan. Ipaalala mo po sa amin ang sinabi mo sa aklat ng Salmo, Kapitulo 89, talatang 14. Ang katuwiran at katarungan, ang saligan ng iyong luklukan, ang tapat na pag-ibig at katotohanan ay nauuna sa iyong harapan. Panginoong Diyos, ngayon pong ika-17 araw ng impeachment trial, gabayan niyo po at tulungan ang bawat isa sa amin, lalo na ang aming buong Senado na tumatayo bilang hurado. Tulungan mo po kaming pairalin ang katotohanan, katarungan at katwiran. Ilayo mo po ang bawat isa sa amin sa pagkiling at maging sa pansariling interes upang makapagpasya po kami ng objektibo at may banal na integridad. Hinihingi po namin ang iyong gabay na magbigay sa amin ng puso na may pagpapakumbaba, puso na paggalang at puso para sa tunay na malasakit at pagmamahal sa aming inang bayan. Lalo na po ngayong mga panahon na ito na marami sa aming mga kababayan ay nakakaranas ng hagupit at epekto ng mga bagyo at habagat. Nawa po ang aming mga pasya ay magmula sa hangaring makabubuti lamang sa nakararami naming mga kababayan, hindi lamang po dito sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, maging sa ibayong dagat. Higit po sa lahat, ngayong araw na ito, hinihingi po namin na pagkalooban mo kami ng ibayong karunungan upang makita, makilala at sa tuwinay panghawakan po namin ang katotohanan. Nawa po ito ay maging gabay namin at batayan namin sa bawat pagpapasya namin. Hinihiling po namin ito sa ngalan ng pinakamataas na pangalan, sa ngalan ng aming Panginoong Hesus, ang lahat po'y makiisa at magsabing Amen.
Amen. The Clerk of Court will now call the roll.
Call of members. Senator Judge Aquino, Senator Judge Cayetano Alan, Senator Judge Cayetano Pia, Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mart, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President, Senator Judge Gatchalian.
With 17 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Before I recognize the presiding officer, allow me to greet a happy birthday, Senator Judge Tito Soto and Senator Judge Kiko Pangilinan. Happy birthday po sa inyong dalawa. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officers to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, distinguished Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court dated 17 August 2026 and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Today we shall resume with the direct examination of Ms. Gina Acosta, the clerk of court, through the sergeant at arms. It's directed to kindly situate Ms. Gina Acosta to the witness stand. Ma'am Gina, sa witness stand na po kayo. Before we continue, appearances for the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honor. We are ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearances for respondent accused.
May I now turn over to Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecution, for the continuation of the direct testimony of our witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. Attorney Ligutan, you're recognized. Thank you, Honorable Chua. Ma'am Gina, patuloy po kayo magbibigay ng testimonya base po sa nauna ninyong panunumpa nung nagdaang linggo. Naunawaan niyo po ba yan?
Opo, Your Honor. Mayong buntag po sa tanan.
So under oath pa rin po kayo at magpapatuloy po yung inyong direct examination. Good morning to you as well. Attorney Ligutan, your witness.
Magandang umaga. Good morning again, Miss Gina Acosta. Kumusta po kayo?
Good morning po, sir.
How are you?
Medyo kabado po.
Kabado pa rin. Now, let's continue. Now, nasabi mo during the previous hearing na na-withdraw yung 125 million pesos in cold cash sa isang araw lang. Di po ba yung rason doon that you had to withdraw 125 million pesos in one day on December 20, 2022 kasi nga hindi na siya magagamit ng opisina nyo from after December 31, 2022. Di po ba?
Ang pagkakaalam ko po na yung confidential fund for 2022 dapat po magamit po within the year 2022.
Okay. Until December 31, tama po ba? Now, by the way, nasabi mo na you put yung 125 million pesos sa 4 na traveling bags. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
And then, saan galing itong mga traveling bags na ito?
Yung naimungkahi ko po yun kay Ma'am BP Sara at saka kay Asik Ortonio. And then, naisabi ko din yun kay Colonel La Chica.
Okay. Naimungkahin nyo kay VP Sara yung 4 na traveling bags. Yung tanong, ano ba yung naging tugon ng Vice President pagkatapos mong imungkahi sa kanya yung 4 na traveling bags na ito?
Nagsabi lang po siya na okay.
Okay.
Tapos, yung kay Sir La Chica po,
Kay Ma'am Sara lang po. Kay VP Sara lang muna, ha? Yun lang yung tanong. Now, Ma'am, hindi po ba na nung araw na iyon, nagpunta kayo sa bangko, dala-dala na yung 4 na traveling bags. Tama po ba?
yes, Your Honor.
4 lang yung dinala nyo, di ba?
Opo.
Now, ito yung tanong now. Kasyang-kasya yung 125 million pesos into 4 traveling bags. Yung tanong is ganito. Paano nyo po nalaman na saktong-sakto sa 4 na traveling bags, yung 125 million pesos, paano nyo nalaman?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is misleading. The witness has not testified as to the nasaktong-sakto yung bag.
But Your Honor,
Overruled. Witness testified that it fit and she brought 4 traveling bags and that they brought out the 4 traveling bags from the bank with the assistance of the security guards of the bank. Witness may answer. Pakisagot po, Ma'am Gina. Paano nyo nalaman na 4 na bag ang kailangan yung dalhin para sa 125 million?
Ano po? Gitansya ko lang po.
Estimate lang.
Opo, estimate.
Hindi pa po niyo yun nagawa sa talambuhay ninyo.
Wala po, sir. Dili pa po. Wala.
Please proceed, Counsel.
okay, now, hindi po ba, this is a probing question, Your Honor, hindi po ba na saktong-sakto yung 4 na bags dinala nyo? Kasi po, na-experience nyo na yung pag-i-encash ng around the same amount, 500 million pesos, yung panahon na kayo ay SDO ng Davao City. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, Your
Your Honor,
Honor.
this is a probing question.
Asked and answered, Counsel, she said hindi pa. Try to elicit a contrary answer from her another way.
We will, Your Honor. Now, Madam Witness, hindi po ba na para sa taong 2019, okay, 2019, ma'am ha, yung Davao City, under sa pamumuno ng Mayor at the time, Sara Duterte, in 2019, ma'am, binigyan din ng 460 million pesos in confidential funds yung Davao City. Now, before you answer that, I'm showing you an infographic, okay, of the yearly confidential funds allocated to Davao City from 2016 to 2022. Now, ito yung tanong now. Hindi po ba in 2019, yung allocated na confidential funds para sa Davao City is 460 million pesos? Naaalala niyo po ba yan?
Hindi ko maalala, Your Honor.
For 2020, 460 million pesos din yung na-allocate to Davao City as confidential funds. Naaalala niyo po ba yan?
Hindi ko maalala, Your Honor.
Okay.
Kasi hindi po ganyan ang aking na-withdraw as SDO po sa Davao City.
Alright. Ma'am, so yung tanong, hindi yung how much yung na-withdraw nyo. Yung tanong is, how much yung na-allocate.
Hindi ko maalala, Your
Alright,
Honor.
sige. For 2021, hindi mo rin maalala na yung na-allocate na amount as confidential funds sa Davao City is 460 million pesos. Hindi mo rin maalala yan, ma'am?
Hindi ko na maalala, Your Honor. Dugay na, tagal naman kasi yun, Your Honor.
Alright.
Tapos may edad na po ako, Your Honor.
Anyways, okay. That is your answer. For 2022, so ma'am, sinasabi nyo, okay, what about for 2022? Before you transfer to the OVP, okay, yung Davao City nabigyan din ng 460 million pesos in confidential funds, 2022. Hindi nyo rin maalala yan.
Hindi ko maalala,
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, kung ilan, ay, mauba na o yan ba ang confidential fund, Your Honor?
Is it because, sabi mo, sa edad nyo, hindi nyo na maalala, ma'am? Di po ba?
Contributor po ang edad ko, Your Honor. At saka, dugay na po na, Your Honor.
Okay, now.
Matagal na, Your Honor.
By Dugay, the witness said matagal na. 2022. 2022. 4 na taon pa lang yung nakalipas. No, I'm not yet done. I'm not yet done.
Kindly
And-
let the counsel finish.
This is a probing question. And you are telling this public, ma'am, hindi nyo na maalala yung amount na binigay sa OVP na nangyari lang 4 na taon pa lang.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's a
Asked and
question.
answered and argumentative, Your Honor.
He's trying to impeach, I believe, the witness
Yes.
with respect to the earlier answer that she gave, which she can do, counsel, given that she has been declared by the court as a hostile witness. Witness may answer. Objection overruled.
Hindi nyo maalala, ma'am, 2022?
Ano po yun, sir? I'm confused.
Confused.
Nalibog ko, I'm confused kung ang pangutanan ni mo sa Davao ba
Davao
o ang
City.
pagka-vice presidente
Davao
ni Ma'am
City po.
Sara.
Before po kayo na-transfer from Davao City to the OVP in 2022, yung budget for 2022, confidential funds, is 460 million pesos. You don't also remember that?
Dili ko kaya nomdom, sir.
You don't remember that. All in all, from 2019, 2022, a simple math will tell us 1,840,000 pesos. Almost 2 billion confidential funds sa Davao City binigay. Hindi nyo rin maalala yung total na yan. Tama po ba?
Di ko maalala, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, last hearing, August 17, 2026, nasabi nyo that you released 125 million pesos to Colonel La Chica kasi yun yung instruction sa iyo ng head of agency. Now, to refresh your memory, here is a short clip of that hearing before the Committee on Good Government. Play the video, please.
You were able to check if the items and the amounts provided in the object of expenditure total to 125 million. You checked that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tanong, Ms. Acosta, what gave you the confidence? Ano ang nagbigay sa inyo ng lakas ng loob na ibigay ang buong 125 million kay Colonel La Chica, considering that he is not the accountable officer? Because it is you who is the accountable officer.
May approval po kay Ma'am Inday Sara.
And without the approval of the Vice President, will you give that to Colonel La Chica?
Hindi po.
Do you know Colonel La Chica?
Yes po, kasi siya po ang aming ground commander
How
ng
long
BPS.
have you known Colonel La Chica?
Yung na-employ po ako after 3 months, yung na-employ po ako sa OBP, ma'am.
How long have you known? Since 2022?
Yes po, ma'am.
Do you trust Colonel La Chica?
I trust La Chica. I trust Sir La Chica kasi ginatrust po siya ng aking head of office na si
In
Ma'am
other
Inday Sara.
words, the only reason why you are giving your trust to Colonel La Chica is because of the instruction of the Vice President.
Yes,
Tama po
ma'am.
ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Without the instruction of the Vice President, you will never give the entire amount of 125 million to Colonel La Chica.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you realize also, Ms.
Okay, now, Madam Witness, I'm showing you now a portion of the Joint Circular 6.1.1. Show the circular, please. And you will be aided, if you may, with a copy of the TSN through the assistance of, of the Joint Circular through Attorney J. Now, hindi po ba, ma'am, nakasulat sa 6.1.1 ng Joint Circular 2015-01, sinasabi dyan, under no circumstance shall, referring to confidential funds, it be used for liquidation of the previous cash advance, o ito, or be transferred from one accountable officer to another. It's there. Tama po ba?
Sandali lang, sir. Tanaw pa na ako ang page.
Opo.
Page 12.
Second sentence po ng 6.1.1. Ulitin ko. Under no circumstance shall confidential funds in particular be used or be transferred from one accountable, wala dyan, it refers to officer to another. Alam nyo itong provision na ito, tama po ba?
Alam ko po.
Alam nyo yan. Okay? Now, despite knowing that, you still binigay mo pa rin sa isang security officer yung pera despite knowing 6.1.1. Tama po ba?
Gidisburse po dako sa security officer, Your Honor.
This is the first time we're hearing that. Now, let's go to 6.1.6 of the joint circular. Okay? 6.1.6. Nakasulat dyan, ma'am. Confirm. No transfer of funds, appropriation through cash advances, or any form of payment from one agency to another for purposes of confidential intelligence activities shall be allowed. So yung kanina, hindi po pwede yung pag-transfer from one accountable officer to another, worse, sa hindi accountable officer. And then you will confirm, based on 6.1.6, hindi rin po pwede yung pag-transfer ng confidential funds from one agency to another. Of course, alam nyo rin yung provision na iyan. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
And despite knowing that, pangalawang provision na bawal yung pag-transfer, binigay nyo pa rin kay Colonel Lachica yung confidential funds. Tama po ba?
I-disburse ko po kay Colonel Lachica, Your Honor.
Disburse now,
Release.
this time the term you are using is disburse.
Disburse
That's
or
interesting.
release.
Now, Colonel Lachica is the ground commander of the Vice President Special Protection Group. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, and then etong BPSPG ay isang unit under ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tama po ba?
Siya po, unit po yon sa Office of the Vice President, Your Honor.
Oh.
Ang BPSPG ay Vice Presidential Security Protection Group of
Okay.
the Vice President, Your Honor.
Okay, now, hindi po ba the fact remains na si Colonel Lachica ay isang career officer pa rin ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tama po ba? Sundalo, si Colonel Lachica under the office of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tama po ba?
Member po siya, Your Honor.
Okay.
Official po siya, Your Honor.
And then the last hearing, hindi mo masagot-sagot yung napakasimpleng tanong kung empleyado ba or hindi. Si Colonel Lachica.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
That's a basis. That's a probing question to what the witness already answered. Answered rather.
Witness may answer. Kindly answer the question, Ma'am Gina.
Wala na ko ito nasagot, Your Honor, kay dili man ko nagtrabaho sa HR, Your Honor.
Anyways, okay, thank you. Now, Madam Witness, hindi po ba as the Special Disbursing Officer, SDO, kayo po ay you posted yung tinatawag na fidelity bond with the Bureau of Treasury. Tama po ba, Ms. Acosta?
Tama po, Your Honor.
At hindi rin po ba naalala nyo that you admitted na kailangan kayong mag-post ng bond dahil posibleng mawala nyo ang pagkalaki-laking pera. Tama po ba? To aid your memory, we will show you transcript of stenographic notes of that 2024 November 25 hearing before the Committee on Good Government of the House of Representatives. Show the TSN, please. Tanong, Ms. Acosta, hindi po ba kayo ay natakot magbitbit ng ganitong kalaking halaga na pera considering the possibility na baka ma-hold up kayo? Remember, you are covered by a fidelity bond, and one of the reasons is the possibility of losing this huge amount of money. Do you remember having answered that?
Opo, Your Honor.
You will agree na yung rason ba't kailangan mag-post ng fidelity bond yung isang accountable officer like you para maprotektahan yung pera ng bayan. Ibig sabihin, kung mawala yung pera, at least, may bond na po pwedeng makarecover yung bansa. Tanong, si Colonel La Chica ba nag-post ng fidelity bond or hindi mo rin maalala?
Ano, sir?
Okay, I will repeat the question. Sinabi natin yung rason ba't kailangan ng fidelity bond para maprotektahan yung pera pinaghirapan ng taong bayan. Tanong, si Colonel La Chica ba na pinagbigyan mo ng 125 million pesos plus 375 million pesos or a whopping total of 500 million pesos. Tanong ng bayan, Gina Acosta, si Colonel La Chica ba ay nakapag-post ng fidelity bond?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, what's the objection?
Misleading, Your Honor. I believe the witness has only testified as regards to 125 million.
Okay.
But there's no testimony yet as regards the amount mentioned by the counsel for the prosecution, Your Honor.
I will. Can I respond to that, Your Honor, please? I do
Kindly
remember,
respond, Attorney Ligutan. He has a point.
I do remember. Okay, I do remember this witness testifying. That's the same thing they did for the 3 quarters of 2023. I do remember that. It's
And
in
the question
record.
is quite simple. Tama ba yung tanong, Attorney Ligutan? Sa pagkakaalam niyo po, may bond po ba? May fidelity bond po ba si Colonel La Chica, tulad niyo, na SDO? Bonded po ba siya, ma'am?
Si security officer na si Colonel La Chica, na siya amo ang commanding officer sa BPSPG, dili po siya banded, Your Honor. Pero ang accountable pa rin, Your Honor, ako gihapon, Your Honor. I am still the accountable person, Your Honor. That's why po, Your Honor, ako po ang gumawa ng liquidation, Your Honor.
That is correct, ma'am.
Alright.
You have said that.
Yeah.
Attorney
Please,
Ligutan,
now.
your witness.
Now, hindi po ba, ma'am, na para sa 3 quarters ng 2023, this is, I'll break the question down. You also gave 125 billion pesos para sa first quarter ng 2023 kay Colonel La Chica. Di po ba?
Nag-release po ako, Your Honor.
To La Chica.
Opo, Your Honor.
For the second quarter, 125 million pesos to Colonel La Chica din. Unbonded si La Chica. You gave 125 million pesos to Colonel La Chica. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor. Kay
Tama.
siya po ang amo ang security officer nga gitalaga ni Vice President Sara Duterte para mag-implement anang mga confidential activities, Your Honor.
Alright,
Kay
now.
siya man ang naay
sir.
access, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And for the third quarter of 2023, another 125 million pesos in cold cash to Colonel La Chica. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Tama. So in total, kalahating bilyong piso na pera ng taong bayan binigay mo sa isang unbonded person.
As in answered, Your Honor.
The counsel is answering.
Witness may answer. Counsel is seeking emphasis and clarification.
Nirelease ko po kay Colonel La Chica, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang tinalaga ng Vice Presidente na siya po ang security officer, Your Honor. Siya po ang may alam, siya po ang eksperto, Your Honor, sa pagpatupad ng mga project o program regarding sa operation ng confidential activities, Your
I will
Honor.
ask this question, Your Honor. Hindi po ba, ma'am, na sa iba't ibang tanong ko, paulit-ulit na yung sagot nyo kasi nga siya yung may alam sa pag-implement ng confidential activities. Hindi nyo rin po ba napansin na sa mga iba't ibang question ko sa iba't ibang punto, parang iisa na lang po yung sagot nyo? Napansin nyo po ba? Hindi.
Karon, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yun lang ang sagot ko,
Yes,
Your Honor.
okay. Now, let's go to this tree planting activity, ma'am. Sinabi nyo, pareho sa good governance program, yung socio-economic program, kino-cover din yung tinatawag ninyo na tree planting activities. Tama po ba?
Your Honor.
Ganito po ma'am, no? Napakasimple ng tanong. Kung gusto nyo pong mag-explica ng sagot nyo, pwede po sa pamamaraan po ng abogado ng kabila. Napakasimple po ng tanong. Para sa socio-economic program ng Office of the Vice President, isa sa mga activities na pinaggamitan ng confidential funds, sinasabi nyo, siguro pag-secure sa mga tree planting activities. Hindi po ba? Yes or no?
Ang tree planting po ay kasali po sa pinaggastusan ng confidential fund. Before po gawin ang tree planting, ang aming security officer, Your Honor, mag-conduct po sila ng surveillance, Your Honor.
Yes,
Kung
ma'am.
safe ba.
Yes, ma'am. Tama po.
Kanang action, Your Honor, part na sa
Okay.
confidential fund, Your
So
Honor.
sinasabi nyo, importante yung confidential funds para masigurado yung security ng Vice President. Tama po ba?
Masigurado nga safe pag-implement, Your
Yes,
Honor,
ma'am.
ang programa o ang mga tao nga mo plant dito sa area,
Yes,
sa
ma'am.
mga trees.
Yes, ma'am. Now, hindi po ba noong August 13, ilang araw pa lang, yung nakakaraan, 2026, yung Vice President nag-tree planting activity in Masibay Integrated School in Nunungan, Lanao del Norte, as can be shown in these news reports. Tanong, 2026. Ito yung tanong now. May confidential funds ba yung Office of the Vice President sa taong ito, 2026?
Wala po, Your
Okay,
Honor.
wala. And despite that, despite the absence of confidential funds, nakapag-tree planting with God's blessing, nakapag-tree planting yung Vice President, nagligtas ng walang untoward incident. Tama po ba?
Irrelevant, Your Honor.
That's very much relevant, Your Honor. If I may, I can explain that.
It's part of the liquidation report of the confidential funds, Council. Why is it irrelevant?
This is for 2026, Your Honor. The question pertains to an activity in 2026, Your Honor, which is not covered by the articles of impeachment, Your Honor.
This is 2026, Council?
Yes, Your Honor. 2026, the point is, there was no confidential funds allocated and the Vice President was able to conduct one. Sinasabi ng, if I may, Your Honor.
I get your point, Council.
Yes.
I think Council was able to explain, Attorney Linden. Yes, witness may answer. Ang punto lamang naman, Attorney Ligutan, correct me if I'm wrong, is kasama sa confidential funds na pinang-liquidate nila, yung tree planting, di umano, libreng sakay, yung mga enumeration nila, bagaman hindi ito sa cloud ng taong sakop ng impeachment, gusto mo lang patunayan na nagawa pa rin to kahit walang confidential funds.
Crystal clear. Yes, sir.
Yes, witness will answer if she knows, because she's the SDO for the confidential funds.
Hindi ko alam, Your Honor.
Hindi mo alam. Hindi mo alam. Now, going back, yung nabigay mo yung 125 million pesos to Colonel La Chica, binigyan ka rin niya ng tinatawag niyong list of expenditures. Tama po ba? And then to aid your memory, ma'am, kasi nga sabi mo, hindi mo maalala yung mga nangyari. 4 years ago, I'll show you. Transcript of stenographic notes. November 25, 2024. Or even before I okay, yan. Naalala niyo, ma'am, na binigyan din kayo ni Colonel Lachica yung tinatawag niyong list of objects of expenditures and requests for funding. Hindi po ba?
List of object of expenditure po, Your Honor.
Yes. Ano ba itong mga objects of expenditures na ito?
Yun po ang mga proposed expenses po na ma-incurred po ni Security Officer, Your Honor.
Okay, now. And then si Colonel Lachica din, yung nag-determine ano yung mga objects of expenditures, hindi po ba? Siya.
Sa kanya po galing, Your Honor.
Sa kanya galing. Now, ito yung tanong now. Ma'am, yung binigay mo yung 125 million pesos in cold cash to Colonel Lachica, did you ask him to sign an acknowledgement receipt or any voucher na magpapatunay na tinanggap niya galing sa'yo yung 125 million pesos?
Gipa-receive na ko siya, Your Honor.
Yung tanong is, did you ask him to sign an acknowledgement receipt? Yes or no?
Gipa-receive na ko siya, Your Honor.
Being evasive. The question is so simple.
Di ba kasama po sa liquidation report niya yung mga acknowledgement receipt na sinubmit? Iba't ibang pangalan, di po ba? Opo, di ba? Yung iba't ibang pangalan. So alam niyo po ang kahulugan na acknowledgement receipt. Ang tanong, may acknowledgement receipt bang pinirmahan si Colonel Lachica para sa binigay niyong 125 million?
Ang nalibog ko, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
No.
Paghatag na ko kay Colonel Lachica
Pagbigay niyo kay Colonel Lachica,
ng 125M, gipa-receive na ko siya, Your Honor. Did sa objects of expenditure nga gihatag niya sa ako, dito na lang ako siya gipa-receive, Your Honor.
Ma'am, naniniwala akong kaya niyong gamitin ang wikang Pilipino rito. Nung binigay niyo yung 125 million sa kanya, pina-receive niyo sa kanya, ibig sabihin may pinirmahan siyang papel na tinanggap niya yung 125 million mula sa inyo?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay.
Aba,
Tanong,
continue, Counsel.
ano yung dokumentong iyan kung saan makikita natin, ma'am, na sinasabi ni Colonel Lachica, pinirmahan niya, na tinanggap niya yung 125 million pesos galing sa'yo?
Internal document namin, Your Honor. Doon po sa object of expenditures.
Okay, ma'am.
Doon ko siya pina-receive, Your Honor.
Okay, now, ano yung nakasulat sa object of expenditure na yan na magpapatunay sa sinasabi mo ngayon na tinanggap ni Colonel Lachica yung 125 million pesos galing sa'yo?
Gitatakan ako og receive, Your Honor. Tapos sa receive, below sa receive nga word, below the receive na word, doon siya nag-sign, Your Honor.
Anong sinay niya?
Gipirmahan niya. Ang
Yun.
pirma niya, Your Honor.
Madam Witness, so yung sinasabi mo now, tinatanong ka, ano yung pruweba mo na natanggap ni Colonel Lachica yung 125 million pesos galing sa'yo? Yung sinasabi mo now, and it's plain to see, tinatakan mo yung object of expenditure. Tama po ba?
Opo.
And then sa ibabaw niyan, pinirmahan ni Colonel Lachica. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Tanong, walang nakasulat na 125 million pesos yung natanggap ni Colonel Lachica galing sa'yo sa araw na yan.
Naa, Your Honor.
Sa list of expenditures.
Naa, Your Honor.
Okay, anyways.
Meron po, Your Honor. Kasi ang nakalagay po sa object of expenditures, ito po yung purchase of information amount, then purchase of reward amount, then ano pa yung mga expenses, then total 125 M.
Yes.
So, doon ko siya pinareceive, Your Honor.
Ma'am.
Pero yung dokumento yun, Your Honor, is internal po namin, Your Honor.
Anyways, I will probe deeper. Sa list of expenditure na kasulat doon, ito yung paggagamitan, tsaka ito yung nakalaan na pera. Tama po ba?
Oh, meron ganyan.
Yun lang. Yun lang. Ano yung paggagamitan, tsaka ano yung nakalaan na pera? Yun lang. Tama po ba?
Meron pa siyang sentence, paragraph, Your Honor, sa ibabaw.
Na ano?
Di ko ma-memorize na.
Hindi mo may memorize.
Di ko maalala. Basta,
Alala.
ang gibutan niya nga, I try ko magtagalog. BP Sara through Gina F. Acosta, SDO. In line with the blah, 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 the following are the proposed expenses for the implementation of confidential activities for calendar year for the fourth quarter 2022. Then yun na.
Yes, ma'am.
Particulars, purchase of information with corresponding amount, blah, blah, blah. Tapos na total 125
Okay.
amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Tapos submitted by La Chica.
Okay.
So, dito sa baba, dito ko na siya pinareceive na nireceive niya yung 125.
Okay now. Kaya nga, yun yung tanong, ma'am. Napakasimple ng tanong, ma'am eh. Paulit-ulit sabi mo, list of expenditures, nakasulat doon. Ito yung paggagamitan, ito yung nakalaan, 125 billion pesos, saka firma lang ni Colonel La Chica, saka tinatakan mo receipt. Ma'am, you are under oath. Pero sa dokumentong iyan, ma'am, walang naka-indicate doon sa isang napakasimpleng phrase. Tinanggap ko galing kay Gina F. Acosta yung perang 125 million pesos sa araw na iyan na makikita natin, alam ng taong bayan, makikita natin yan sa kahit anong simpleng transaksyon na kung saan may palitan ng kamay sa pera. Wala yan.
Gireceive
Objection,
na yun.
Objection,
I'm
Your Honor.
probing, I'm
Ask and
probing.
answered, Your Honor.
While indeed it was asked and answered, Counsel, I think Counsel is seeking clarification on this point. It affords the witness an opportunity to clarify her answer too, because she seems to be unsure. So I'll allow it for now, Counsel, with your indulgence. Ma'am Gina, pakisagot po yung katanungan ni Attorney Ligutan.
You want me to repeat the question?
Gipa-receive ko siya, Your Honor.
Ayun, exactly. Paulit-ulit po. I think alam po natin.
Pina-receive po at internal yung papel na nagsasabing ni-receive. Hawak niyo po ba yun ngayon? May kopya po ba kayong dala ngayon?
After po nakagawa na po ako ng liquidation, Your Honor, kinuha po ulit ni Security Officer La Chica, Your Honor.
Yung receipt, yung resibo na tinanggap niya yung pera, kinuha niya uli.
Kinuha niya ulit, Your Honor, kasi nakaliquidate naman po ako, Your Honor. Ang base po ng aking liquidation, Your Honor, is yung mga document po na binigay sa akin ni Security Officer after po, matapos po niya ma-implement on the grounds ang mga confidential activities po, Your Honor.
Sorry po, Ma'am Gina, with the permission of counsels, with the indulgence of Attorney Ligutan as well. Nung binigay niya yung 125 million kay Colonel Lachica, may pinirmahan siyang resibo na tinanggap niya yung 125 million. Pribadong dokumento, internal document na opisina niyo. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Nung nakapagbigay siya ng liquidation kung saan at paano niya ginastos yung binigay niyong 125 million, binawi na po niya yung pinirmahan niyang resibo na tinanggap niya yung 125 kasi na-liquidate na po niya.
Nagbigay po siya sa akin, after po Your Honor, nagbigay siya sa akin ng reports na tinatawag po namin na Fund Utilization Report.
Yeah. Pagbigay po niya nun, binawi niya na yung pinirmahan niyang resibo na tinanggap niya yung 125.
Wala pa, Your Honor.
Wala pa.
Kasi aking gitali po, Your Honor, na tama po ba ang kinuha niya na 125, ang binigay, ang nirelease ko sa kanya na 125, tama po ba sa kanyang binigay sa akin na Fund Utilization Report?
Okay, eksakto. Tumama.
Eksakto. So, nakagawa na ako ng accomplishment report based sa Fund Utilization Report na binigay sa akin ni CSO officer.
Binigay niyo na
Colonel
ba,
Lacheca.
sinoli niyo na ba yung resibo sa kanya pagkatapos nun?
After po na tapos ko na aking liquidation, na isubmit ko na po sa KUA, sa KUA.
Doon niyo na po sinoli yung...
Kinuha na po niya, Your Honor, kasi nakaliquidate naman po kami,
So
Your
wala
Honor.
na po sa kamay niyo, nasa kamay na po niya.
Wala na po sa akin, Your Honor.
At ganyan din po ang ginawa niyo sa taong 2023, doon sa tatlong 125. Pagkatapos niya, binigay niya yung pera, pinirmahan niya yung resibong tinanggap niya, pagkatapos siya magbigay ng fund liquidation report at na-liquidate niyo at na-submit niyo na sa COA, kinuha na rin niya yung resibo. At wala po kayong kopya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I will. Now,
Colonel Ligutan, your witness.
hindi po ba at this particular moment, you cannot show any document at this moment, ma'am. I'm narrowing the question, Your Honors. At this moment, wala kayong maipakitang dokumento o anuman na magpapatunay na tinanggap, inacknowledge ni Colonel Lacheca yung pagtanggap niya ng 125 million pesos galing sa iyo sa araw na yan, December 20, 2022. Wala. Yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'm asking for now.
Actually, asked and answered already.
Yes.
And I will have to sustain the objection
Yes, Your
already,
Honor.
counsel. That is already for just for emphasis, and I think the witness has answered it already.
I will continue, Your Honor. Same po, sa 3 quarters ng 2023, binibigay mo yung pera sa isang non-accountable officer na hindi bonded, tsaka hindi ka makakapagpakita, 2023 this time, ng kahit anong dokumento ngayon na magpapatunay na tinanggap nga ni Colonel Lacheca yung 375 million pesos in cold cash, pera ng bayan.
Objection, Your Honor.
2023.
Misleading and asked and answered, Your Honor.
2023, Your Honor.
It's misleading, Your Honor, because the witness did not make any testimony as regarding the claim that the security officer is not accountable, Your Honor. And it's already asked and answered, Your Honor.
Counsel, I will have to sustain the objection, but on the ground that it is compounded, and if at all it is misleading, because the 375 million was not given one time to Colonel Lacheca.
I will break it down, Your Honor, please.
You totaled it for her.
Okay.
Kindly modify.
I will break it down. Para naman, sa first quarter ng 2023, binigay mo rin 125 billion pesos in cold cash to Colonel Lacheca. Tama po ba?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'm breaking it down. Yes or no?
Witness may answer.
Girelease ko po kay security officer kasi siya po ang itinalaga ng aming Vice President, Your Honor, at siya ang nakakaalam paano i-implement ang mga confidential activities, Your Honor.
There you go again. Now, for the first quarter ng 2023, wala ka ring maipakitang any acknowledgement receipt, any document ngayon na magpapatunay na tinanggap ni Colonel Lacheca yung 125 million pesos cash galing sa iyo for the first quarter of 2023. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your
Nagpa-receive
Honor.
po
Asked
ako,
and
Your
answered, Your
Honor.
Your
Honor.
Honor, this is 2023. I'm breaking it down.
Counsel, let the witness answer.
Nagpa-receive po ako, Your Honor.
Ma'am, tanong. May dokumento kayo now na ipapakita in an impeachment trial sa harap ng ating mga senator judges, sa harap ng taong bayan na tinanggap nga ni Colonel Lachica yung 125 million pesos galing sa iyo.
Your Honor,
That's a very clear-
I would have to register a continuing objection to this line of questioning.
Napakasimpleng tanong po, Your Honor.
Considering that it's already asked and answered. Your Honor.
Ngayon,
Counsel, you're on a short leash. I think the witness answered already from the questioning of the presiding officer himself. Although I know and understand it's for emphasis, but it can only go so far.
yes.
The witness has already answered. So, ma'am, wala po kayong dokumentong hawak dahil nga binawi ni Colonel Lachica. Tama po?
Binawi po niya, Your Honor, pero nakagawa na po ako ng liquidation, Your Honor. Nakasubmit na po kami sa COA, Your Honor. Every time po, meron kaming confidential, Your Honor.
Opo, ma'am.
Nakaliquidate po kami, Your Honor.
Opo, naunawaan ko po
Alright.
yan. Pero klaro lang po na binawi nga po niya kaya wala po kayong kopya.
Yes, Your Honor.
At yan po yung
Pagkatapos.
kinagawian na nyo noong 2022 last quarter, first, second, at third quarter ng 2023.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo, tama. Okay. Kaya wala po kayong hawak na kahit anong dokumento ngayon dahil na kay Colonel Lachica na at binawi po niya.
Ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ma'am, ito yung tanong now. Ito yung tanong now, ma'am. Hindi po ba kakaiba, unusual, na yung acknowledgement receipt babawiin ng taong pinagbigyan mo ng pera? You don't find it unusual?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained. Kindly
Yes, Your Honor.
reform counsel.
In Davao City, prior to 2022, hindi po ba, ma'am, same pa rin yung procedure na ginagawa nyo? Binibigay mo yung confidential funds sa isang security officer, and then sabi mo, may acknowledgement receipt, pero binabawi ng pinagbigyan mo yung acknowledgement receipt, kaya hindi mo hawak. Tama po ba sa Davao City? Practice nyo doon?
I will have to recall, Your Honor, kay matagal na po kasi yun.
Ma'am, hindi po ba ito yung nagiging method of procedure? May Latin term po tayo dyan, ma'am, ha?
May.
Method of procedure, ito yung modus operandi nyo, ibibigay yung pera sa isang security officer, hindi banded, tsaka babawiin, sinasabi mo, ng pinagbigyan ng pera ang acknowledgement receipt. Modus operandi in English, in simple English, it means method of procedure, nakagawian, practice, modus. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor. It's misleading because there's no the witness testified that she does not remember.
No? Counsel, we both know modus has a secondary and double meaning. We can always use, is this the standard operating procedure that you followed when you were SDO in both Davao and under the OVP? Ito,
Yes.
ito po ba yung kinagawian ninyong practice at proseso nung kayo po ay SDO ng Davao, kaugnay ng confidential fund, at nung kayo ay SDO ng OVP, na yung pagbibigyan nyo, security officer o sino man, hindi banded, pipirma na acknowledgement receipt, at pag nagbigay na siya ng fund liquidation report, fund utilization report, at nakaliquidate na kayo sa COA, babawi na.
Opo, Your Honor.
Opo. Now, let me proceed. Cash disbursement record. You are aware ano yung konsepto ng cash disbursement record or CDR. Let's go to paragraphs 7.1, 7.2. Your Honor, I endeavor to finish this before 12. I promise, Your Honor. 7.1, 7.2, 7.3. Of course, as an SDO, alam mo ano yung konsepto ng cash disbursement record. Alam mo yung konseptong iyan. Di po ba?
Andali.
Attorney J, please assist. That is 7.1, 7.2, 7.3.
Assisting counsels of both parties may approach.
Meron na akong kopya, Your Honor.
Okay, now. What was the other story, ha? Okay, now. You were supposed to record each invoice, receipt, or voucher individually. Sa isang araw, kailangan nakatala sa CDR, okay, lahat ng perang lalabas sa opisina mo as SDO. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Meron po akong CDR.
Okay, let's go into that. Sinabi mo may CDR ka. Ito yung tanong now. In that CDR, makikita ba dyan na binigay mo yung 125 million pesos kay Colonel La Chica on December 20, 2022?
Yes po, nakalagay po doon, Your Honor, release to Security Officer,
Okay.
Sir La Chica,
Can we have that?
125.
Do you have a copy?
Hindi ko dinala, Your Honor.
Hindi mo dinala. Okay. Good. Now, ma'am, hindi po ba? Ma'am, sinabi mo na yung mga acknowledgement receipt na sabi mo, through the questions of the good presiding officer, pinirmahan, allegedly, ni Colonel La Chica, binawi niya, di po ba? Ma'am, yung tanong, what about yung mga acknowledgement receipts ng mga thousands of recipients? Like Mary Grace Piatos, Andy Lim. Binawi ba nila yung acknowledgement receipt? Yes or no?
I need to clarify the question,
I will
Your
repeat the
Honor.
question. Sinabi mo, yung pruweba na binigay at saka tinanggap ni Colonel La Chica yung 125 million pesos. Sinabi mo, yes, pumirma siya. Pero binawi niya pagkatapos ng liquidation report. Ito yung tanong now. What about yung mga acknowledgement receipts? Mary Grace Piatos, Andy Lim. Binawi ba nila yung acknowledgement receipts or you retain yung mga acknowledgement receipts na yun? You retain, tama po ba?
Yung mga acknowledgement na yun, Your Honor, galing po yun kay
Colonel
ISO
La Chica.
officer. Oh. Tapos, Your Honor, yan po ay hiningi po ng COA. Kaya nasubmit na po lahat ang mga acknowledgement, Your Honor, na galing yung mga tao na naka-receive o yung pinaggastusan po ni Colonel La Chica doon sa ground po, Your Honor, habang gi-implement po ang confidential operation or activities, Your
Para
Honor.
ma-submit nyo sa COA. Yun yung sabi nyo, di ba?
Kailangan po yun, Your
Yun,
Honor.
ma'am. Kaya, Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, I will ask this question again. Yung binawi ni Colonel La Chica, yung acknowledgement receipt, hindi nyo po ba naisip na, teka muna, Colonel La Chica, oh, wait, I'm not done, counsel. Teka muna, kailangan ko i-submit sa COA. So, of course, I will not give this to you, Colonel La Chica. Kasi nga, ano yung pruweba ko na tinanggap mo yung pera galing sa akin? Hindi mo pa naisip yan, Ginang Gina Acosta?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is premised on her answer a while ago that she said because they had to submit that to COA, the acknowledgement. That's why I'm asking this question again.
Argumentative, misleading, Your Honor.
I think you've established your point,
Yes,
counsel,
Your Honor.
both
I
to the
will move
senator, judges, and to the public. It is argumentative.
I will move
move on
on.
to your next point, counsel.
Much obliged. Hindi po ba obligasyon mo bilang SDO na busisihin yung mga acknowledgement receipts na sinasabi nyo na magpapatunay na tinanggap ng mga recipients yung pera ng taong bayan. Trabaho mo as SDO na busisihin yung mga acknowledgement receipts, hindi po ba?
Trabaho ko po, Your Honor, pero sa dami-dami po ng acknowledgement receipt, hindi ko po maalala lahat,
Yun.
Your Honor, yung mga ibang detalles kagaya ng mga names, Your Honor. Kasi
And I will help you remember, ma'am. Don't worry. Now, I'm showing you now an itemized confidential expenditures as stated sa accomplishment report nyo for the period December 21 to 31, 2022. Okay, show. para po matulungan natin si Gina Acosta maalala yung nangyari in 2022, 4 na taon nakalipas. Show this on screen, please.
Decision.
Surveillance and monitoring. That one. The total amount, okay, while it's being shown, in the process being shown, you will confirm that for an 11-day duration, December 21 to 31, 2022, yung Office of the Vice President nagbayad ng kabuuhang 16 million pesos. Nakasulat sa accomplishment report ninyo, rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of safe houses. 16 million pesos rental from December 21 to 31. 11 days. Confirm, Madam Acosta. Now this time, naaalala nyo na po ba? Andyan po, rental of other incidental expenses, letter C, 16 million pesos.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ang binigay po sa akin na utilization po, hindi po kagaya doon, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. Anyways, you look at the document. Accomplishment report. You show it. It's there.
Kasi po, ang sa screen po, nakalagay po, Your Honor, is 132. At ang ditong
Wala ma'am, wala.
po,
Ma'am,
Your Honor, is
klaro po ma'am, klaro po ma'am. December 21 to 31. And then rental, ayan, 16 million pesos. Oh. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll show it to you.
Oh.
Yes.
For the record, witness
Nodded.
gave the thumbs up sign, which means
Okay.
yes in the affirmative. Tama, ma'am?
16
Opo.
million. Sorry po, Your Honor.
Same na po ang aking kopya sa screen po, Your Honor.
Okay.
16 million pesos from December 21 to 31, 2022, 11 days. Tanong, hindi niyo po ba masasabi ito ay unconscionable, kasuklam-suklam, or extravagant, or labis-labis?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Wait. Not yet done. Nasa circular, trabaho ng
Attorney
COA
Ligudan
tingnan kung unconscionable ba or extravagant yung expenses. That's why I'm asking this witness now.
The witness is not from COA, Your Honor.
I'm not... The witness...
Is that, are you done, Attorney Ligudan?
Not yet, Your Honor. In fact, I'm not yet done with the question, Your Honor. Hindi po ba kasuklam-suklam, labis-labis, in English, unconscionable and extravagant, as mentioned in the circular, for the Office of the Vice President to spend 16 million pesos in 11 days or a total of 1.4 million pesos, hindi nga per month per day.
Now, counsel, Attorney Linden, what
Same
is your
objection,
objection?
Your Honor, with the addition that it's also compound, Your Honor.
What was the first objection, counsel?
It's argumentative, Your Honor.
I will have to overrule it, counsel. Kindly answer the question, ma'am. Just with one variation, unconscionable is not kasuklam-suklam. Mahirap tanggapin, mahirap makonsensya, pero hindi naman kasuklam-suklam ang unconscionable, counsel. With that clarification, witness may answer? Hindi ba nyo nakita?
Sorry po, Your Honor, Hana. I was
Hindi ba kayo nahirapang tanggapin na ganong kalaki yung gastusin para sa December 21 to 31 lamang na pagrenta ng mga safe house? Hindi po ba para sa inyo? Katanggap-tanggap po ba yon o hindi?
Ako po, Your Honor, nag-rely po ako sa mga dokumento na binigay sa akin ng security officer, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang nag-implement doon sa ground, Your Honor. Wala po ako doon, Your Honor, kasi
So-
wala po akong access sa mga security, Your Honor.
So,
Kaya nag-rely po ako sa security officer namin na Sir La Chica, Your
So
Honor.
pag nagsabing nag-rely, inasahan nyo lamang po yung binigay sa inyong fund utilization, kaugnay at kabilang na yung renta na ganyan ang amount. Apo? Umasa
Your
lang kayo
Honor.
sa binigay sa inyong report na 16 million yung renta ng iba't ibang safe house sa loob ng 21 to 31 December.
Yes, Your Honor, nag-rely po ako sa aming security officer, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang nag-implement, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me proceed.
Proceed, Counsel.
Let's take a look at the same list from the accomplishment report. For the period December 21 to 31, the amount for the purchase of supplies, provision of medical food aid. Okay? If we sum that up, it totals a whopping 75 million pesos para sa supplies, provision of medical and food aid. 75 million pesos. Tanong, ikaw ba ay in possession ng isang single official receipt na magpapatunay na talagang ginamit yung 75 million pesos para sa pagbili ng supplies, medical and food aid? Do you have a single ni isang official receipt? Yes or no?
Your Honor, nag-rely po ako kung anong mga dokumento ang binigay sa akin ng security officer, Your Honor.
There you go again. The question is so simple. Do you or do you not have a single official receipt to prove na ginamit yung 75 billion pesos na pera ng taong bayan sa pagbili ng supplies, medical, and food aid?
As an answer, Your Honor.
Ma'am Gina, yung binigay sa inyong dokumento ng security officer para i-liquidate itong pinambili ng medical at saka food supplies, may kabilang po bang resibo doon o wala? Official receipt o wala po?
Acknowledgement receipt lang po, Your Honor. Kasi po sa...
So wala pong official receipt. Yun lang po yung tanong ni Atty. Ligutan. So wala pong binigay na official receipt yung security officer sa inyo kaugnay sa kabuuang halagang ito ng 75 million sa purchase of supplies, medical and food aid.
Acknowledgement receipt po, Your Honor.
Alright.
So wala pong OR. Alam nyo naman po ma'am ibig sabihin ng OR, di ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
So wala pong official receipt.
Wala po, Your
Wala po.
Honor.
Okay, Atty. Ligutan.
So, ito yung tanong now. Ba't hindi kayo naghanap? Galing kay Colonel La Chica. Hindi nyo ba naisip, ma'am, Colonel La Chica, kahit ba yung pagbili ng gamot, yung pagbili, is this an advertisement, Biogesic, paracetamol, ba't hindi tayo mag-produce ng official receipt? Ano po yung napaka-confidential kung saan binili Biogesic, paracetamol? Ano yung confidential? Hindi mo ba naisip tanungin kay Colonel La Chica yan?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound and argumentative, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for now, Counsel. Kindly answer, Ms. Gina. Hindi niyo ba naisip humingi ng OR?
Your Honor, as I browse or as I verify po ng mga acknowledgement receipt na binigay sa akin ni SO Officer Colonel La Chica, naitanong ko po siya kasi may napansin po ako na ang iba walang date, walang name, may perma. Ang sagot naman sa akin ni SO Officer, Ma'am Gina, kung ano man ang binigay ko sa iyo na mga dokumento, yun na yun. Kasi ang mga transaction or ang operation door is very sensitive information. Sensitive information po, Ma'am Gina. At saka confidential po ito. Kaya kung ano ang binigay ko siya yun ng mga acknowledgement receipt, yun po, yun.
Yun na yun.
Okay.
With the indulgence of counsel, matapos kayong makatanggap ng AOM galing sa COA ICFAO na naghahanap ng resibo, hindi nyo hiningan pa rin si Colonel Lachica ng resibo? Hindi po ba yun ang nilalaman ng isa sa mga AOM na kailangan yung purchase of food and medical supplies may resibo? So ano pong ginawa nyo nun?
Nag-reply po ang office yun, Your Honor, pero hindi ko po masyado i-relate kung ano yung exact reply namin for that, Your Honor.
Nag-reply po pero bugso dahil sa kadahilanan, sa rason ng AOM, hindi po kayo nang hingi pa rin ng OR kay Colonel Lachica sa security officer. Sumagot na lang po yung opisina.
Sumagot po ang opisina, Your Honor. Tsaka, Your Honor, ang sabi po, kasi po, yung transaction na po, Your Honor, is confidential po, Your Honor.
Kaya nga sapat na sa inyo yung sagot ni Colonel Lachica nung sinabi niyang yun na yun, confidential yan, tinanggap niyo po yun.
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay, let
Attorney
me
Ligutan.
proceed. Ma'am, ano yung sinasabi ni Colonel Lachica, yun na yun, hindi mo, you don't second guess yung ano yung binibigay na information sa'yo. Ito yung tanong now. Hindi po ba obligasyon mo as the SDO na alamin at protektahan ang bawat sentimo ng pera ng taong bayan? Manifestation, when asked that question, the witness uminom po ng tubig. Put
Para
that
may
into
pause.
record.
Your Honor, nag-verify po ako kay Security Officer Colonel Lachica, Your Honor. Yun po ang pamamaraan ko. Yun po ang way ko na para malaman ko kung yun po ang pinaggastahan ni Colonel Lachica, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang may alam. Siya po ang nag-implement sa mga project po sa confidential operation or activities, Your Honor.
Same canned answer. Your Honor, please. Manifestation. Now, let's go to 4.15 of the Joint Circular 2015-01. Sinasabi dito, show that to the, on the screen, please. 4.15 Joint Circular. Sinasabi dito na the disbursement of confidential funds must be supported by a certification of the accountable officer. Alala niyo po ba? Di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Of course, you will confirm na ikaw nag-certify for all the disbursements ng OVP confidential funds last quarter ng 2022 tsaka 3 quarters ng 2023, first 3 quarters. To aid you, I'm showing you a certification of the Office of the Vice President, notarized January 16, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-I-6-small letter A. Show that certification, please. The name Gina F. Acosta appears on this document as the Special Disbursing Officer, and a signature appears over this name. This is your signature, correct?
Yes, perma ko po ito, Your Honor.
Yes. Certification, this time notarized on March 30, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-I-6, small letter B. The name Gina F. Acosta appears on this document as SDO. May perma sa ibabaw ng pangalan na yan. Perma mo yan, di po ba?
Yeah.
Jay?
Assisting counsel may approach.
Yes, so.
Same.
Is another document po, ma'am. Pangalawang certification.
Okay.
Okay, perma mo yan, di po ba?
Opo.
Now, showing you another certification, notarized this time, July 11, 2023, marked as Exhibit P, I, 6C. May pangalang Gina F. Acosta. May pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang iyan. Perma mo iyan, di po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
This time, another certification dated, notarized rather, October 9, 2023. Exhibit P, I, 6D. May pangalang Gina F. Acosta. May perma sa ibabaw ng pangalang iyan. Perma mo iyan, di po ba?
Perma ko po ito, Your
Now,
Honor.
of course, sa mga certifications na ito, nakasulat dyan sa letter B, the expenses were incurred in connection with the agency's intelligence and or confidential operations and activities. Sa letter B, yun yung sinertify mo, di po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Sa letter F naman, nakacertify dyan that the expenditures are necessary and utilized for legal purposes. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, eto na yung tanong, ma'am. Kung nag-certify ka under oath na legal yung paggamit, yung personal mong basihan sa pag-certify na tama yung pinaggamitan ng pera ng taong bayan, yung basihan mo hindi personal sa nakita, narinig, naramdaman, kung hindi ano lang yung isinumite sa iyo ni Colonel Lachica, hindi po ba?
Opo.
Yun. But based on the certification, sinasabi mo, hindi na misappropriate yung confidential funds, di po ba?
Kasi lahat po yung...
Ma'am, yes or no po? Yes or no? Sinasabi niyo certification, hindi na misappropriate ng Office of the Vice President yung confidential funds.
Opo.
Okay? And since you are the SDO, alam mo lahat ng records sa mga disbursement. Di po ba?
Galing po kay Sir Lachica lahat, Your Honor.
Iba na sa SDO now. As an SDO, alam mo rin saan, paano, at kanino disburse ang confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Based po sa mga document na binigay sa akin ng security officer, Your Honor.
Alright. There you go again. Now, let's go to an acknowledgement receipt, PI 81382. 1P181382. Sinasabi dyan ng isang Antonio Pagong received 100,000 pesos for the payment of purchase of information. Antonio Pagong. Ito yung tanong now. Do you have personal knowledge? Sa Tagalog, nakita mo ba si Colonel Lachica na nagbigay ng 100,000 pesos in confidential funds sa isang Antonio Pagong? Yes or no? Nakita mo ba si Colonel Lachica nagbigay ng perang iyan, 100,000 pesos to Antonio Pagong? Nakita mo ba siya o hindi?
Hindi ko siya nakita, Your
Okay.
Honor, kasi wala po ako doon sa ground. Siya po ang nag-implement, Your Honor.
Good. Let's go to P181620. Timon Andrew Pusa. Timon Andrew Pusa. Nakatanggap ng 100,000 pesos rental of transport vehicle. Same sagot ba? Hindi nyo nakita si Colonel Lachica nagbigay ng pera, hindi po 1,000, 100,000 pesos sa isang Timon Andrew Pusa. Hindi po ba?
Hindi ko po, kasi wala ako doon, Your
Wala
Honor.
po kayo doon.
Disburse ko lang sa kanya ang pera. Siya po ang nag-implement.
Crystal clear. Let's go to PI 81069. PI 81069. This time, isang Don Piang received 250,000 pesos for the payment of rental transports. Hindi nyo rin nakita si Lachica na nagbigay ng 250,000 pesos sa isang Don Piang. Kasi wala ka doon. Di po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Yes. Let's go to P182229. Kung may andilim, not to be outdone, meron din Shane Ngit-Ngit. Translation, Ngit-Ngit, Bisaya for madilim. Nakita nyo ba si La Chica na nagbigay ng 150,000 pesos sa isang Shane Ngit-Ngit o hindi mo rin nakita? Di po ba?
Hindi ko nakita, Your Honor, kasi wala po ako doon sa ground. Si Colonel La Chica po, na security officer, siya po ang nag-implement, Your Honor.
Hindi ko nakita kasi wala ako sa ground. Good. Now, last. May isang acknowledgement receipt. P18612. I should be careful. Binigay sa isang Suniso Belat. Suniso Belat. Tanong, nakita mo ba si Colonel La Chica na nagbigay ng 100,000 in confidential funds sa isang Suniso Belat?
Hindi ko po nakita, Your Honor, kasi wala po ako sa ground. Siya po ang security officer namin, Your Honor, at siya po ang nag-implement ng mga confidential operation,
Yes,
Your Honor.
Therefore, Madam, sino po, kung meron man, ang nag-verify na totoo, sakto, legal, lahat ng ginawa ni Colonel La Chica?
Nag-verify po ako sa kanya, Your Honor. Tinanong ko po siya, Your Honor. Tapos yun ang sagot niya, Your Honor. Ma'am Gina, yung mga dokumento na binigay ko sa iyo, yan po ang mga resibo na magpapatunay, Your Honor, na nagamit po ang pera ng confidential fund. At saka, Ma'am Gina, wala po kayo. Those are sensitive matters, sensitive operation po, Ma'am Gina. Confidential po yun.
Okay, let me continue. So therefore, Madam Witness, in verifying kung tama yung sinasabi ni Colonel La Chica, sa pagbe-verify na yan, sa dinami-dami ng tao sa buong mundo, yung tinanong mo pa rin to verify is the same person, Colonel La Chica. Tama po ba? Hindi mo rin nalibog na pud ka.
Opo.
I will move on.
Taas manggod ang...
I will move on, Your Honor. Now, sinabi mo, you all rely on Colonel La Chica. Hindi mo alam kung hindi mo nakita na binigay ni Colonel La Chica yung pera sa mga recipients. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Wala ring official receipts. Hindi po ba?
Opo.
So aside sa sinasabi ni Colonel La Chica sa iyo, hindi mo mapapatunayan. Ma'am, careful ha. I'm being careful with this question because this is really important. Aside po sa sinasabi ni Colonel La Chica sa iyo, hindi mo ngayon malalaman kung totoo ba na binigay ni Colonel La Chica yung pera, for example, kay Suniso Belat. Hindi po ba?
As an answer, Your Honor.
Your Honor, these are really important questions.
Witness will answer.
Na-interrupt ako.
Yes po, ma'am?
Ulitin, na-interrupt po ako, Your Honor. Sorry.
I will. Sinabi mo, hindi mo nakita si Colonel La Chica na nagbigay ng pera sa mga recipients. Okay? Sinabi mo rin na yung pag-verify mo is through Colonel La Chica himself. Ito yung tanong now. Aside sa sinabi ni Colonel La Chica sa iyo, hindi mo mabe-verify, hindi mo malalaman kung totoo bang binigay ni Colonel La Chica yung pera sa sinasabi niyang recipients. Di po ba?
Nag-verify po ako kay Colonel La Chica, Your
Yun.
Honor. Nag-rely po ako sa kanya, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang nag-implement ng mga confidential activities, Your Honor.
Manifestation, another canned answer to a separate question. I will move on, Your Honor.
Motion
Therefore,
to strike, Your Honor, impertinent.
that's a manifestation that's allowed, Your Honor.
Impertinent, Your Honor.
Let it stay in the record, Counsel.
Yeah, okay, now, so Madam, hindi mo rin malalaman na binigay pala ni Colonel La Chica yung confidential funds sa mga kaibigan at kaalyado ng Vice President. Di po ba? Hindi mo rin malalaman yan. Di po ba? Yes or no? Nag-rely ka lang kay Colonel La Chica.
Nag-rely po ako kay Colonel La Chica at saka sa mga dokumento po, Your Honor, na binigay niya sa akin.
Okay, next question. Hindi mo rin malalaman, ma'am, na in fact, binigay ni Colonel La Chica yung 500 million pesos sa Vice President herself. Hindi mo rin malalaman yan.
Misleading, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
No basis, Counsel. No basis, Counsel. Kindly reform.
Okay. Hindi mo rin malalaman, ma'am, na yung 125 million pesos na gamit, not in 11 days, but in just 24 hours. Hindi mo rin malalaman yan.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'll allow you to proceed with on a short leash on this line of questioning.
That's the last point, Your Honor, for this.
Ma'am Gina, simple po yung tanong. Dahil inasahan nyo lang po yung binigay sa inyong dokumento at sinabi ni Colonel La Chica, kung totoo man o hindi, yung sinabi niya sa inyo at dokumento niya binigay, wala po kayong personal na kaalaman dahil hindi niyo po nakitang ginawa niya talaga yon. Tama po?
Tama po, kasi siya po ang nag-implement. Siya po ang nasa ground. Siya po ang nag-implement ng mga activities regarding confidential, Your Honor.
So,
At
lahat-
siya po ang itinalaga. Meron po siyang order, Your Honor, as security officer, Your Honor. Siya po ang may access, Your Honor, when it comes to security, Your Honor. Siya ang nai-training. Siya ang expert, Your Honor. Ako, nag-disburse lang ako sa iya, Your Honor.
So, kung totoo man nga po o hindi, kung tama man o mali, inasahan nyo lamang yung mga binigay sa inyong dokumento ni Colonel La Chica dahil siya yung authorized, siya yung sinabihan na gawin yan, at siya yung may training.
Opo, Your Honor.
Wala kang personal knowledge na binigay nga dun sa mga taong yun yung pera o ginastos talaga para sa supplies. Wala po. Hindi po kayong gumawa nun.
Wala, Your Honor, ka wala ko dito.
Okay.
Last stretch of my questions. Madam Witness, last stretch. 6.2.3.1 of the joint circular, repeat, 6.2.3.1, sinasabi ng joint circular na ikaw ay required to submit a liquidation report. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
In fact, nag-submit ka ng liquidation report dated January 10, 2023. Okay? For the Office of the Vice President sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Hindi po ba?
Opo, Your Honor. Excuse me, Your Honor. Pwede
yes,
mga
yes,
yung
ma'am.
kopya.
Yes, ma'am. We will do that.
Salamat po. Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, same ba ito dito? Ang date, same? Okay po, Your Honor.
Now, so sinicertify mo na lahat ng mga data nasa reports are correct, di po ba?
Sinicertify ko po kung ano ang nakalagay dito sa liquidation report na ito.
Now, opo ma'am, I'm showing you now liquidation reports for the first, second, third quarters ng 2022. May same certification, di po ba? Sa naging liquidation report nyo sa 2022, ano yung mga nakasaad dyan, di po ba? Same ano yung sinecertify nyo sa liquidation report, di po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
In fact, yung pangalang Sara Duterte as Vice President, makikita natin sa liquidation reports for the fourth quarter of 2022, diretso na, first, second, third quarter ng 2023. Tsaka may pirma sa pangalang Sara Duterte sa mga dokumentong iyan. yung mga pirmang ito, mga pirma ng ating Vice President, hindi po ba?
Pirma po niya ito, Your Honor.
So sinasabi nyo na yung Vice President din nag-certify sa lahat ng liquidation reports pinakita sa iyo, in total, 500 million pesos, 500 million pesos. Sinasabi din ng Vice President na tama yung pinagamitan ng confidential funds, hindi po ba?
Ang sinertify po niya dito, Your Honor, is purpose of cash advance duly accomplished.
Yes. Now, I will repeat this question. So kung nakapag-certify kayo na duly accomplished yung purposes ng cash advance, yung certification, base lang yan sa ano yung sinabi ni Colonel La Chica sa inyo, hindi po ba?
Base po ito sa mga documents po na binigay sa akin ni Security Officer Colonel La Chica, Your Honor.
Okay, so now, hindi mo sinasabi, yun yung sinabi ni Colonel La Chica. But this time, sinasabi mo, this time around, base naman sa mga dokumentong binigay sa iyo ni Colonel La Chica, hindi po ba?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'll allow the witness to answer. I'm sorry, counsel.
Hindi po ba? Hindi po ba?
Ano po yun?
Okay,
sorry
ito na lang,
po, ha?
ito na lang.
Sorry.
Nakapag-certify ka, this time defense, I'm asking about the liquidation report, Nakapag-certify ka sa liquidation report na tama yung pinagamitan, kahit hindi mo nakita personal paano ginamit ni Colonel La Chica yung pera, hindi po ba?
Misleading, Your Honor. The liquidation report contains a different statement, Your Honor. It's box A, certified correctness of the above data, Your Honor. So the factual premise of the question is incorrect, Your Honor.
That's a liquidation report, Your Honor.
Let me counsel. Let me counsel. Ma'am Gina, nung sinabi niyo pong certified correct yung nakapaloob sa liquidation report, ang pinagbasihan niyo pa rin ay yung impormasyong binigay sa inyo ni Colonel La Chica at hindi po personal niyong kaalaman na doon nga nagastos yung pera.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, ang gisertify ko dito sa liquidation report, Your Honor, is the correctness of the above data, Your Honor. Ito lang pong period covered na tama, Your Honor. Ito pong particulars na tama, Your Honor. Entity, Your Honor, tama po, Your Honor. Ang amount, tama po, Your Honor. Kani po ang ako ang buot ipasabot nga gisertify na ko ang above data kana po nga data, Your Honor.
At nakalagay po nga sa datang yan kung paano ginastos yung confidential fund. Liquidation report nga po eh. Di po ba?
Above data po kasi, Your Honor.
Kaya nga po, nakalagay po sa above data. Can you can you scroll up, please?
Scroll up, please. The old documents.
Can you zoom in on the particulars? Yan po, yung liquidation nga po, sinertify nyo na yung liquidation ay tama.
Opo, Your Honor.
At ang basehan ng liquidation, yung mga dokumentong binigay ng security officer na si Colonel La Chica.
Opo, Your Honor.
Hindi po yung personal ninyong kaalaman na dun nga nagastos yun, kundi base sa kanyang binigay sa inyong impormasyon at mga dokumento.
Opo, Your Honor, kasi wala po ako doon. Siya po ang nag-implement, Your Honor. Nag-disperse lang po ako ng pera sa kanya, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me
Counsel,
continue,
you might
Your
think
Honor.
of other questions already because I think the witness said that about 20 times already.
Yes,
That
sir.
she was not there.
We'll go to, this time, Your Honor, hindi na liquidation report. Last points. Accomplishment report naman. Or, let's not belabor the point, ma'am. I'll go directly to the point. Accomplishment report for 2022, 3 quarters. Sinasabi nyo na tama yung pinagamitan ng pera ng taong bayan, 500 million pesos, kalahating bilyon, pera ng taong bayan, sinertify nyo na tama yung pinagamitan kahit wala kayong personal na alam kung totoo bang tama yung pinagamitan ni Colonel La Chica kasi nga nag-rely lang kayo sa sinabi ni Colonel La Chica sa inyo, hindi po ba?
Nag-rely
Misleading,
po.
Your Honor. The witness testified that she relied on the statements and the documents, not merely the.
That is my question, Your Honor. If she relied on
That was the
statement-
question, Counsel. If she relied on the documents given and statements made by Colonel Lachiga, which you said several times, na confidential yon, di ba? You may repeat it again, Ma'am Gina. Your answer.
Nag-rely po ako, nakagawa po ako ng utilization report based po sa pagpangutana, pag-verify ko kay Security Officer Lachica na kana Ma'am Gina, sensitive information na o confidential information o mga dokumento nga gihatag nga gikan kay Security Officer Colonel Lachica nga ni sa ako
Ma'am, curious lang ako. May sinabi po ba siyang confidential to, yan lang ang pwedeng bigay ko sa'yo, wala na akong pwedeng bigay sa'yo iba? May ganun po ba?
Ang sinabi po niya, Your Honor, those transaction po or those operation po are sensitive and confidential in nature, Your Honor.
Kaya wala na po siyang bibigay na iba pang dokumento maliban dyan?
Oy, yung mga dokumento na binigay niya sa akin, Your Honor,
Yun lang yun, hanggang dun lang.
hanggang doon lang po, Your Honor.
Okay.
Five questions. Hindi ba't
You promised before lunch, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. 5 questions. Hindi po ba, Madam Witness, pinalabas nyo na kayo mismo ang naghanda ng physical and financial plans para sa confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President for 2022 tsaka 2023? Gayon ang totoo. Si Colonel Lachica lamang pala ang nagsabi kung anong dapat isulat sa mga planong iyan, sa plan.
Sorry, Your Honor. I confused with your question, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I will not repeat the question. I'll move on to the next.
I think that's already on the record, Counsel.
Yes.
Ma'am Gina, sinagot niyo na po dati yan.
Opo.
Na yung physical and financial plan na hinanda nyo, kumuha kayo ng input kay Colonel Lachica. Hindi po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba't sa mga liquidation report, accomplishment report, pinapalabas nyo na tama yung pinagamitan ng confidential funds, pero yung totoo, wala kayong personal na kaalaman kung sino ang mga tunay na tumigap ng pera, hindi po ba?
Misleading, Your Honor.
I think the
I
record
think
is obvious.
he's just about to be done, Counsel. Let's let him summarize his
Yeah.
points.
Hindi po ba? Hindi po ba, Madam Witness? Wala kayong personal na alam na tama yung pinagamitan ni Colonel Lachica despite the report, certification, kasi nga sabi niyo, nag-rely lang kayo kay Colonel Lachica and this time you added sa mga dokumento, hindi po ba?
As
Yes
an
or no?
answer, Your Honor.
I think as an answer. Last 2 questions, Your Honor.
Again, for emphasis, I think the witness will confirm that. Tama po, Ma'am Gina?
Nag-rely po ako sa sinabi ni Colonel Lachica at sa mga document na binigay niya sa akin, Your Honor, after po na-implement po niya sa ground ang mga confidential activities po, Your Honor.
At wala po kayo sa ground.
Yes po, wala po ako doon, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba dahil sa mga pinaggagawa niyo sa Office of the Vice President, nawalan ng paraan ang taong bayan na pagtugmain. I repeat, hindi ba't dahil sa pinaggagawa niyo nawalan ng paraan ang taong bayan nagpagtugmain, on one hand, ang paper trail,
I cannot
or
understand.
not yet, ma'am. Or makadokumento, at the same, on the other hand, ang totoong money trail. Wala na pong paraan ng taong bayan na pagtugmain yung paper trail tsaka money trail. Hindi po ba? Yes or no?
Argumentative and speculative, Your Honor.
If you know, Ma'am Gina, kung alam niyo po, sabihin niyo po, alam niyo. Kung hindi niyo alam, sabihin niyo rin pong hindi niyo alam.
I will repeat the question if you may, Your Honor.
I think she understood the question, but difficult to answer on her part, Counsel, but I don't want to put words in the mouth of
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
witness.
Malalim po ang Tagalog ni Attorney Lagutan po.
Ma'am, it's ligutan. Okay now.
Ay, sorry po. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's okay po.
I'm sorry po.
It's okay, ma'am.
Sorry
Okay.
po. Sorry po.
It's okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I will repeat the question. Kasi nga, sinasabi nyo, wala namang kayong kinalaman sa paano ginamit ni Colonel Lachica yung pera, pero sinecertify nyo na tama yung pinagamitan ng pera. So di po ba, yung taong bayan nawalan ng pamamaraan na pagtugmain, i-match yung mga dokumento, paper trail tawag natin dyan on one hand, tsaka yung aktual na paggamit ng pera or money trail. Napakaklaro na po. Nawalan po ang taong bayan ng pamamaraan at pagtugmain yung dalawang bagay na yan. Yes or no?
Speculative, Your
Wala
Honor.
po.
Oh, it's not.
Wala nawalan ang, ano yun?
Hindi nawalan.
Hindi nawalan, Your Honor,
Okay.
kasi pwede po nila tanungin ang aming security officer na siya po ang nagpapatupad ng mga...
Okay, now, last question.
Darating po tayo doon, ma'am. I assure you. I hope we will arrive to that point.
Ma'am,
Po.
hindi ba ito isang scam or tahasang panlililang sa
Argumentative,
pera ng
Your
taong
Honor.
bayan?
Argumentative.
Counsel, it's not only argumentative, but kindly use appropriate language as well inside this court.
Your Honor, may we move to strike that last question, Your Honor, for being impertinent, Your Honor.
It's very much pertinent.
I tend to agree with counsel for the respondent. The word scam is stricken from the record. It did not come from the witness's mouth. Kindly reform a bit, counsel. I think I know where you're getting at too. And you've
That
said
would
it
be all
anyway.
for the prosecution, for this witness, Your Honor. Okay.
Do you want to start with your cross, counsel, or do you want to start your cross after lunch?
Can we do it after lunch, Your Honor?
Yes, we certainly can, but we shall... 45 minutes? 12:40? We shall, since it's only 11:45, we shall break for lunch and shall resume at 12:30. I hope 45 minutes would be enough with the senator judges. Ma'am Gina, lunch break po muna tayo. Makakababa
Opo,
po kayo
sir.
sa witness stand. Huwag po kayong kakain dyan, ha? Kumain po kayo sa lamesa. ng
Salamat po,
komportable.
sir. Salamat po, Your Honor.
Thank you. We are on recess and we shall resume at 12:30 in the afternoon.
And the mayor then was Vice President Sara Duterte.
Opo, Your Honor.
When you were SDO of Davao City, your duty pertained to disbursing confidential funds appropriated for Davao City, correct?
Hindi ko maklaro ang
Noon pong
speech.
SDO kayo, ang duty nyo po ay ang pag-disburse ng confidential funds para sa Davao City, tama po?
Tama po.
And you also prepared and submitted liquidation documents during that time, correct
Yes,
po?
tama po.
And when you were SDO of Davao City, there is no audit observation memorandum issued by the Commission on Audit against you, correct?
Wala po.
And when you were SDO of Davao City, there is no audit observation memorandum issued by the Commission on Audit against then Mayor Sara Duterte, correct?
Wala po.
There is likewise no notice of suspension issued by the Commission on Audit against you, correct? When you were
Wala.
and there is no notice of suspension issued against then Mayor Sara Duterte, correct?
Wala po.
Wala rin pong notice of disallowance.
Wala po.
Laban sa inyo, wala po.
Wala po, Your
Wala rin pong notice of disallowance laban sa kay dating Mayor Sara Duterte, tama po?
Tama po, wala.
And the Commission on Audit did not reopen any audit for confidential funds of Davao City, correct?
Correct po.
Your Honor, sorry, but I have to
As you answered, Your Honor.
interject a continuing objection to this series of questions. May I state my ground?
I think I know what your ground is, Counsel, but you may do so for the
Your
record.
Honor, magically, now this witness remembers what happened in Davao. Kanina, when the prosecution was asking her, sabi niya,
Counsel is
hindi niya
testifying,
maalala.
Your Honor.
Wait, incompetent. Put in
It's-
record.
Counsel is testifying. Your Honor. Maybe we
Then the
have to strike, Your
objection
Honor.
is overruled, Counsel. Counsel may proceed.
And when you were SDO of Davao City, it is the joint circular which is already in effect, correct?
Yes po.
And you are aware of the requirements of the joint circular regarding your functions as the Special Disbursing Officer.
Yes, Your Honor.
You mentioned also that you were the Special Disbursing Officer of the Office of the Vice President for its confidential funds from quarter 4 of 2022 until quarter 3 of 2023, correct?
Correct po, Your Honor.
And similar with your tasks in Davao City, you also prepared the documents for liquidation.
Opo, Your Honor.
As SDO, you were not part of any confidential operations of the agency, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have no experience in confidential operations.
Wala po akong experience niyan, Your Honor.
You do not know how confidential operations are done on the ground.
Wala po akong alam niyan, Your Honor.
You have not undergone any formal training regarding confidential operations or activities.
Wala po akong training na ganyan.
You are not aware of the operational security required when it comes to confidential operations, correct?
Yes po.
Wala po kayong military background.
Wala po akong...
May law enforcement background po ba kayo?
Ano po yun?
Do you have a law enforcement background?
Wala po ako niyan, Your Honor.
When you were SDO of the OVP, you have no authority to access security information, correct?
Yes po.
Wala rin po kayong authority to access classified information.
Yes po.
You were not also given any security clearance in the
Wala.
OVP. And because you were already the SDO of Davao City, you remain familiar with the joint circular, correct?
Familiar po a little, Your Honor.
The joint circular does not require you, an SDO, to be personally involved in the agency's confidential operations.
That's misleading, Your Honor. It's clearly in the joint circular that that's the job. That's the job of an SDO, to disburse confidential funds.
Your Honor, the prosecution also inquired as to the contents of the joint circular.
Oh, that's why-
I'm examining the witness, Your Honor. If there is such a provision.
The question is misleading.
Witness may answer, she knows. I'll allow it, Counsel. Gina, kindly answer the question.
The joint circular does not require you, an SDO, to be personally involved in the agency's confidential operations on the ground?
Wala pong sinabi ang circular, Your Honor.
Wala rin po bang sinabi sa joint circular na kailangan may experience kayo pagdating sa confidential operations?
Wala din, Your Honor, sa akong pagka-understand.
May nakalagay rin po ba sa joint circular na kailangan may kaalaman kayo kung papaano ginagawa ang confidential activities?
Wala ko naka-encounter, Your Honor, sa GC.
Nire-require din po ba kayo ng joint circular na mag-undergo ng formal na training para sa confidential activities?
Wala, Your Honor.
Nire-require po ba kayo ng joint circular na dapat ang STO merong military background?
Wala ko kabasahan, Your Honor.
Wala rin ang law enforcement background? Wala rin ganung requirement?
Wala, Your Honor.
Nire-require ba ng joint circular na ang isang special disbursing officer kailangan may authority to access security information?
Wala, Your Honor.
Nire-require din po ba ng joint circular na ang STO kailangan may security clearance?
Wala, Your Honor.
Nire-require din po ba ng joint circular na pinagbabawal kayo mag-rely sa documents provided by a security officer?
Ano yun, Your Honor?
May pagbabawal po ba sa joint circular na ang nabawal mag-rely sa documents na pinoprovide ng security officer?
Wala, Your Honor.
The requirement of the joint circular is that a special disbursing officer must be a regular or permanent employee of the agency, correct?
Opo, Your Honor.
And you are a regular or permanent employee of the Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor. Coterminous po, Your Honor.
And the joint circular provides that it is the SO who must have access to security information. Tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor.
And ito rin po ba ang dahilan kaya ang SO, ang security officer, ang kailangan mag-implement ng confidential operations ng ahensya?
Sa ako ang pagsabot sa GC, Your Honor.
At ang security officer po, ang nag-designate dito ang head of agency, tama?
Yes, ang head of agency, Your Honor.
Yun din po ba ang dahilan kaya kinailangan nyo ang inputs o guidance ng security officer in preparing the physical and financial plan?
Yes, Your Honor, kasi wala po akong alam sa mga operations sa ground.
The OVP submitted a physical and financial plan to the Department of Budget and Management, correct? For
Opo.
2022? Are you aware?
Nag-submit po ang OBP ng physical and financial plan na required po sa DBM.
Ito pong physical and financial plan is in support of the OVP's request for confidential funds noong 2022.
Opo.
And the PFP, which the OVP submitted to the Department of Budget and Management, is also based on the good governance program of the OVP, correct?
Wala ko ka-get sa question ni mo, Your Honor.
Yung po bang physical and financial plan na sinubmit ng OVP sa Department of Budget and Management, nakabase rin po ba sa good governance program ng OVP?
Opo, Your Honor.
At matapos pong isubmit ang nasabing physical and financial plan, tama po ba na the Department of Budget and Management recommended the approval of the confidential funds to the Office of the President?
Opo, Your Honor.
And the Office of the President, through the Executive Secretary, approved the Office of the Vice President's request for confidential funds.
Your Honor, at this juncture, I'll be objecting. If I may state the ground, Your Honor, please.
Proceed, Counsel.
The ground being, there is a distinction between, on one hand, things that may be covered on cross on a non-adverse witness. Totoo po, sa 2019 rules, nakasulat dyan, inamend ng Korte Suprema na po pwedeng magtanong on cross yung isang partido so long as on any relevant matter. Pero po, Your Honor, in the 2019 rules, hindi po nabago. Yung rule po that is applicable to adverse witness, nakasulat po sa rule sa adverse witness, po pwede lang mag-cross sa mga bagay na napag-usapan during redirect. Ulitin ko po, mas pinalawig ng 2019 rules yung cross-examination for ordinary witnesses. Pero sa adverse witness, which we have now, hindi po pinalawig ng Supreme Court. Dapat po may relevance sa naging pag-uusap ng abogado at testigo during redirect. Now, that's the point. Now, as to who approved the confidential funds, Your Honor, it was not touched upon. It was not touched upon during the direct examination. Ulitin ko, 2019 rules, pinalawig yung cross for ordinary witness, pero mas stricto pa rin yung rule applicable when it comes to adverse witness. Objection, Your Honor, that's not allowed. During cross of an adverse witness, basis rules of court.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Of course you may.
Your Honor, my inquiry is based on the fiscal and financial plan for 2022, which was the subject matter of the inquiry in the examination in chief, Your Honor. So the inquiry is necessitated to inform this honorable court of the entire picture.
The court will, for the meantime, overrule the objection, also because this has been established, but I would like to remind counsel, this has been established already by the previous witnesses, counsel, that the confidential funds was by virtue of Pasaro, and it is indeed in the document that you are referring to. Overruled, witness may answer.
May I repeat my question, Your Honor? The Office of the President, through the Executive Secretary, approved the Office of the Vice President request for confidential funds. Correct?
Opo, Your Honor.
And this approval is why the OVP was allocated confidential funds for 2022. Ito po yung dahilan kung bakit nagkaroon ng confidential funds ang OVP noong taong 2022.
Opo, Your Honor.
So you also prepared the Fiscal and Financial Plan for 2023. This Fiscal and Financial Plan was based on the General Appropriations Act, correct?
Yes po, GAA po.
And the General Appropriations Act for 2023 allocates confidential funds for the Office of the Vice President.
Opo.
The General Appropriations Act contains a line item allocation for OVP's socio-economic program delivery, correct?
Yes po.
The General Appropriations Act for 2023 was approved by the Senate and the House of Representatives, correct?
Opo, Your Honor.
Which is why, for the Fiscal and Financial Plan for 2023, you indicated socio-economic program delivery.
Yes po.
And in this Fiscal and Financial Plan, the Vice President is a signatory, correct?
Isa po siya sa nagpirma, Your Honor.
You mentioned that you prepared the documents for liquidation. You also executed certifications, correct?
Opo, Your Honor.
The form of the certification is provided by the joint circular, correct?
Yes po.
In fact, the form of said certification is contained in Annex B of the joint circular.
Ano po yun, Your Honor?
May the witness be confronted with Defense Exhibits D-I-136, Annex B,
Assisting counsels may approach.
which is the template of the certification, Your Honor, attached in the joint circular.
Ito.
Tama po, ma'am, no, na ang form ng certification
For the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. Let us rise for a minute of silent prayer. Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Call of members. Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Cayetano Alan. Senator Judge Cayetano Pia. Senator Judge De La Rosa. Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Estrada. Senator Judge Go. Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Lapid. Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Marcoleta. Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Soto III. Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin. Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi. Senator Judge Villanueva. Senator Judge Villar Camille. Senator Judge Villar Mark. Senator Judge Zubiri. The presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero. The Senate President, Senator Judge Gatchalian.
With 15 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
If there are no, thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the August 24, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will kindly call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honors. We're ready.
Good morning, Your Honors. Same appearance for the respondent accused.
Thank you. We are in receipt. Before we proceed to our next witness, I believe it's going to be Mr. Ortonio. We are in receipt of a request for stipulation with respect to certain circumstances and documents from the prosecution. Is that correct? Do you confirm, Honorable Chua?
Yes, Your Honor.
We got a copy of the one, the lead counsel for respondent already responded to the request for stipulation for Eduardo Fajardo yesterday, I believe, and
That's
only
correct, Your
stipulated to the first 2 points.
Yes,
Now,
Your
this one for Ortonio, we got it only last night. May I ask the counsel for respondent when you got the request for stipulation?
We also received this just last night, Your Honor, by email.
Is there an equal request for stipulation with respect to documents?
I believe, Your Honor, that on the third page of this new request for stipulation with respect to Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, there are certain documents that the prosecution requests for stipulation. But this will be addressed during the presentation and the cross-examination of the witness, Your Honor.
So can you already comment on the request for stipulation with respect to Ortonio, Attorney Sheila?
We can, Your Honor. We can only stipulate on items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. That's it, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Hold on, Honorable Chua. In regard to the documents, Attorney Sheila, some of these, if not all, I haven't checked actually individually because this is a different list from the list of documents that I have that Ortonio may identify based on our own study of the pretrial order and markings. How about the documents, Attorney
That's
Sheila?
our concern, Your Honor. Since we only received this last night, and this is inconsistent also with the order of this court that any request for stipulation must be provided to other party at least 1 day
I
before the
agree.
hearing, Your Honor. And therefore, we would prefer to hear first the comment of the prosecution on this witness, and we will respond accordingly afterwards, Your Honor. And also, Your Honor, I will ask later on at the start of the presentation of the witness for another counsel to be acknowledged and recognized, Your Honor.
At the appropriate time, Attorney Sheila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Chua.
Can I now, Your Honor, turn over to the counsel for the prosecution, Attorney May Divina Gracia?
I'm sorry,
May Divina Gracia, Your Honor.
will be the one handling.
Yes, sir.
We're not yet there, Counsel. I'm still at the point of trying to abbreviate the proceedings, at least with respect to the documents. And to give a shot at the Counsel for Respondents looking at the documents, how many are common documents or common exhibits? Because to the mind of the presiding officer, counsels, if it is a common exhibit, meaning marked by both parties separately, unless there is proof or allegation of fraud and or palpable mistake or absence of regularity, then it would have to be proven through the witness. However, absent that, the court can take it as already being authentic and its due execution having been established without need of proof through the identification of a witness. If there is that chance, the court is willing to give the parties a few minutes while the court is discussing its ruling with respect to the point raised by Attorney Sheila last August 12, which will take roughly about 20 to 25 minutes. Would that be enough time, Attorney Sheila, for you
I
to
think,
go
Your
over the
Honor, we'll
documents?
just need around 5 minutes. We're amenable to some stipulation under item number 25, except for item number 25, B and V,
B and
Beta and Victory, Your Honor, because these are not common exhibits. But with the rest of the items under number 25, we probably will just be needing 5 minutes to see the prosecution's documents and return to this court with a response to the request for stipulation.
5 minutes? If it's 5 minutes, the court will defer its ruling on your August 12 manifestation and just simply give you 5 minutes before we call Ortonio. 5 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, 5 minutes. Court declares a brief recess in order for the parties to be able to stipulate on the documents they will be presenting to the witness Ortonio to save on the court's time. Trial is in recess. Trial is resumed. May we hear from the counsel for the respondent with respect to the proposed stipulations on item number 25 in regard to the documents?
We can stipulate on item number 25, Your Honor, and on the documents listed under that paragraph from A to V, Your Honor.
From Alpha to Victory.
Yes, Your Honor, subject to comment on the eventual offer.
Thank you very much, counsel. Thank you for helping the court in abbreviating the proceedings. Now, Honorable Chua, who again will be the one to present the witness, Ortonio?
The counsel for the prosecution, Attorney May Divina Gracia.
Attorney May Divina Gracia. You are recognized, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Yes, Attorney Sheila?
May
On the
I-
part of the respondents?
may I also ask that Attorney Christine Ferrer be recognized as counsel for the defense today, Your Honor, for this witness.
Attorney Ferrer is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning,
So it'll
Your
be-
Honors. I
Is
have
it
made-
correct to address you, Attorney May?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it'll be Attorney May and Attorney Christine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your witness, Attorney May.
Your Honor, we would like to call to the witness stand our sixth witness in the person of Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio.
The clerk of court is directed through the OSA to kindly situate Mr. Ortonio at the witness stand. The clerk of court is directed to administer the oath to the witness.
Mr. Ortonio, please raise your right hand. You, Lemuel G. Ortonio, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Kindly place on the record, because it was inaudible, that the witness responded in the affirmative by saying yes. Attorney May, your witness for direct examination, kindly make the offer.
Yes, Your Honor, but before we proceed to our offer, Your Honor, we would like to just read for the record the matters that were already stipulated on, Your Honor, for avoidance of doubt.
You may do so, counsel. You may proceed.
So, first, that the witness, Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio, is the Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Second, he holds the position of Assistant Secretary at salary grade 29. Third, his appointment is coterminous with the term of the Vice President. And fourth, his position is one of trust and confidence. May the defense kindly confirm if those are all the matters that you're willing to stipulate on. As well as, sorry, Your Honor, they're also stipulating on the authenticity and the genuine execution of the documents listed in paragraph 25 of the request for stipulation.
Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, subject to cross-examination.
Duly noted. Kindly proceed with your offer, Attorney May.
Your Honors, we are offering the testimony of Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio to qualify him as a hostile witness and to prove the following. Number one, the confidential funds answered to no legitimate confidential purpose. The amount was requested before the supporting plan was produced, and the 2023 plan just repeated the operative language of the 2022 plan. Nauna ang 250 million, sumunod ang plano matapos itong hingin ng DBM. Hindi plano ang nagtakda ng halaga. Ang halaga ang nauna sa kahinabol ng plano. Number two, the respondent's handprints are on every document that mattered. Mula request hanggang liquidation, nasa mahalagang dokumento ang kanyang otoridad at pag-aproba. Number 3, the reports were written to fit the rules, not the facts. 4 na ulat, iisang template, mga halagang hindi nagbabago at laging eksaktong 125 million. Not a peso more, not a centavo less. Walang natira, walang isinaulit. Number 4, 5 days after COA questioned the medical and food aid item, the line disappeared while the report still totaled exactly 125 million. Question ng Commission on Audit ang medical and food aid na may halagang 40 million, 42 million at 40 million sa 3 unang accomplishment reports. Makalipas ang 5 araw, wala na ito sa huling accomplishment report. Pero 125 million pa rin ang kabuuan ng halaga. Number 5, in 2 years, not one area, not one operation was ever named. Daang-daang area ang iniulat, 500 million ang ginastos. Ngunit wala ni isang lugar, ni isang operasyon, ni isang petsa ang pinangalanan. Number 6, the liquidation was late, irregular, and backdated. 10 buwan huli ang mga resibo. Mahigit 100 ang may petsang 1 taon pagkatapos ng di umano'y bayaran. Number 7, the certifications vouched for nothing and were signed by the man who received the money. Walang untoward incident. Iyan lamang ang pinatutunayan. Walang halaga, walang pangalan, walang lugar at walang petsa. At ang pumirma, ang mismong tumanggap ng pera. Number 8, the 500 million bought protection the Vice President already had. And against threats, the AFP and the PNP were already paid billions to watch. 473 sundalo at polis na ang nagbabantay sa kanya. Sahod ng Republika mula sa ibang pondo. Walang pangalawang pangulo sa kasaysayan ang nagkaroon ng ganito. At ang mga bantang tinutukoy sa mga ulat, ang NPA at mga teroristang grupo. Sakop na ng intelligence funds ng AFP at PNP. Bayad na ang proteksyon, bayad na ang pagbabantay, bago pa ang kahit 1 piso ng confidential funds. Number 9, the justification for the confidential funds shifted with every finding. Sa DBM, safe implementation ng good governance programs, official engagements, and functional representation ng pangalawang Pangulo. Sa mga plano, confidence building for good governance programs at pagsapit ng 2023 socio-economic program delivery. Sa mga certifications, surveillance and information gathering to prevent untoward incidents from transpiring. Sa protective intelligence operations reports, for intelligence gathering naman. Sa mga sagot sa audit observation memoranda at notice of suspension for surveillance activities to determine where best to implement the OVP's programs. 6 na bersyon, iisang pondo. Number 10, the officials knew, answered nothing. The man who says he knew nothing answered everything. Lahat ng sagot sa COA, pirma ng testigong ito, na ang sabi wala siyang personal na kaalaman. Ang mga tunay na nakakaalam, ang respondent vice president, ang special disbursing officer, at ang colonel, wala ni isang sumagot. Number 11, the explanations for the confidential funds are a sham. And the failure to account the funds gives rise to the presumption of misappropriation. Pabago-bago ang paliwanag, walang detalye, walang dokumentong sumusuporta, pagtatakip, hindi pagpapaliwanag. At hanggang ngayon, hindi na-account ang 500 million ng bayan. Sa ganitong kabiguan, ang batas na mismo ang nagsasalita, prima facie, na ipinalalagay na ang pondo ay ginamit para sa sariling kapakanan. That would be all for Your Honor.
Comment, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor. We note that the 11 items that were mentioned by the prosecution are all conclusions of fact and law, Your Honor. And actually, they are mere speculations and conjectures, Your Honor, not being proven before this honorable court. And they are all theories and, with all due respect, sound bites, Your Honor. Nevertheless, we will cross-examine the witness to verify the allegations or to disprove the allegations of the prosecution.
They may be statements of fact or law, counsel, but that's what they seek to prove. Through this witness, hopefully, by declaring him as a hostile witness in due time. Duly noted. Comment of the counsel for respondents noted. You may proceed with your direct examination, Attorney May.
Your Honor, before I proceed, we would just like to request for a continuing authority for our assisting counsel, Attorney Oliver C. Caido, to approach the witness and present and confront him with the necessary and relevant documents whenever we mention those documents. Your Honor.
Granted, as well as who would be the counterpart assisting counsel from the respondent, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, Attorney David Gola.
And
Granted,
also-
insofar as both parties are concerned in regard to their respective assisting counsels who may approach the witness at any time during the direct and cross.
And also, Your Honor, we request a similar continuing authority for us to flash on the screen the relevant documents when mentioned for the appreciation of this honorable court and of everyone, Your Honor.
Granted likewise, including a similar grant rather with counsel for respondent should she desire to do so as well during her cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You
Good
may
morning.
proceed, counsel, when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ortonio.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Buntag. Good morning.
Mr. Ortonio, naiintindihan ko po na ikaw ngayon ay nagsisilbing Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff sa Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
That's correct po.
Kailan naman po kayo nagsimulang manungkulan bilang Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff sa Office of the Vice President?
I started working as the Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff last July 2022.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ortonio, at whose pleasure do you serve those positions?
I report directly to the Vice President, Sara Duterte.
And prior to becoming Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff, saan naman po kayo nagtatrabaho kung meron man?
I used to work with the City Government of Davao as the head of the Human Resource Management Office.
Noong time po na yon na nagsilbi kayo na head ng Human Resource Management, sino naman po ang mayor ng panahon iyon?
The mayor at the time is the Vice President, Sara Duterte.
And when did you serve as such? As head of the Human Resource Department of the City Government of Davao City?
I started working as the head of the Human Resource Management Office in 2018, starting 2018.
And kanino naman po kayo nagre-report nung nanunungkulan kayo bilang head of the Human Resource Department?
As the head of the Human Resource, as the department head, I report directly to the mayor and as well have reportorial duties to the city administrator.
Okay. And prior to that, Mr. Ortonio, ano naman po ang inyong naging katungkulan kung meron man sa City Government of Davao City?
Prior to being the human resource head, I also headed the Davao City Investment Promotion Center. That's from 2016 all the way to 2018 as well. And then in 2010 to 2013, I served as the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Mayor. And 2008 until 2010, I served as the Chief of Staff under the Office of the Vice Mayor.
Isa-isahin po natin. Nung nanungkulan ho kayo bilang head ng Davao City Investment and Promotion Senator, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan bilang mayor ng Davao City at that time?
The mayor at the time is Vice President Sara Duterte.
Okay. Dung time naman po na nanungkulan kayo bilang chief of staff, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan bilang mayor at the time?
It's the Vice President Sara Z. Duterte.
At huli, nung nanungkulan ho kayo noong 2008 onwards, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan? Or sino naman po ang nanunungkulang bilang vice mayor at that time?
The Vice Mayor at the time is Vice President Sara Z. Duterte.
Now, prior to 2008, saan ho kayo nanunungkulan or nagtatrabaho kung meron man?
Prior to 2008, I worked with a government-owned and controlled corporation, and I also worked at a local chamber of commerce.
Maaari niyo pong banggitin sa korte na ito kung saan po iyon, yung mga kumpanyang iyon?
My first working experience was with the Pag-ibig Fund. That was 4 years, and then I worked around about 4 to 6 months with the Davao City Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Mr. Antonio, in October 2024, ano naman po ang mga compulsory processes, if any, na natanggap ninyo mula sa House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability?
I was invited to appear before the committee hearings for the Committee on Good Governance.
At sa ano-anong petsa naman po kayo inimbitahang mag-appear?
As to the exact dates po, ma'am, I cannot remember anymore the exact dates. However, there were several invitations that were extended to me.
Okay, several invitations or several hearings.
Yes, that's correct.
Ano naman po ang naging tugon ninyo dun sa mga iba't ibang imbitasyon na yun?
One of the reasons there was that it's a mere invitation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Antonio, I have to cut you. Please just be responsive so as not to waste this honorable court's time. The question is merely, what was your response to those invitations for you to appear? You mentioned several. What was your response?
The response was, I will not attend the hearings.
Okay, so that was your response. What, if any, judicial remedy did you seek against those invitations?
So,
did you ask for injunctive relief against the compulsion or the invitation for you to attend the hearings mentioned in those invitations?
the reason, ma'am, was that it's a mere
No,
invitation.
Again, Mr. Antonio, I'm sorry, I don't want to be difficult, but again, let me just remind you to please be just responsive to the question. The question is simply, what judicial relief, if any, did you apply for in response to those invitations?
If I can remember, ma'am, none, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the subject matter of those hearings where you were invited, if you know?
It's regarding the confidential funds.
Okay. Now, Ms. Ortonio, what is your relation with Mr. Ernesto Nemenzo Ortonio Jr., who is the president and a member of the board of directors of PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Incorporated?
Your Honor,
Attorney Christine?
relevance, Your Honor.
It is very much relevant, Your Honor, because this would prove that this witness and the respondent move in the same social circle. And this witness can practically become a social pariah if he speaks unfavorably of the respondent.
You're on a short leash, counsel. Go to your point. Objection is overruled.
So, Mr. Ortonio, just to repeat the question, what is your relation with Mr. Ernesto Nemenzo Ortonio Jr., who is the president and a member of the board of directors of PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Incorporated?
He is my father po.
Okay. At ano naman po ang relasyon ng PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Corporation sa Udena Management and Resources Corporation, which forms part of the Udena Group founded and controlled by Mr. Dennis A.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney Garcia.
Again, relevance, Your Honor, to the confidential funds. And she's on short leash.
Your
Attorney
Honor,
May,
if
Attorney
I
May,
may just
is this
quickly
part
respond.
of trying to qualify Mr. Ortonio as a hostile witness?
Yes, Your Honor, this will establish that this witness has an adverse interest, Your Honor, in this case.
With your indulgence, as well as with the permission of counsels for the parties, I think it has been established that Mr. Ortonio serves at the pleasure of the Vice President, has been working for her for quite some time, and is serving up to now. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ortonio.
That's
with the
correct,
Vice President.
Your Honor.
And that if the Vice President is impeached and therefore removed from office, pati kayo matatanggal po, di ba? Dahil coterminous kayo.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And that as far as we know, until today, you are still working with the Office of the Vice President and serving under that capacity, coterminous.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
To abbreviate the proceedings, the court declares Mr. Ortonio as a hostile witness based on his adverse interest vis-a-vis the respondent and the prosecution, and that therefore counsel Attorney May can ask leading questions, but again, pursuant to the rules, may not ask misleading questions. You may proceed, ma'am, accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ortonio, I am showing you a video footage of the hearing of the CGGPA on November 25, 2024. May I request, Your Honor, our assisting counsel who is stationed at the technical booth to play the said video footage.
Continuing authority has been granted to counsels. You may proceed accordingly, counsel.
Office of the Vice President. Mr. Lemuel G. Artonio, Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff. Ms. Winnie G. Diego, Chief of Public
Thank you.
Assistance.
Okay. Mr. Ortonio, ano ang relasyon mo sa Lemuel G. Ortonio na nabanggit sa video na aming pinakita?
That's me po, ma'am.
Okay. At ano naman, at tama ba, kinukumpirma mo ba na ang event na recorded dyan sa video footage na yan ay ang hearing ng CGGPA noong November 25, 2024?
That's correct po.
At Mr. Ortonio, maaalala mo ba na sa hearing na yan, sinabi mo, and I quote, you provide overall supervision for the internal affairs of the Office of the Vice President, end of quote.
That's correct po.
At pinapatutuhanan mo rin ba na kasama ng supervision na yan, ang supervision sa Administrative and Financial Services Office at Strategy Management Office ng Office of the Vice President?
That's correct po.
Ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, tama bang sabihin ng Administrative and Financial Services Office, ito ang opisina sa Office of the Vice President na in charge sa pangkalahatang budget ng OVP?
That's correct po.
Kasama dito ang budget preparation,
That's correct.
budget disbursement, accounting, at liquidation.
That's correct.
And since you exercise supervision over this office, sa pangkalahatan, tama bang sabihin, generally, walang pondo ng OVP ang hinihiling, nilalabas, ginagastos, o inililiquidate na wala sa inyong kaalaman at supervision? Tama ba? Generally, Mr. Ortonio.
Generally, yes.
Ngayon, ang Strategy Management Office naman, ito ang tanggapan ng OVP na nangangasiwa sa strategic planning, management, monitoring, evaluation, organizational development, at iba pang kaugnayan ng tungkuling pamamahala ng OVP. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So kasama dito ang pagbuo at pagsubaybay sa mga programa, proyekto at aktibidad ng OVP. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So ngayon, dahil sa iyong pag-amin, tama rin bang sabihin na bawat programa ng OVP ay dumadaan sa SMO?
For all the activities.
Yes. At dahil kayo ang nagsusuperbisa sa SMO, kayo rin ang nagsusuperbisa sa mga programa, proyekto at aktibidad nito. Tama ba?
General supervision po.
In short, or sa madaling salita, bawat programa ng OVP ay dumadaan sa inyong supervision ng 2 beses. Una, kapag ito ay pinaplano ng SMO, at pangalawa, kapag binabayaran ito ng AFSO. Tama ba?
Yes po.
At tama rin bang sabihin na ang mga direktor ng 2 opisinang ito ay nag-uulat din sa iyo? Tama ba?
That's correct po.
Also, tama rin bang sabihin na ang Vice President mismo ang nagtalaga sa inyo ng supervision over these 2 offices?
Yes, that's correct as part of the organizational structure.
Okay. At tama rin bang sabihin na kaugnay ng inyong supervision sa SMO at AFSO, ang anumang direktibang natatanggap ninyo ay sa huli nagmumula sa Vice President?
That's correct.
Okay. At tama rin ba na sa pagganap ng inyong mga tungkulin, sa huli kayo ay nasasaklawan ng mga direksyon at instruction ng Vice President?
That's correct.
In short, the official acts that you perform in the discharge of those responsibilities are done pursuant to the authority vested in you by the Vice President.
That's correct.
Now, pumunta naman tayo ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, sa sulat kung saan nagsimula ang lahat. Okay, so, Mr. Ortonio, you assumed your position you mentioned earlier as Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff noon lamang July 1, 2022. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So, that was mid-year.
Yes.
And you will confirm na pag-assume mo ng inyong position around that time, walang confidential fund ang Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Which means na yung successor ni Vice President Sara Duterte na si Vice President Leni G. Robredo, walang confidential funds.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney.
No basis, Your Honor, and conclusion of facts.
Kindly clarify, Lenny is not the successor counsel.
Sorry, predecessor, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Exactly. So, kindly reform counsel.
Mr. Ortonio, do you confirm that Vice President Sara Duterte's predecessor, former Vice President Leni Robredo, Your Honor, Leni Robredo, she did not have confidential funds?
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel.
Incompetent. He's not a staff of Leni Robredo.
If he knows, if you know, Mr. Ortonio, you may answer. If you don't, you may answer so as well.
Based on the records that we have, there's no record of confidential funds.
Ito ang dahilan kung bakit humiling ng confidential funds ang OVP sa DBM. Tama ba? Noong 2022. Dahil wala kayong dinatnan na confidential funds ng pag-upo mo kasama ng pag-upo ng Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am.
And this request for confidential funds, ipinaabot ito sa DBM sa pamamagitan ng isang sulat. Tama ba?
Letter request.
Yes, letter request. Ngayon, I'm showing you Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A dated August 22, 2022. Ito ang nabanggit mong letter request for confidential funds in 2022. Tama ba, Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, correct.
Sa huling pahina nitong sulat na ito, there appears a signature above the printed name, Sara Z. Duterte. You will confirm that this is the signature of the Vice President.
Yes, I can confirm that this is the signature of the Vice President.
And you're familiar with her signature, familiar ka sa signature niya dahil sa panunungkulan mo over almost 2 decades with her or under her, nakikita mo siyang pumirma ng mga dokumento at nakikita mo rin ang kanyang pirma sa iba't ibang dokumento. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the basis of this letter bearing her signature, tama bang sabihin na ang desisyon na mag-request ng confidential funds, it was the decision of the Vice President? Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And throughout these proceedings, a certain name has been repeatedly mentioned, paulit-ulit na nabanggit, si Colonel La Chica. Kilala niyo siya, tama?
Yes, I know him. He's the
Okay.
group commander for BPSPG.
You mentioned group commander of the SPG, but you will confirm, Mr. Ortonio, kukumpirmahin nyo na noong Agosto 22, 2022, hindi pa naitatalaga si Colonel La Chica bilang security officer ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct. He started September.
Okay. Yes, in fact, he started only on September 1, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, based on documents.
Okay. Let us now go to the September 16, 2022 letter. Yan ang nagpapatunay, Mr. Ortonio, na si Mr. La Chica or si Colonel La Chica ay noon lamang September 16 itinalaga bilang commander ng VP-SPG. Tama ba?
Yes, that's... Wait, di masyado clear po.
Your Honor, may we request our assisting counsel in the tech booth to kindly enlarge.
Granted, so instructed.
Copies of the documents being flashed on the screen.
Sir, what's the question again, ma'am?
Etong sa letter na ito, pinapatotohanan nito na si Colonel La Chica ay inappoint lamang o itinalaga lamang bilang commander ng VP-SPG noon lamang September 16, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, Ma'am, I think the memorandum is the designation of Colonel La Chica
Sorry,
as
security officer.
security
Yes,
officer.
security officer.
As security officer, based on the document. Yes.
Now, balik tayo dun sa letter dated August 22, 2022. Dito sa letter na to, you will confirm that the OVP requested 4 items. 1, augmentation of financial assistance and subsidy. 2, augmentation of special duty allowance. 3, additional 192 co-terminus and contractual positions. And 4, confidential funds. Tama ba?
Correct, for the 4 items.
And you will also confirm that at the time this document was sent to the DBM, nung ihinihanda ang liham na ito at pinadala sa DBM, na iplano na ng OVP ang mga aktibidad nito para sa nalalabing bahagi ng 2022. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That's correct. Sa katunayan, para sa unang 3 kahilingan, nakapagbigay na ang OVP ng basihan ng mga hiling na halaga. Nakalagay dito ang computation kung paano nakuha ang halagang hinihiling. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That is for the first 3 requests, the augmentation of financial assistance and subsidy, augmentation of special duty allowance, and additional 192 co-terminus and contractual positions. And dahil rin, na-plot out niya na yung mga activities, programs, and plans ng OVP ng time na yan, nakapaglakip na rin kayo ng supporting documents for the first 3 requests. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
Pati
correct.
yung projections, mga relevant projections for these 3 requests.
That's correct.
But, Mr. Ortonio, kinukumpirma mo rin na for the OVP's request for confidential funds, in this letter, walang computation na binigay. Tama ba?
There
For
was...
that, let's limit the answer to the letter. In that letter, no computation was provided. Tama ba?
That's correct. No
There was
computation.
also no projection provided in the same letter. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, there was no physical and financial plan attached to the letter.
For this letter request,
Yes,
none.
none. In fact, there was no attachment supporting the OVP's request for confidential funds. Correct?
There were no attachments, ma'am.
Yes, there were no attachments in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama? Okay.
Mr. Antonio? Yeah, what's your response?
Yes, that's correct. No attachments, ma'am.
And tama rin bang sabihin na ultimately, ang nag-decide kung magkano ang hihilingin na confidential funds from the DBM ay si Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, the determination
Yes.
for the amount
Thank you,
is
Mr. Artoño.
in the discretion of the Vice President.
Yes, thank you. Now, going back to the letter, dahil wala kayong binigay na computation, projection, or supporting documents, ang tanging nilagay lamang ninyo sa request ay ang explanation kung bakit kayo humihingi ng request. Tama ba?
That's
Yes,
correct.
That's correct. And the explanation and the justification that you gave was, and I quote, for and in consideration of the safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagements and functional representation in international and domestic events as instructed by the Vice President. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, as instructed by
The
the
Vice
President.
As instructed by the President. Okay. In that same letter, you also stated, and I quote, you committed to formulate programs, projects, and activities relevant to national security and peace and order, and is devoted to implement said PPAs with proper security and safety protocols for the benefit of the institution through the OVP satellite offices, its partner stakeholders, and the general public, end of quote. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So at this point,
With
Mr. Antonio, tama
with the
ba?
permission of council, can you ask your guy in the tech booth to kindly, whenever you refer to a portion of the letter, to zoom it in so that it's readable on the part of the senator judges, because we really cannot read any part of it. Better. Thank you. You may proceed, council.
So tama ba, Mr. Antonio, na sabihin na nang pinadala ninyo ang sulat na ito, ang OVP, wala pang programs, projects, and activities na na-identify relevant to national security and peace and order? Tama ba? Dahil sabi dito sa letter, you just commit to formulate programs, projects, and activities relevant to national security and peace and order. So at that point, wala pa. Tama ba?
Based on the letter, ma'am,
yes.
there is a commitment to submit the
Yes.
plans and programs.
No, Mr. Antonio, walang sinasabi dito na you commit to submit plans and programs. Ang sinasabi dito,
To formulate.
programs, projects, and activities. Tama.
Correct.
And this is despite the fact na kanina inamin mo na nung pinadala nyo yung letter na to, more or less, na-identify nyo na yung mga plans, projects, and activities of the OVP for the remainder of 2022. Tama ba?
For
Yes.
the
Yes.
for the plans and
Please
programs.
just answer the question.
Your Honor, please. The witness is answering the question.
Yes,
Your Honor, the
council,
if
council
I
let
may,
the
Your
witness answer. He was in the process of answering it. Let's see if it is responsive or not. It can be stricken off if it's not.
In
Yes,
the
Mr. Antonio.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the context of the plans and programs of the office, there has already been plans already at the beginning of the term of the Vice President in July of 2022. That's why we were able to implement already several programs and projects that we will be implementing for the rest of the year and for the rest of the term.
Just to clarify, with respect to those plans, programs, and activities relating to national security and peace and order, ito yung ifo-formulate nyo pa lang when you sent out this letter because that is what stated in the letter. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That's correct. And you will also confirm na wala nang ibang letter request for confidential funds in August 2022.
None.
And dahil wala pang plans and physical and financial plan na nakalakip dun sa letter nyo ng August 22, 2022, sumulat sa OVP ang DBM requesting your office to submit this physical and financial plan in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And the Vice President instructed you, inutusan ka o inatasan ka ng Vice President na sumagot sa letter na ito ng DBM dated September 15, 2022. I'm referring to Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-B.
Yes, we are in receipt of this communication.
At ikaw ang inatasan ng Vice President na sumagot sa letter na yan. Tama ba?
As part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff, I regularly respond to communication addressed to the office.
Okay. But the Vice President knew very well that it was you who was responding to that letter of the DBM, correct?
Yes, because as
Okay.
part of my
Yes.
duties. po.
And hindi niya naman inassign o inata sa iba. Nang nalaman niya na ikaw ang sasagot, hinayaan ka niya at hindi niya sinabing iba na lang ang sumagot. Tama ba?
Ma'am, for regular communications within the office, it is the Assistant Chief of Staff who signs the documents corresponding to other agencies. So
Okay.
it's already inherent to the function as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Yes, Mr. Ortonio. But that is ultimately subject to the decision and discretion of the Vice President. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So, dahil yan ay subject sa discretion ng Vice President, anytime the Vice President can revoke that authority. Tama ba?
Yes.
Now, following that instruction, you wrote a letter to DBM dated September 19, 2022. Tama ba? I'm referring to Prosecution Exhibit P-I-4-C.
While you're showing the witness, Attorney May, the August 22, 2022 letter, what's the exhibit marking of that document, if any? For the record.
Sorry, Your Honor. P-I-4-A.
P-I-4-A. Thank you. Witness may answer pertaining to the September 19, 2022 letter, if you're aware of it.
Yes, I signed this transmittal letter to the DBM.
And in that letter, tinukoy ninyo ang Joint Circular 2015-01. Tama ba?
Yes.
So you must be familiar with that Joint Circular. Tama ba?
I'm familiar
Yes.
to a certain extent.
To a certain extent. At tiyak binasa at naunawaan nyo rin ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Because, Mr. Ortonio, you're an intelligent witness. You graduated with a bachelor's degree in arts in Ateneo de Davao University. Tama ba?
Communication arts.
Communication arts. You also have a master's in development program from the University of the Philippines.
Yes, development communication.
Development communication. And another master's of arts in psychology, is that correct? From
Yes.
Southville International School and Colleges.
That's correct.
And the diploma course from the Ateneo de Manila Center for Organization, Research and Development.
That's correct.
In fact, you worked as a professor, nagturo ka sa Ateneo de Davao University. Tama ba?
Yes, for 1 semester only.
Now, going back to the letter, in that same letter, ipinadala nyo sa DBM ang physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was the first time. Yan yung unang pagkakataon na nag-submit kayo ng physical and financial plan sa DBM in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, of course, bago nyo isinubmit ang kopya ng physical and financial plan na yan, I'm sure, tiningnan at binasa nyo at inintindi nyo yung physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes, I read the PFP.
Your Honor, we would like to confront a witness with a physical and financial plan dated, bearing the date September 16, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A. Annex A. So this is an attachment to Exhibit P-I-4-A as Annex A. Okay, Mr. Ortonio, dito sa box na may nakasulat, prepared by, may kasama ring petsa, September 16, 2022. Tama bang sabihin na itong September 16, 2022, ito yung date kung kailan na-prepare itong physical and financial plan?
Based on the document, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, nung nag-request kayo ng confidential fund in August 2022, wala pang nape-prepare na physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes.
And this physical and financial plan was also approved only on September 16, 2022, as shown by the box bearing that date with the printed words approved by. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document.
Based on the
yes.
document. At dyan sa box na may nakasulat na approved by, may pirma ulit. Above the printed name, Sara Duterte. Yan ay pirma ng Vice President. Siya mismo ang pumirma niyan. Tama ba?
Yes, that's her signature, ma'am.
At dahil walang naka-countersign katabi ng kanyang signature, tama ba na yung dokumento na yan went straight to her without yourself or anyone reviewing that for her? Tama ba?
I can just personally say, ma'am, that the document, ma'am, did not pass through my office.
Okay.
Before you continue, counsel, the court noticed that the signature of the Vice President in this document appears to be different from the signature in the August 22 document. So the Vice President has at least 2 signatures so far. Can you confirm that both are her signatures?
Yes, I can confirm, sir, Your Honor, that both are the signatures of the Vice President.
You can confirm likewise that they appear to be different, though.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your witness, counsel.
So you confirm, Mr. Ortonio, that this physical and financial plan was approved matapos ang 25 days from your request of confidential funds to the DBM. Tama ba?
Sorry, can you repeat again the question, ma'am?
The physical and financial plan that was prepared 20 days after you requested confidential funds from the DBM.
I believe, ma'am, parang less than 20 days, ma'am, because the request was in August 2022, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. Correct. Yes.
And dahil nabanggit mo yung now, the physical and financial plan indicated the supposed PPAs for which the confidential fund was allotted. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct, based on the document.
At ang nakasaad dito ay good governance program. Tama ba?
Yes,
There
that's
was
correct.
no itemization of the programs and activities that will be funded by the requested confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, based on the document
Yes.
presented.
And you will confirm that this good governance program, it's not just one particular program of the OVP. Tama ba?
Yes.
It is in fact, kukumpirmahin nyo na itong good governance program, ito ay umbrella program or umbrella brand ng flagship activities ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
under that good governance program, merong mga particular na plans, programs, and activities. Tama ba?
Yes.
Kasama dito yung medical assistance, burial assistance, libreng sakay, mga satellite offices. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Subalit, wala nitong mga particular na activities na ito na isinaad sa physical and financial plan na inyong sinabit. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the submitted PFP.
You will also confirm na itong flagship program na good governance program, ito ay pinupondohan na ng regular budget ng OVP sa ilalim ng General Appropriations Act. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. Sa katunayan, sa 2022 GAA, may line item na 621.6 million na mismong para sa good governance engagements and social service projects. Tama ba?
Again, hindi ko lang po makita yung...
Maybe kindly request the tech booth to enlarge the image being flashed on the screen.
Yes, correct. 621 million.
Kanina, binasa ninyo na sa liham ng August 22, additional items na to. Tama ba? Natira na lamang yung good governance program.
Based on the document, ma'am, that was submitted.
At ang dahilan nito, you will confirm na itong dalawang programs nito, hindi to allowed under the joint circular that you cited in your September 19, 2022 letter. Tama ba?
As to the specifics of for these two items, ma'am, I cannot answer.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, punta naman tayo sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan. You will confirm na bilang Assistant Secretary at Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP, pamilyar din kayo dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan.
I was able to see it, ma'am.
Yes. In fact, isa sa mga signatories dito sa Fiscal and Financial Plan na ito ay si Ms. Rosalyn Sanchez. Tama ba? Again, may we request the tech booth to enlarge the document being flashed on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
At si Ms. Rosalyn Sanchez, siya naman ang director ng AFSO.
Yes.
Nasabi mo, nagre-report din sa'yo. Tama ba?
Directly to me,
Okay.
yes.
Going back to that Fiscal and Financial Plan, you will confirm that the expected outcome, fiscal targets, budget for the 4 quarters of 2023 na sinulat dito are just verbatim reproductions of the expected outcome, fiscal targets, and budget in the 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plans. In short, yung expected outcome, fiscal targets, at budget para sa 4 na quarter na nakasaad dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan, salitang kinopya ang expected outcome, fiscal targets, at budget sa 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plans. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, it
Yes.
has the same.
Activities and projects. Dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan ang nakasaad na PPA ay Socio-Economic Program and Delivery. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
But you will
correct.
also confirm that like the good governance program, yung socio-economic program delivery, hindi rin ito isang partikular na programa. This is just an umbrella brand for the flagship programs of the OVP for 2023. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Sa ilalim niyan, merong mga particular din na programa, individual and particular projects. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ngunit wala kahit anuman dito sa mga particular programs na ito ang isinaad nyo o nilagay nyo sa Fiscal and Financial Plan of 2023. Tama ba?
Based on the documents that's presented.
Yes. At tulad ng 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan, etong 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan ay personal ding inaprubahan ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, it has the signature of the Vice President.
And again, dahil walang counter-signature sa katabi ng kanyang pangalan, tama rin bang sabihin na hindi rin ito dumaan sa inyong opisina?
No, it did not pass through my office.
But generally, Mr. Ortonio, dahil kayo nga yung nangangasiwa or nag-exercise ng general supervision over the SMO as well as the AFSO, generally, walang documents ng OVP na hindi dumadaan sa office niya. Tama ba?
Generally po, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, now pumunta na tayo sa disbursement vouchers. Okay, Mr. Ortonio, dahil ikaw ay naging kawanina ng gobyerno for almost 2 decades, you would know na walang pondo ng publiko or pera ng bayan ang maaaring bayaran maliban kung suportado ng disbursement voucher. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang voucher, in short, ang voucher ang unang pinoproseso bago maaaring gumuhit ng anumang cheque involving public funds. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Ortonio, I am showing you 4 disbursement vouchers, which are Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-10-A, P-I-10-B, P-I-10-C, P-I-10-D. You are familiar with these disbursement vouchers, correct? Familiar ka sa mga disbursement vouchers na to?
Yes, I am.
In fact, nakapirma ka sa lahat ng disbursement vouchers na yan. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the authorization of our office order.
At ang inyong pangalan ay nakapatong at nakalimbag sa salitang agency head or authorized representative. Tama ba? Ang agency head na tinutukoy dito ay walang iba kundi si Vice President Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang ibig sabihin nito, lumalagda ka sa bisa ng otoridad or on the strength of the authority that you were given by the Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, based on an office order.
Yes. At ultimately, ang otoridad na yan na lumagda bilang kanyang kinatawan or authorized representative ay nagmula mismo sa Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ngayon, ang inyong lagda ay nasa loob ng kahong approved for payment. You will confirm, ang ibig sabihin nito na ang paglagda ninyo or sa paglagda ninyo, inaprubahan ninyo ang pagbayad or pag-withdraw ng confidential funds para sa 2022 at 2023. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At dahil lumagda kayo bilang authorized representative ng Vice President, ang pag-aproba mong iyon ay ibinigay din sa bisa ng otoridad ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, based po sa isang office order.
So in short, it is as if it was the Vice President herself who was giving that approval to release those funds referred to in those disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
As authorized po.
As authorized, yes. So, in short, Vice President nga, in short, Vice President approved the release of those. Effectively, the Vice President approved the release of the funds referred to in those disbursement vouchers.
Your Honor,
Tama ba?
Your Honor, please, asked and answered already. As
Your Honor,
authorized.
the reason I have to make a follow-up question is that the answer of this witness was not responsive. I was asking whether it meant effectively that the Vice President herself approved the release of the funds referred to in that disbursement voucher. But the answer of the respondent was that it was authorized by her. So I want a categorical statement, Your Honor, from this witness.
I'll allow it in the meantime, counsel. Witness may answer.
Yes po, as authorized po. Yes.
Kung gayon, or in other words, kung wala ang pag-aproba ng Vice President sa mga disbursement vouchers na to, wala ring confidential funds sanang mailalabas. Tama ba?
Sorry again,
Kung
can you
walang-
repeat the question po?
Kung walang approval ng Vice President sa mga disbursement vouchers na to, wala ring confidential funds na mailalabas dahil ang funds or ang pondong pinapatukoy yan dito ay ang confidential funds for 2022 and 2023. Tama ba?
If there is no approval po, there is no release
No
of
release.
funds.
Okay, thank you.
With the indulgence of counsel, Mr. Ortonio, yung approved for payment ng pinirmahan nyo is in item or letter D.
Yes.
Do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Yung letter A, certified expense cash advance necessary, lawful, and incurred under my direct supervision is signed by the Vice President.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
What does that mean?
It means that it is being,
Anong ibig sabihin ng pagpirma ng Vice President dyan sa box na yan?
the Vice President certifies that the funds is made under her supervision.
And hindi ka pipirma, ano ba to? Sequence ba to? A, B, C, D? Pag
Yes.
walang pirma si A, walang pirma si B, hindi mo na pipirma si C, hindi ka pipirma.
Yes, that's correct. It's
So
in
ikaw yung
sequence.
huling-huling pumirma
Yes, that's
sa
correct.
dokumentong ito ng disbursement voucher.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed, counsel.
Okay, let us now go to the 4 checks. Okay, ang bawat isa sa 4 na disbursement vouchers na iyong inaprubahan, which you identified earlier, ito ay nagresulta sa pagguhit ng katumbas na cheque ng Land Bank. Tama ba? It resulted in the drawing of 4 Land Bank checks corresponding to the funds referred to in the disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
I am showing you the 4 checks, which are Prosecution's Exhibit P-28-A, P-I-28-B, P-I-28-C, P-I-28-B. B. You are familiar with these checks. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, I'm familiar with the checks being presented.
In fact, yung pirma mo, makikita dyan sa mga cheque niyan. Ikaw ay pumirma sa 4 na cheque. Tama ba?
Yes, as part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
In fact, merong office order na nagtatalaga sa iyo bilang signatory para sa mga cheque na may halagang more than 1 million pesos. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At ang order na yon ay nanggaling din kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, the office order was signed by the Vice President.
Signed by her and thus approved by her. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ngayon, you will confirm na kasama ka sa pag-encash ng mga checking ito. Tama ba?
Yes, I can confirm.
In fact, ikaw lang ang kasama ni Ms. Gina Acosta nang i-encash mismo ito sa Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch. Tama ba?
Yes, when she requested me to accompany her.
So you must be familiar with the Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch.
Yes.
At ito, Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch ay matatagpuan sa Beacon Plaza, Shaw Boulevard, kanto ng the encashment itself.
I would assume, ma'am, na
Alam.
Ms. Gina has informed the Vice President yung pag-encash niya. But as to if
Of course.
I'm accompanying
Yes.
her, I'm not sure, ma'am.
Okay. But the withdrawal and the encashment was within the knowledge of the Vice President. Because in fact,
Asked
you
and
know,
answered, Your Honor.
this is a different question now, Your Honor.
Finish your question, counsel.
In fact, Mr. Antonio, you will confirm that lahat ng nangyayari patungkol sa confidential funds, nire-report ito sa Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
Again,
Vague, Your Honor.
How is
Objection.
that vague, Your Honor?
Kindly reform and be more specific, counsel. Are you just asking about the fact that Mr. Ortonio accompanied Gina on all 4 occasions? Kung alam ng BCN?
No, Your Honor, I'm referring to all matters pertaining to the confidential funds.
Vague,
These
Your Honor.
are reported to the Vice President and reported to and or instructed by the Vice President.
Then that would be vague, counsel. Kindly be more specific. Kasi dininay niya na kanina kung he said he doesn't know if the Vice President knew that he would accompany Gina. Kindly be more specific. You can ask the witness. He's intelligent enough. Ask him specific questions, counsel.
I will park that for now, Your Honor. I will
You
go
can
back
move
to
on
that.
then.
Okay. Now let's go to the audit observation memoranda, Mr. Antonio. You will confirm that you are familiar with this audit observation memoranda. I'm referring to prosecution's exhibit P-I-12-B, P-I-12-A, P-I-12-E, P-I-12-I.
Yes, I'm familiar with the document, ma'am.
Okay.
For the record, witness was confronted with the 3 documents.
Okay. Mr. Artonio, you are familiar with this audit observation memoranda dahil ikaw ay binigyan ng kopya ng mga ito. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. I
In
received
fact-
on behalf of the Vice President.
You've received it on behalf of the Vice President. In fact, lumagda ka dyan bilang patunay ng iyong pagtanggap sa mga audit observation memoranda na iyong tinitingnan ngayon. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At kayo rin ang inatasang sumagot ng audit observation na memoranda na yan ng Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
Yes, I was given instructions to prepare the draft for the reply.
Okay, given instructions by the Vice President herself. Tama ba?
Yes.
And is it also correct to say na bago kayo tumugon sa mga audit observation memoranda na yan, sinuri at pinag-aralan din ninyo ang mga liquidation report na kalakip dito?
I consulted with the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer on the information that will be included in the reply.
So you also studied, you also checked, reviewed those liquidation reports that were attached to the, that were referred to in that audit observation memoranda. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I only consulted the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer on the information that will be included in the reply.
So you are saying, hindi mo nakita ang liquidation report, umasa ka lamang sa kung anong nireport sa inyo ng Special Disbursing Officer at ng Security Officer?
Yes, I got the information from them, ma'am.
Okay. How about the certification and accomplishment reports? Of course, you saw these documents because in fact, you would be referring later to these documents in your reply to the audit observation memoranda. Tama ba?
I was able to see the reports, ma'am, but I did not anymore go into details, ma'am. And then that was made as an attachment to the replies.
Okay. Just a clarification. Yung sa liquidation report, you also saw those liquidation reports. Tama ba?
At the time, ma'am, I was able to see the liquidation reports,
Okay.
ma'am.
Since you saw those liquidation reports, you must have also seen that in those liquidation reports, personal din na nilagdaan ng Vice Presidente ang mga liquidation reports na yun. Tama ba?
Your Honor, the question is vague. Counsel should refer to the particular report, Your Honor.
Kindly show the document, the liquidation
Honor.
reports you're referring to, counsel, so that the witness may be able to look at it.
Your Honor, I am referring to...
The 4 liquidation reports, I presume.
Yes, Your Honor. I am referring to prosecution's exhibits P-I-9-A to P-I-9-D.
At the time, ma'am, I was able to just see it, ma'am, physically, but I was not able to review it, ma'am.
Okay, but you will confirm that those liquidation reports all were signed by the Vice President, correct?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am, it has the signature of the Vice President.
Let's go to the certifications attached to the liquidation reports, which are prosecution's exhibit P-I-6-A to P-I-6-D again. Can you please kindly refer to the certification? In the meantime, Your Honor, I will just park that question for now and go to the next question. So let's go to the accomplishment reports, Mr. Ortonio. Since you mentioned, you also see these documents, you will also confirm na itong mga accomplishment reports na ito, lahat inaprubahan din ng Vice Presidente. I'm referring to Exhibits P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-D.
Kindly show the witness, counsel. Assisting counsel may approach.
I was able to see, ma'am, but I did not scrutinize anymore, ma'am.
Did not scrutinize. But you will confirm that the signature of the Vice President appear in those documents, since earlier you admitted na familiar ka sa signature ng Vice President.
Yes.
Kanina, nabanggit mo, if you can just backtrack a bit, kanina nabanggit mo na nakipag-coordinate ka sa security officer at sa special disbursing officer.
Yes.
Tama rin ba na sabihin na nag-coordinate ka with them upon the instructions of the Vice President? Tama ba?
Yes, there was an instruction to coordinate so that we can properly reply to the AOM.
Okay. Let us go back to liquidation report number 2022-12-152, which is prosecution's exhibit P-I-9-A. And you will confirm that based on this document, ang buong 125 million na confidential funds ay lubusang naubos pagsapit ng December 31, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am, based on the liquidation report.
And since in-encash nyo ang mga cheque or ang cheque pertaining to this fund, confidential fund, noon lamang December 20, 2022, tama bang sabihin na yung pondo ay na-disburse sa loob lamang ng 11 days? Tama ba?
That, ma'am, I cannot
Based on this document.
If you base on the document, there's a liquidation of the cash advance for the period of December 21 to 31.
And that would be 10 days.
If you base it here, ma'am, that's December 21 to 31.
Yes. Okay. So a good 10 days.
Your Honor, please. The document speaks for itself.
Your Honor, I believe counsel is referring to the original documents rule. Unfortunately for her, Your Honor, that's an improper invocation of the original documents rule. The original documents rule does not bar questions relating to the document. What it simply prohibits is the substitution of the testimony of the witness for the document without producing the original of said document. Your Honor, the original of this document was presented to this honorable court as early as the pre-trial conference of this case, Your Honor.
We will allow it subject to the parameters that they cannot change what's contained in the document, but he may be
Your Honor.
questioned with respect to his understanding and appreciation of the document. Yes,
Your Honor,
Attorney
quick
Christine?
reply, because the witness was asked to interpret the document, Your Honor, and the contents of the document.
I wasn't asking, Your Honor. It's by simple arithmetic,
No,
Your Honor.
she was referring to the contents of the
With all due
document.
respect, Your Honor, if I can just make a brief reply to the manifestation, Your Honor.
Yes,
wasn't ask-
counsel, briefly.
Yes, I wasn't asking, Your Honor, this witness to interpret the document by simple arithmetic, Your Honor. This witness can easily come up with a number of days within which, and just by looking at the document, this witness can easily come up and say the number of days within which the 125 million was spent and disbursed, Your Honor.
As long as the document is not going to be changed, I will allow it. Witness, if you know, again, you are well educated to be able to answer the simple question. If you know.
will again, Mr. Ortonio, you will confirm that the funds referred to in that liquidation document was fully disbursed within a good 10 days, because you said the disbursement covers the period December 21 to December 31, 2022. Tama ba?
Based on computation, ma'am, it's actually 11
Sorry,
days.
11 days.
Based on the computation and based on the document, ma'am, it's
11 days.
It will reflect 11 days.
Ito ay sa kabila ng fact na sa ilalim ng PFP, ang pondo ay para sa buong ika-4 na quarter ng 2022. Tama ba?
It's for the fourth quarter of
Of
2022.
And that fourth quarter of 2022 means October, November, the period October, November, December of 2022. Tama ba?
For fourth quarter, ma'am, that covers for October, November, and December.
Kaya, October, November, and December 2022. Yes.
Yes.
So it means, dahil it covers that period, October, November, December 2022, yung pondo ay spread out supposedly para sa activities na itinala noong October, November, and December 2022. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
That is an assumption, Your Honor. That's a conclusion of fact. The witness did not testify that it should be spread throughout the quarter, Your Honor, and speculative also.
May I just, Your Honor, make a counter manifestation and a reply to the comment made?
Yes, counsel. What's your reply?
I'm not assuming anything, Your Honor. Precisely, I am asking this witness to confirm. There's no assumption in that, Your Honor.
Counsel, but it has no basis. Counsel for respondent is correct. The witness did not say, neither was it contained in any letter of the Office of the Vice President, that it is for the entire quarter. Reform, Counsel.
With all due
You can get to what you want still. Kindly
With all due
reform.
respect, Your Honor, this witness has just admitted earlier that the funds was for the fourth quarter of 2022. He even mentioned that it is for October, November, for the period October, November, and December 2022.
Your Honor, I believe the court has already ruled on the matter, Your Honor.
Kindly reform, Counsel. You can get to what you want just as easily, Counsel.
Earlier, Mr. Ortonio, you mentioned na yung programs na nakalagay both in the 2022 and 2023 fiscal and financial plans, which are the good governance programs and the socio-economic programs, these are just umbrella programs. At sa ilalim nito, merong mga individual plans, programs, and activities ang OVP. Tama ba?
Yes.
And these plans, programs, and activities are spread out through the year. Tama ba?
If you base it on the PFP, there is an allocation.
I'm not referring to the PFP, just generally. Etong socio-economic programs, program delivery, and good governance program, ito ay naka-spread out through the entire year.
Yes,
Tama
for
ba?
implementation,
For implementation.
throughout the year.
Okay, so merong programa na nakaschedule for October, meron din for November, meron din for December. Tama ba?
Yes, there are schedules for the rollout of the activities.
Okay, tama. At dahil yung PFP or Fiscal Financial Plans, ang sinasabi lamang ay Socio-Economic Development Program at Good Governance Program, effectively, ang ibig sabihin nito, yung pondong nakatalaga doon, sa relevant quarter na yon ay nakatalaga para sa relevant programs, plans, and activities for each quarter.
Your Honor, please. Can the council show what particular PFP she's referring to, Your Honor?
Your Honor, may we request our assisting counsel to furnish
You may do
the
so.
witness with both PFPs, Your Honor, for the 2022 and 2023 PFP. So just for clarity, let's just go to
The
the
2022.
PFP for 2022.
Yes.
Okay. May nakalagay dyan sa PAP's Good Governance Program. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang sinasabi mo kanina, yung Good Governance Program na yan, hindi yan isang partikular na programa lamang. Merong mga flagship programs under that Good Governance Programs. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And for every month, for the remaining quarter of 2022, meaning October, November, and December, meron diyang mga nakatalang activities, plans, and programs falling under the Good Governance Programs. Tama ba?
Yes, under the Good Governance
Yes,
Program.
under the Good Governance Programs. At nakalagay din dyan na yung halagang 125 million ay para sa quarter 4 of 2022, meaning that is the period October, November, and December 2022. Tama ba?
This for the subject na confidential funds.
Yes, for the confidential funds. Yes. Tama rin bang sabihin na for, presumably, yung October, November, and December, merong mga activities for which the confidential funds would answer to,
Your Honor,
or would
please.
answer for. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Your Honor, she's asking for an opinion. We note that the witness is not even the one who prepared this PFP, Your Honor. And counsel also stated, presumably, Your Honor. So that's asking for an opinion.
Wait, if I may just...
With the indulgence of councils, so that we can get somewhere before we break for lunch. Mr. Ortonio, yung PAP po ninyo at yung request nyo sa confidential funds sa huling quarter ng 2022, ang plano nyo sana para sa buong huling quarter ng 2022?
Your Honor, if you will base, number one po, because I did not participate in the preparation of the PFP. So in terms of the details of the implementation for the confidential funds, I may not be able to properly
Hindi pa po
answer.
natin pinag-uusapan ng implementasyon. Pinag-uusapan po natin nung nag-submit kayo ng plano para manghingi ng confidential fund at ikaw yung pumirma nun para sa last quarter. Kaya lang, as we all know, late na na-release yung pera, hindi ba?
Yes, based on the PFPs, Your Honor, it's as indicated here, it's for October to December.
Yes, para sa last quarter nga ng 2022.
22.
Kailan na-release yung pera? Kailan mo winidraw? December 21?
The SARO was released December 30 and then the withdrawal was made December 20.
December 20. Tapos in-implement nyo hanggang December 31.
Based on the documents, Your Honor, the activities were implemented until December 21.
31.
31, sorry, until December 31.
Now, I'll go a step further, Counsel. Ba't ba kailangan madaliin yan? Hindi ba ang budget good for two years? As you very well know, given your position in the Office of the Vice President, the budget, the GAA, is good for 2 years anyway. So why was there a need to implement it within the year?
Because, Your Honor, the request was made for the specific year, which is 2022.
At dahil nga yung plano nyo is for the last quarter of 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your witness, Counsel?
Okay, just follow through, Your Honor,
Of
with the
course,
question made by the presiding officer. So just to clarify, dahil nakasaad dyan na yung confidential fund confidential funds of 125 million for 2022 is for the last quarter, meaning for October, November, and December. Nakalaan yan para sa activities under the good governance programs ng OVP for October, November, and December. Tama ba?
Yes, based on that.
Based on the
PNP.
document. Okay. Okay. At bilang supervising authority over the financial services ng OVP, alam din ninyo na ang notice of cash allocation na hindi nagamit pagsapit ng katapusan ng taon ay naglalapse. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ibig sabihin nito, ang anumang pondo na hindi nagamit at hindi nagastos o ang anumang balanse ng cash advance sa katapusan ng taon ay dapat isauli sa Treasury. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Kung gayon, kung hindi na-report o nagastos yung 125 million pagsapit ng December 31, 2022, bahagi o buo nito ay babalik sana sa Treasury. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Noong hearing sa CGGPA noong November 25, 2024, inamin mo na ikaw ay pinagkakatiwalaan ng Vice Presidente sa mga sensitive and confidential information. Tama ba? Naalala mo?
I cannot specifically remember if I said those words po in verbatim.
Okay. We are furnishing you a copy of the transcript of stenographic notes of the CGGPA hearing dated November 25, 2024, specifically page 208, which is also flashed on the screen. Sinabi mo, and I quote, sa mga sensitibong bagay, end of quote.
What's your question, Counsel?
Do you confirm that, Mr. Ortonio?
I think the context for this, ma'am, is because the previous
Sorry.
question was...
Excuse me, Mr. Ortonio, I need to cut you because...
Witness is answering.
That's why I was
the
asking,
question
what
is
was
not
your
responsive.
question? Because I also did not get the question. Kindly repeat your question,
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel.
I was
Attorney May.
asking the witness whether or not he admitted during that hearing that the Vice President would entrust to him or would share with him mga sensitibong bagay.
Yes, ma'am, but that is in the context of the previous question that my position is of trust and
Yes.
confidence.
Yes, correct.
And although I said po na on sensitive matters, of course, it is never absolute that all sensitive matters can be disclosed.
Okay, we understand that, Mr. Ortonio. Okay, nung between December 20 and December 31, meron ba kayong narinig na threat of cataclysmic proportion? Ibig sabihin, meron ba kayong narinig na banta na masyadong mapaminsala na kailangan supuin sa loob lamang ng 11 days? Noong December 20 to December 31, 2022.
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
Question is vague, Your Honor, and no basis also.
How can that be vague, Your Honor?
I presume it's threat against the Vice President. May alam po ba kayo na anong salita ulit yung ginamit mga attorney? May
Threat of
mapaminsala?
cataclysmic proportion or banta na masyadong mapaminsala.
Bantang mapaminsala. Kakaibang banta laban kay sa ikalawang Pangulo. Nung mga panahong yon na malapit sa petsang December 21 to 31. If you know of any.
Your Honor, I personally don't know of any information.
By the way, just again to backtrack a bit, Mr. Ortonio, when you requested confidential funds in 2022, kung alam ninyo, yung OVP po ba, meron ng mga natukoy na banta laban sa Vice President nung panahong yon?
Ma'am, I cannot personally answer. Maybe that's a question that can be answered by the security group.
But as far as you're concerned, are you aware of any identified threats against the Vice President or the office during that time?
If he knows, Counsel, Attorney Christine, if he knows, if he does not, he may answer accordingly.
I personally do not
You
know of
personally
any.
do not know. And before you requested confidential funds from the DBM, would you know if the Office of the Vice President coordinated with any law enforcement agency for possible threats against the Vice President or the office? Would you know?
In relation to possible threats to the Vice President, I would not have any information.
You would
or-
not have any information. Ibig sabihin mo ba, itong mga threats na to, hindi to kasama sa mga supervise mo na internal affairs or mga programa ng or internal affairs ng Office of the Vice President. Dahil sinabi mo, ikaw nagsusupervise ng 2 opisina who in turn or that in turn oversees or monitors matters relating to the OVP.
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Ask and answered and complex, Your Honor, and also argumentative.
It's a bit compound, Counsel. Reform a bit, Counsel. The question is long as well. The witness might not be able to respond adequately. Break it up a bit, Counsel.
So, Mr. Ortonio, you mentioned earlier that you are not aware of any coordination efforts with law enforcement agency at the time that you requested funds from the DBM. Tama ba?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, please. The question is misleading. The witness said no information as to the supposed threats against the Vice President.
Witness has already answered, Counsel. Proceed, Attorney Main.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So, nasabi mo wala kang alam na coordination efforts. Ang sinasabi mo pa, itong mga coordination efforts na to, hindi to sakop ng overseeing and supervising functions mo as Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff of the OVP.
In relation to security matters, ma'am, no, that is not part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Okay. Thank you. Now, pumunta na tayo sa accomplishment reports na sinabi mo kanina ay nakita mo. In connection with your preparation of the responses to the audit observation memorandum. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes, you mentioned that. I am referring to Prosecution's Exhibits P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-D. These are the accomplishment reports that you admitted seeing.
Yes, I was able to see them po.
Okay. Let's first go to the first 3 accomplishment reports, which are P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-C. You confirm that? Do you see that before you?
Yes.
Okay. Etong 3 reports na to, ang bawat report ay naglilista ng pare-parehong 6 na kategorya sa pare-parehong pagkakasunod-sunod. Tama ba?
Yes.
You have purchase of information, payment of reward, rental and maintenance of safe houses, purchase of supplies, medical and food aid, and incentives or traveling. Tama ba? That order.
Yes.
All 3 accomplishment reports.
Yes.
Sa bawat quarter, ang mga halagang iyon ay eksaktong nagkakabuo ng 125 million. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, presented, yes.
And you will also confirm na sa bawat isa sa mga quarter na iyon, walang halagang na isauli. Tama ba?
Based on the liquidation report, ma'am,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, sa 2022 report, ang safe house rental and maintenance, ang halaga ay 16 million pesos. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the report.
Document. Ganon din sa first quarter ng 2023. 16 million din ang halaga ng house rental and maintenance, safe house rental and maintenance. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
At ganon din sa second quarter ng 2023. 16 million para sa safe house rental and maintenance. Eksaktong 16 million pesos.
Yes, ma'am.
And you will also confirm, as you've already confirmed earlier, na ang 2022 report, ang saklaw na period nito ay 11 days. Tama ba?
From December 21 to 31.
Samantalang, ang sakop naman na period ng first quarter, ng February 6, ng first quarter report ay February 6 to March 29, 2023. So that's 52 days. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am.
And the second quarter naman, ang saklaw na period nito ay April 25 to June 30 or 67 days. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document.
Gayunpaman, magkakapareho ang alaga ng safe house rental at maintenance sa tatlong reports na yan. Tama ba?
Yes,
report.
based on the report.
So in short, 16 million pesos para sa safe house, para sa 11 araw, para sa 52 days, at para sa 67 days. Pare-parehong 16 million ang halaga.
Based on the document, ma'am.
Yes. The same is true, Mr. Tonyo, for incentives and traveling. Yung line item na yan na makikita sa accomplishment report. Tama ba? It's the same 10 million pesos for all those 3 quarters.
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
And you will also confirm that based on that document, based on those documents, for the 2022 report, it covers or it claimed to have covered 132 areas in 11 days. Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am, for 20.
2022, the first report. Yung
Yes,
nakalagay
ma'am.
na area. It's 132
132
areas for 11 days. So first quarter naman of 2023, it claims 127 areas in 52 days.
Yes, based on the report, ma'am.
And for the second quarter, it's 111 areas in 67 days. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the report, ma'am.
Based on the report. And for the third quarter, it's 122 areas in 79 days, correct?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
So ibig sabihin nito, yung shortest period pa, ang pinakamaikling panahon, ang nagbunga ng pinakamaraming lugar, which is 132 days. Tama ba? Based on the document.
Based on the document,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes.
Pero, yung halaga ay hindi nagbago. It remained 10 million pesos. Tama ba?
Your Honor,
Based on the
please.
document.
Yes, Counsel.
Argumentative, Your Honor, ang mahalaga hindi nagbago na 10 million pesos.
Your Honor, the counsel may have misheard what I said. I was referring to halaga, Your Honor. And in any event, Your Honor, it's not argumentative. I am eliciting a matter of fact from this witness.
Witness may answer, Counsel. We're a few minutes before lunch, Attorney Christine.
Based on the document presented, ma'am.
The
That's
amount
how
did
it
not
seems.
change.
That's how it
Remain.
Yes.
10 million pesos, regardless of the number of areas covered.
Yes, based on the document.
You will also confirm from those documents that for the first 3 reports, meaning the 2022 report and the reports for the first 2 quarters of 2023, may line item or provision for medical and food aid. Correct?
Yes.
Na nagkakahalaga ng 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million respectively. Tama ba?
Yes.
Etong mga accomplishment reports, you will agree and you will admit na ito ay isinumite sa COA bago pa nakatanggap ang OVP ng Audit Observation Memorandum. Tama ba?
If based on the submission dates, ma'am, yes.
Yes. And you will also confirm that the OVP received the first memorandum, which is Audit Observation Memorandum number 2023-213, only on October 4, 2023. Tama ba?
Yes.
And 5 days later, kayo naman ang OVP nag-submit ng last report for the third quarter of 2023, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-7-D, which is already before you, Mr. Tonyo. Tama ba?
The third quarter
Yes.
accomplishment report.
Yes, you submitted that on October 9, 2023.
October 9, based on the submitted report.
Okay, so that was 5 days after you received the first audit observation memoranda from
Yes.
the COA. Tama. And if you will check and if you will confirm, dyan sa last na accomplishment report na yan, wala na yung line item for medical and food aid. Tama ba?
Yes.
Pero, ang kabuuan pa rin ng fund ay 125 million pesos. Yung kabuuan ng confidential fund na nagastos ay ganun pa rin, 125 million pesos.
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
Yung dating 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million na amount, hinati-hati to sa iba't ibang line item. Tama ba? Merong nilagay sa provision ng rewards. Tama ba?
Your Honor,
Ma'am.
please.
Counsel?
Witness is incompetent to testify on that because he did not prepare the accomplishment report.
If he knows, counsel, based on the documents, if he knows ko, alam niyo po, Mr. Ortonio, maaari niyo pong sagutin. Kung hindi
Thank
niyo rin
you, Your
alam,
Honor.
sabihin niyo hindi niyo alam.
I would not know, ma'am, if hinati-hati, ma'am, because I did not prepare the document.
But you would confirm na kahit na wala yung line item na yon na supposedly 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million, the amount stayed 125 million.
Your Honor,
Correct?
Your Honor, please.
So,
Same ruling, same objection.
Asked and answered already.
Same ruling, same objection. Please continue, counsel. Move on. And by the way, Attorney May, choose the best time when you want to pause para hindi ka bitin sa direct examination mo. Not to exceed 12:15 so that we can all go on a lunch break. But you choose the best time when you want to pause. Until 12:15, counsel. Or before that time.
yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed, counsel.
So there was a question left hanging, Your Honor. I was asking the
Yes.
witness, since nawala yung light item na medical and food aid, subalit naging pareho pa rin ang amount, ang total halaga, which is 125 million, yung corresponding amount of 40, 42 million, 40 million for the medical food aid, that must have been assigned to other line items, correct?
I cannot confirm on that, ma'am.
But you do confirm the total is still the same.
I can confirm, sir, that based on the document, the total amount is still the same. But
And
as to
that
the
they're all the same, Mr. Ortonio.
Yes.
For the last quarter of 2022 and the first 3 quarters of 2023, they're all 125.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Move on, counsel.
And you will also confirm, if you would compare those 4 accomplishment reports, for the first time in the accomplishment report for the third quarter of 2023, lumabas ang sa unang pagkakataon, ang bawat item ay inilarawan bilang kaugnayan sa areas of engagement of the Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am.
Yung phrase na areas of engagement of the Office of the Vice President, makikita mo lamang yan for the first time in the third accomplishment report. Tama ba? Sorry, fourth accomplishment report referring to the third quarter of 2023
Areas of engagement.
of the Office of the Vice President.
Sorry, ma'am. Okay, for item D. Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
Your Honor, we can rest for now, Your Honor, and have our lunch
It's a
break.
good point to pause, Counsel, and continue with your direct examination when we reconvene after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We shall go on a lunch recess and shall reconvene at 12:45 per the suggestion of the Senate President. We are on recess until 12:45. Kindly situate Mr. Ortonio in the witness stand. Ginoong Ortonio, patuloy po kayong tetestigo sa ilalim ng parehong sinumpaan ninyo kaninang umaga. Naunawaan niyo po yan?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Nakakain na po kayo.
Hindi pa po.
Bakit di ka kumain?
Later na lang po.
May ganun. IF. Anyway, Attorney May, your witness. You may continue with your direct examination when you're ready.
Your Honor,
Likewise,
Sorry.
yes, Attorney Christine, you want to say
Your Honor,
something?
please, yes. Just a quick manifestation, Your
Yes, Attorney May.
Honor. We note that the witness has been interpreting documents, Your Honor, which he did not participate in the drafting and preparation of. So, we don't dispute the contents of those documents, Your Honor. In fact, we can stipulate on the amounts. We already stipulated actually on the amounts, on the signature, Your Honor. So, may we inquire if that's the line of questioning that the counsel would follow? Because if the questioning would refer to the amounts, to the number of days, etc., just to abbreviate the proceedings, we can stipulate on those, Your Honor.
I think in relation to her offer, counsel, which you will not, I'm sure, be willing to stipulate, counsel for the prosecution wants to establish that, as she stated in her offer, that the explanations for the expenses in relation to confidential funds, she used the word sham, that they were prepared before, they even requested for it, and that it's almost all the same, involving the same amounts, and consumed the entire amount, which I'm sure you're not willing to stipulate at this point, counsel.
We're not going to stipulate on that, Your Honor. But
Even if I were in your position, I won't.
yes, Your Honor. But just to put it on record, Your Honor, the witness already stated that he had no participation in the execution of certain documents like the PFP and the accomplishment reports. And yet, he has been questioned about those documents, including his interpretation thereof.
If I may-
Your Honor,
During the
If I may
lull,
just, Your
if I
Honor.
may, counsels, during the lull, some senator judges were also discussing and talking. I think most, if not all, Attorney May get the point that you have been trying to drive at in relation to the liquidation report, the PFP, with the exception of the disbursement voucher that Mr. Ortonio signed. That while he is aware of them, he had no part in its preparation. And indeed, you have been using this witness to read some of the contents of the documents, albeit the document should speak for itself, but we do get that point. Kindly proceed to the other purposes of your offer. I believe there are about 2 or 3 more that you have not yet established through this witness. Because insofar as that is concerned, I think the senator judges get the point that you're driving at. You want to prove through this witness in the documents, supposedly, that the items in the liquidation report are almost the same with some variations, that the amounts are almost the same, that the totals are the same with some variations as well, and that the plan was prepared on dates before they made the request. Even the 11-day period, I think, the court has already taken notice of that as well, even from the previous witness's testimony. So kindly proceed, counsel, and you don't have to skip that part, but kindly abbreviate that part and move on to your other offers that you wish to establish through this witness. Your witness, Ms. Attorney May.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Mr. Ortonio.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Earlier, you admitted that in 2022, your request for confidential funds was for 250 million, correct?
Yes, for 250 million.
But eventually, the amount given was only 125 million, correct?
Yes.
And yet, in the 2022 accomplishment report, what is reported is that there was still 100% implementation of activities. Tama ho ba?
If we will be...
Your Honor, please. Your Honor, please.
I'm sorry, Counsel.
Can the witness be shown the document, Your Honor?
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
assisting counsels have been given continuing authority to so approach and show the witness the documents in order to confront the witness with the document.
Sorry again, ma'am, the question, ma'am.
You reported in that accomplishment report for 2022, inulat nyo na 100% pa rin ang implementation ng projects. Tama ba?
Based on the utilization that was submitted and prepared, ma'am, it indicated 100% implementation.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Tonyo, tama ba na there was full implementation of the project gamit ang kalahati ng budget na inyong hiningi? Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am.
There was still full implementation of the activities for half the budget that you requested.
Ma'am, if based on the document, ma'am, 100% for the 125, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Sige. Punta na tayo ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, sa replies to the AOM. Ngayon, sumagot ka, ikaw mismo sumagot sa AOM number 2023-211 dated September 14, 2023. Tama ba?
For September 14, 2023 and October
3,
3,
2023. Tama. Okay. Pero, you will confirm na yung mga AOMs na yon addressed kay Respondent Vice President, attention kay Ms. Acosta at Ms. Villa del Rey. Tama ba?
That's correct.
In short, hindi naka-address sa'yo ang mga AOMs na sinagot mo. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Noong hearing, noong November 25, 2024, sinabi mo na wala kang personal na kaalaman sa aktual na paggastos ng confidential funds ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct, ma'am.
At sa pagkakaalam mo, alam din to ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Wait, alam ng Vice President, ma'am, that I do not know of anything.
Or that you do not have any personal participation, as you claim, doon sa paggastos ng confidential funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Ngayon pa man, ikaw ang tinalaga ng Vice President na tumugon sa mga audit observation memoranda na bananggit mo. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. For audit observations, ma'am, it's usually either the Assistant Chief of Staff or the Chief of Staff who responds on behalf of the agency.
Okay. Regardless kung may kaalaman ang Chief of Staff at Assistant Chief of Staff, yan ang sinasabi mo.
As representative of the organization, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, ipapakita sa iyo ang mga sulat ng OVP sa COA na may petsang Oktubre 19, 2023, November 30, 2023, April 19, 2024, August 27, 2024. Ito ang mga naging tugon mo sa lahat ng audit observation memoranda ng Commission on Audit. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. Just note, ma'am, that for the 3 other documents, ma'am, I'm just one of the signatories.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Yes. But a signatory nonetheless. Yes. Okay. Ngayon, sa mga AOMs na inisyo ng COA sa liquidation ng OVP para sa lahat ng quarters na iyong sinagot, pinuna nito ang mga PFP na isinumite ng OVP dahil hindi nakasaad ang tiyak na confidential activity na paggagamitan ng confidential funds. Tama ba?
Based on the AOM, ma'am.
Yes. At sa inyo namang sulat to the COA, yung mga sulat na that you were confronted with, ipinagtanggol nyo itong PFP na ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Sinabi nyo na, and I quote, there's no specific guideline on the details of confidential activities to be indicated.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the annexes of the JC. Ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the joint circular. Now, Mr. Ortonio, may I invite you to Article 4.2 of the joint circular, which states, and I quote, all allocations of confidential funds and or intelligence funds shall be supported with a fiscal and financial plan indicating the proposed amount allocated for each program, activity, and project where disbursements pertaining to confidential expenses and intelligence expenses shall be based. End of quote.
Sorry, ma'am, what provision again, ma'am?
4.2.
4.2. Okay, ma'am. Yes.
At inaamin mo na, tulad ng pag-amin mo kanina, yung mga PFP na ito, na inyong sinumite, tanging ang isinasaad lamang ay yung mga umbrella programs, na good governance program and socio-economic delivery programs. Tama ba?
Based on the documents that was prepared, ma'am, it
Yes.
only indicated the umbrella programs.
Ngunit inamin nyo na rin nang ang dalawang ito ay mga pawang umbrella programs lamang at may kanya-kanyang individual programs sa ilalim nito. Tama ba?
Ma'am, for the programs, ma'am, that was indicated, I can say, ma'am, that there are specific programs based on the regular funding. But as to the activity...
That is not the question, Mr. Ortonio. Ang tinatanong ko lamang sa inyo, yung dalawang programs na to, yung umbrella programs nito, dahil sila ay umbrella programs lamang, meron tong mga particular programs under these umbrella programs. Correct?
Ma'am, if we are talking about the regular budget, ma'am, yes, there are specific activities under those programs.
And even, you would confirm, ikaw din ang nag-submit sa COA ng mga protective the intelligence operations reports. Tama ba?
Again, ma'am,
Protective Intelligence Operations Reports or yung mga PIORs, di ba?
as the I am the designated liaison officer for the confidential funds, ma'am. And yes, I submitted documents, ma'am, in a sealed envelope, ma'am.
Yes. When you say documents, those documents include the PIORs, tama ba? Kasama doon, sa sinubmit mo, yung mga PIORs, tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, in response as an attachment to the response to the AOM.
In fact, and I would assume, binasa mo rin ito, mga PIORs na to, bago mo ito sinumite.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I was not able to read the reports, ma'am, because these are sealed already, ma'am. I submitted the documents only, ma'am, to the COA.
Okay. Tinanong mo rin ba, sinabi mo kanina, na nakikipag-coordinate ka kay La Chica, sa security officer at sa special disbursing officer. Tama ba?
Yes, I
Tinanong mo ba
coordinated
sa kanila kung ano ang nilalaman ng PIORs na ito?
No, I did not anymore
You did not.
ask, ma'am.
Okay. Now, dun sa AOMs din, na iyong sinagot, pinuna din ng Commission on Audit yung line item na medical and food aid. Tama ba?
Yes.
At Sinabi ng COA sa kanilang audit observation memoranda ng line item na ito ay hindi allowable sa gastusin ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng joint circular. Tama ba?
Based on the AOM, ma'am,
Yes.
and we were able to send our reply to this issue or concern.
And you justified the inclusion of that line item. Pinagtanggol nyo, dun sa sagot nyo sa AOMs, pinagtanggol nyo yung pagsama ng line item na ito sa inyong accomplishment reports. Tama ba?
Yes, we were able to explain it through our reply.
Sinabi ninyo na pinapayagan ito sa ilalim ng 4.8.4 na sumasaklaw sa purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations. Tama ba?
Yes.
And you will also confirm na itong pera, supposedly for the purchase of rentals of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations, hindi kayo gumastos. Ibig sabihin, yung supposed supplies, materials, and equipment, hindi ang OVP ang bumili nito. Tama ba?
Based on the information that was provided to me by the security officer, payments were made directly to the informants or the agents.
At tama rin kukumpirmahin mo rin ba na wala kang nakita kahit anumang official receipt sa pagbili ng kahit alin dito sa mga tinutukoy na supplies na to? Unahin natin sa medicine. Wala kang nakitang kahit anong official receipt mula sa kahit alinmang drugstore, pharmacy, o supplier. Tama ba?
I was not able to see, ma'am, any ORs.
Yes. Okay. And you will also agree na sa pangkalahatan, ang pagbili ng gamot at pagkain ay ginagawa sa regular na proseso, pang araw-araw. Ibig sabihin, bibili mula sa sources like drugstores, pharmacy, at ang bumibili naman ay i-issuehan ng karampatang official receipt. Tama ba?
Sorry, ma'am. The question, so this is in parang
Purchase.
The usual
Yes,
purchase.
the usual
Yes, if
purchase.
it's for the usual purchase, yes, bibili ka and then you are given a receipt.
At hindi mo na tinanong si Ms. Acosta at ang security officer na iyong nabanggit kung nasaan ang supposed official receipts bilang patunay na ito nga ay nabili, mga supplies na ito.
Ma'am, the explanation that was provided to me, ma'am, was that binigay po ang pera directly doon sa mga informants and agents, and the informants and agents na po yung bumili ng mga medical and food supplies. So, it's the acknowledgement receipt, which is the proof of the release of the funds to the informants or the agents.
In short, ang sinasabi mo, kahit si Ginang Acosta at ang Special Disbursing Officer, walang nahawakan kahit isa mang official receipt para sa supposed purchases na ito.
Ma'am, as
Yes.
to the exactness, ma'am, no, kung meron ba silang nahawakan na official receipt, that I cannot provide an answer po.
But at the end of the day, wala silang binigay sa'yo, pina-explain mo sila, pero wala pa rin silang binigay na official receipt. Kahit anong official receipt for any of these supposed purchases.
Wala po silang nabigay ng official receipts, ma'am, but there were acknowledgement receipts, ma'am, that were provided.
You will also confirm na yung OVP, alinsunod sa mga proyekto nito, ginagawa naman ito na bumili ng mga medisina. Tama ba?
Yes, we do
Yes.
have our funding for
Yes.
purchase of supplies.
In fact, sa item 1, noong sulat dated August 22, 2022, humingi kayo ng 144.72 million in regular funds for the OVP's medical assistance program. Tama ba?
Yes, that's for the medical and burial assistance, ma'am, but that is
Okay.
for the regular activities of the office.
At nung binili niya yon, in fact, dun sa letter ninyo dated August 22, 2022, may nilaki pa kayo na lingguhang accounting ng mga benepisyaryo ng halaga na inyong hinihingi. Tama ba?
For the projection, ma'am.
Yes, for the projection. Yung letter nyo din, noong September 19, 2021, kahit yun, may nakalakip na transmittal na the submitted computation in forecasting which says, and I quote, the submitted computation in forecasting the requirement for medical assistance. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. But again, ma'am, that is for the regular activities of the office, for the medical and burial program.
Okay. In short, Mr. Ortonio, maaari sana na ang OVP sa pamamagitan ng SDO ang bumili ng mga gamot at ibigay na lamang ito sa mga umano'y informants. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
Speculative, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just because the question is premised or couched as an if question doesn't mean it's automatically speculative. It only becomes speculative, Your Honor, if it requires the witness to make a conjecture without reference to any prior admitted facts, Your Honor.
Your
Here,
Honor,
if I may,
With the permission of counsels, I see your point, Attorney Christine, but Mr. Ortonio, pwede din bang may binigyan kayo ng medicine, di ba? Sa regular budget ng OVP.
Yes po, we do have our medical and burial program, Your
At
Honor.
yung binibigyan nyo ng medicine at burial program, cash out.
What we do po at that time is that binibili po namin yung medicine sa partner pharmacies of the OVP, and then we release it to the clients who approach the office for medical assistance.
In the form of medicine na.
In the form of medicine.
So I presume itong binibili nyo gamit yung regular budget, may resibo to.
Yes, sir.
Ang ginamit nyo na pang food and medicines sa confidential fund, binigay nyo diretso sa recipient, and presumably sabi ng recipient, bibili ko ng pagkain to, bibili ko
Yes.
ng gamot to.
Based on the information, Your Honor, provided by the security officer, that's how it was, ganun yung procedure on how the medical and food aid
So
was
walang
done.
resibo yan?
Based on the information I gathered, sir, no official receipts was
Nakalagay ba sa acknowledgement receipt kung for food or for medicine yon o kayo na lang yung nagtali na ito food, ito medicine?
Sir, unfortunately, sir, for the acknowledgement receipts, I was not able to see them personally, sir.
Not a single one?
No, sir. At that time, sir, I was not able to see any of the acknowledgement receipts.
One last question. Yung chairs, wala ring resibo yan?
Yung regarding for the chair, sir, based on the information also provided by the security officer, no receipt as well, sir, because the representation was that yun yung ipamimili nila for the tables and chairs.
So what you're saying is binigay din yung pera sa informant, quote-unquote, that's your wording, para bumili siya ang bibili ng chairs at yun yung bayad sa kanya, quote-unquote.
Yes, that's based on the information provided by the security officer.
Just one final question, Mr. Don. So literally, may informant, imbis na bigyan ng kung ano, binayaran ng cash para bilhin yung tables, yung chairs, yung food, yung medicine. Ganun.
Yes, sir, based on the information provided, sir.
By the security officer.
By the security
That's
officer.
kumbaga yun yung kwento na binigay sa'yo.
That's based on the information that was provided by the
At
security
hiwalay pa
officer.
yon sa pinapamigay nyo na food and medical assistance sa regular budget ng OVP.
Yes, that's for the regular clients that yung public na mga clients that
When you say clients, not informants.
Yes,
Clients.
sir. That's correct, sir.
Parokyano, yung regular na nagpupunta o humihingi ng tulong o dumudulog sa OVP.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Your witness, counsel.
Okay.
I hope it gave you the opportunity to take some of the throat meds that some of the senator judges sent you. And I hope you can drink some warm water, counsel. You may continue, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. In a bit, I will be asking for time to take my salabat with me, Your Honor.
Yes, counsel, you may.
But in the meantime, Your Honor, I'll proceed to
Please continue.
I'll proceed with my examination. Okay. Going back to the audit observation memoranda na kanina in-identify mo na galing sa COA. Dito sa audit observation memoranda na ito, particularly Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-A and P-I-12-B and P-I-12-E. Dito sa tatlong AOMs na to, flinag din ng Commission on Audit or pinuna din ng Commission on Audit yung payment of incentives or traveling sa mga accomplishment reports. Ayon sa COA, hindi rin ito allowable na gastusin ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng joint circular. Tama ba?
That's what the AOM indicated, and we were able to send a reply as well.
And in your reply, you said it is justified under 4.8.2 ng joint circular bilang rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Yung salitang incentives, you will admit and you will agree na hindi ito mag-a-appear sa joint circular. Ito ay sa inyong sariling piniling salita. Tama ba?
Sorry again.
The word incentive, hindi mo ito makikita sa joint circular. In fact, etong salita na to, kayo lang ang gumamit nito. Kumbaga, kayo ang pumili ng salitang ito na ilalagay sa accomplishment report.
Based on the JC, that's not included po.
Okay. And based on the JC, yung incentives, yung salitang incentives, hindi lumalabas sa kahit anumang enumeration ng item 4.8 ng mga allowable confidential expenses. Tama ba?
Based on the JC, no, it does not appear.
Ngayon, nang mapuna ito ng COA sa AOM for the third quarter of 2023, saka lamang naging transportation expenses ang mga halaga na supposedly naka-allot for the supposed incentives. Tama ba?
Based on the report that was shown to me earlier, yes, but again, I would not have any idea on the preparation of the utilization report.
Okay. In fact, sa sagot nyo sa AOM, you invoked 4.8.2, which refers to rental of transport vehicle. At sa inyo namang sagot, sa notice of suspension, ang in-invoke nyo naman, ginamit nyo ang salitang van rentals and tracking services, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is more, sa sagot nyo sa notice of suspension, you confirmed, and I quote, the OVP did not make any payment for incentives, correct?
Based
End
on
of
the
quote.
reply that we provided, yes, we confirmed.
Also, Mr. Otonyo, you will confirm na in the course of your preparation, sa kurso ng pagpaprepare mo sa reply ng AOM na to, hanggang maging sa ngayon, wala kang nakita na kahit anong kontrata sa pagrenta ng sasakyan sa buong records ng OVP. Tama ba?
I do not have any document po.
Okay. Now, let's go to the certifications dated October 19, 2023, April 19, 2024, and August 27, 2024, which are prosecution's exhibit P-I-12-M, P-I-12-G, and P-I-12-K. Ikaw ang nagsumite ng mga certifications nito sa Commission on Audit, kalakip ng inyong reply sa audit observation memoranda.
Yes, this is part of the attachment to the replies.
At sinumitin nyo ito, sana bilang umano'y patunay ng surveillance activity. Dahil pare-parehong sinasabi ng mga nasabing certification na ito na walang untoward incident na nagawa o naganap sa implementation ng mga proyekto ng OVP at sa mga engagement mismo ng pangalawang Pangulo. Tama ba?
Yes po, that's correct.
In short, ginagamit nyo ang mga certification na ito bilang patunay na inyong opisina ay nagastos ng 125 million pesos. In short, ginagamit nyo ito bilang patunay na ang nagastos na 125 million ay nagresulta na walang untoward incident na nangyari dun sa mga supposed confidential project.
As provided po by the security officer, this is the document that we attach to the replies.
But you will confirm that hindi mandato ng VP you will confirm na mandato talaga ng VP SPG na panatilihin ang seguridad ng Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
That's part of the duties and responsibilities of the VP SPG.
Correct. And you will also confirm na beginning October 2022 and during the entire relevant period, the Vice President already had at least 470 protective security personnel or protective agents. Tama ba?
As to the exact number, ma'am, of the VP SPG personnel, I cannot comment, ma'am, but there's a unit that handles the security of the VP, which is the VP SPG.
Let me refresh your memory, Mr. Ortonio. We will be showing you your letter to the DBM dated October 11, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-D.
Yes, ma'am.
Diyan sa letter na yan, humihingi kayo ng addition o ng augmentation para sa special duty allowance ng VP SPG dahil tumaas ang bilang ng security officers and security or protective agents ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes.
Sinabi mo rin dyan sa letter na yan na as of October 10, 2022, the total count per roster of troops is 473.
Yes, ma'am. I mentioned, ma'am, na...
Yes.
I
Thank you, Mr. Ortonio. I'm satisfied with your answer. You will also confirm na nung una, humigit kumulang 95 lamang ang security personnel ng OVP. Tama ba? Kaya nga kayo humingi ng augmentation for special duty allowance dahil biglang nag-increase ito by almost 4-folds.
Ma'am, I can only answer for the security deployment during the term of VP Sara, ma'am.
Correct. Hindi ba isinaad nyo rin dito sa letter na ito, in-explain nyo kasama ang letter dated August 22, 2022. Dito in-explain nyo bakit kayo humihingi ng special duty allowance.
Yes, ma'am.
Sinabi nyo na from 95, tumaas nga ang bilang ng security
Yes, ma'am.
detail ng
yes, ma'am.
security officer or protective agent sa ilalim ng VP SPG. Ayon nga sa'yo, yung mandato ay protektahan at i-ensure ang seguridad ng Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Yes. Aaminin mo rin na yung security detail ng Vice Presidente, hindi ito mga karaniwang security guards. Ito ay miyembro ng AFP at PNP. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am.
In
That's
fact, sinabi mo rin, sa same letter na yan, na 364 ng karagdagang or ng security detail ng Vice Presidente ay mga miyembro ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. At 140 naman ay miyembro ng Philippine National Police. Tama ba?
yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Sa inyong kaalaman, Mr. Ortonio, meron bang ibang pangalawang pangulo sa history ng Pilipinas na nagkaroon ng ganito karaming security detail?
Ma'am, I cannot
Objection.
comment on the. I cannot comment for the previous vice presidents, ma'am.
So you do not know. The answer is you do not know.
What I can say, ma'am, is I cannot comment, ma'am, because I have no personal knowledge.
You have no personal knowledge. That's correct. You will also confirm na yung special duty allowance na inyong hiningi, ito ay karagdagang allowance lamang para dito sa VP-SPG. Ibig sabihin, etong membro ng mga VP-SPG, kumukuha na ito ng, or tumatanggap na ng sweldo mula sa AFP, sa ilalim ng General Appropriations Act for the members of the AFP, at yung mga miyembro naman ng PNP, tumatanggap ng sahod mula sa PNP. Kung alam ninyo,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Ortonio.
please.
Counsel?
I will have to object, Your Honor, because Council has not shown the relevance of the salaries of VP-SPG to the confidential funds. And in fact, there was no finding from the COA ICPAO regarding this matter.
Okay, on 2 points, Your Honor.
Kindly comment, Counsel.
First, Your Honor, the fact that this was not flagged by the COA does not preclude this honorable court from making a finding on whether it is irregular or not. Number two, Your Honor, it's very relevant, Your Honor, because their primary justification for the confidential funds is for ensuring the security of the Vice President, which is already governed by the mandate of the VP-SPG. In short, Your Honor, they requested funds, additional funds, for an item that is already answered for
Quick reply,
by
Your Honor.
the mandate of the VP-SPG, and which is already paid for from a separate funding, Your Honor.
Quick reply, Your Honor.
Attorney Gusing?
The issue on the VP-SPG salary, Your Honor, being allegedly covered by the confidential funds is not among the allegations in the articles of impeachment. Neither was this matter alleged in the impeachment complaints. Number two, the impeachment court only relies on the findings of the COA, Your Honor. That's the reason why the COA was placed on the witness stand and testify on its matters, Your Honor. With all due respect, the matter of determining whether the salaries were indeed covered by the confidential funds is a matter outside the powers of the impeachment court to determine, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may just reply, just to set the record straight, Your Honor, because the
Brief
prosecution
reply,
never...
Counsel, before the Chair makes a ruling. Please continue.
Your Honor, at no point and at no time did the prosecution say that the confidential funds were used to pay for the salary of the VP-SPG. What we are saying, Your Honor, is that the VP-SPG is already paid from a separate account, from a separate fund, salary for the purpose of affording or providing protection to the Vice President. Now, Your Honor, they requested for funds, additional funds to pay for the very same protection.
Your Honor, please.
That's already being
Counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
That's already being afforded by
Actually,
the VP-SPG.
counsels, please. Actually, Attorney May, you already were able to actually say what you want to say on the record based on your comments on the objection. I will have to sustain the objection of counsel for respondent. The salary of the VP-SPG is irrelevant because the confidential funds cannot be used to pay for the salaries of our security, and if at all, to buy confidential information, if at all, which has also been shown
to have been done. We see the point, Counsel Attorney May, that the Vice President has 473 security personnel already that, as you stated in your offer, should be doing the job that they're spending this confidential fund for. However, the witness has already answered that he may not be in a position to answer that question specifically. Continue with your point.
Thank you, Your
Move
Honor.
on, Attorney May.
Mr. Antonio, you will also confirm na sa inyong sulat na may petsang August 22, 2022, sinabi nyo na as early as July 1, 2022, 7 OVP satellite office na ang naitatag ng Office of the Vice President. Ito yung mga satellite offices sa Bacolod, Cebu, Dagupan, Davao, Surigao, Tacloban, at Zamboanga. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At nung bawat isa nito, sinabi ninyo, and I quote, are catering to an average of 100 to 150 clients per day. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
You will also agree na walang naiulat na untoward incident sa rollout ng mga satellite offices na yon bago ang December 21, 2022. Tama ba?
In terms of the operations within the satellite office, no untoward incidents.
Okay. And you will confirm that during the rollout of the satellite offices, wala pang confidential funds ang Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
During this time, ma'am.
Wala
During
pa.
this time.
And you will also confirm na beginning fourth quarter of 2023 up to the present, you continue to roll out satellite offices and projects under your umbrella programs, the Good Governance Program, the Socio-Economic Delivery Program. Tama ba?
Yes.
And up to this time, wala ding naiuulat na untoward incident sa mga rollout ng mga proyektong ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Now, etong certification, which is prosecution's evidence, P-I-12-M, nakasulat dito na this, and I quote, this certification is being issued upon the request of the Office of the Vice President for whatever legal purpose it may serve. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes.
based on the document.
Based on the document. Kung gayon, hindi ito record na iniingatan sa karaniwang takbo ng gawain ng Office of the Vice President. In short, this is not a record kept in the ordinary business of the Office of the Vice President. Yes?
Yes, I would say so.
Yes. The certification was only produced upon request. Tama ba? Based on that document.
Ma'am, for this specific document, ma'am, I cannot say that it is upon request, ma'am. I cannot, based on my understanding,
Even
I
if
cannot
it's-
assume.
Even if it is expressly stated in this document that this certification is being issued upon the request of the Office of the Vice President, hindi mo rin masasabi na issued to upon the request.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, that's just a follow-up, Your Honor.
Witness will answer.
I cannot automatically assume, ma'am, na it is made because through a request, just merely because of a statement that indicates na based on a request.
Okay, so ibig sabihin mo, maaring nagkamali lang yung explicit statement
Your
na to.
Honor, please.
No.
Your Honor.
What's the basis of the
Misleading,
objection?
Your Honor. Maaaring nagkamali lang.
How is it misleading?
Or
Your Honor?
argumentative. Or argumentative sustained.
Okay.
That's the witness answer, counsel. However unacceptable it may unacceptable it may be.
Also, in those 4 certifications that you were earlier confronted with, wala ring nakasulat na amount, wala ring nakasulat na pangalan na pinagbigyan ng confidential funds, walang sinasabi kung saan ginastos basically yung confidential funds na pinapatunguhan dyan sa 4 na certifications na yan. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, no, it does not indicate.
Okay. Also, Mr. Ortonio, can you please refer to Exhibit P-I-12-M? This is the first certification. Do you see that?
Yes.
You will confirm na yung period na sakop ng certification na yan ay December 20 to December 31. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, yes, it indicates 20 to 31.
Pero ang mismong liquidation, kung saan nyo inilakip yung certification na yan, ang period na sakop ay December 21 hanggang December 31 lamang.
31.
Tama.
Yes, based on the documents that were submitted.
So in short, may 1 day na covered ng certification na hindi covered ng liquidation. Tama ba?
If you will base it, ma'am, based on my understanding, if you will base it on the liquidation report, merong isang araw.
Merong isang araw. Thank you. Your Honor, may I just have 1 minute, Your Honor, to
Please,
take a
counsel,
sip from
take your
my
salabat, counsel.
salabat cup.
You may also do the same, Mr. Ortonio.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. May I proceed, Your Honor? Okay, Mr. Ortonio, balikan natin yung sulat ninyo dated November 30, 2023. Which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-D. It's already there. It's already with you.
P dash.
I-12-D.
Yes, ma'am.
Diyan sa same letter na yan, sinabi nyo, and I quote, the OVP identified, okay. Sa letter na yan, sinikap nyong ipaliwanag ang pangangailangan nyo for confidential funds. Sinabi ninyo, and I quote, the OVP identified the need for the conduct of surveillance activities to enable to craft narrowly targeted and responsive programs that would ensure peace and order and prevent criminal activities, particularly those of organized criminal groups and communist insurgents. End of quote. Ngunit, you will confirm sa parehong sulat ninyo dated August 22, 2022, inamin nyo na nga na noong July 1 pa lamang, bago pa humiling ang OVP ng confidential funds, natukoy na ng OVP, in that same letter, I'm referring to that same letter. In that same letter, inamin nyo na as early as July 1, 2022, bago pa humiling ang OVP ng confidential funds, natukoy na ng OVP ang mga programa at aktibidad na nakatuon sa poverty alleviation, magabanta sa kapayapaan at kaayusan, at pagsulong ng kaunlarang pang-ekonomiya. Tama ba?
Yes, that's indicated in the letter.
Dagdag nyo pa, bilang katwiran, I quote, it was necessary to conduct surveillance activities to determine where best to implement its programs to maximize their impact and reach the isolated, underserved, and unserved areas. As such, in August 2022, the OVP submitted a request through the DBM for confidential fund budget for surveillance activities which are intended to support the mandate and operations of the OVP. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
Subalit, yung sa balik tayo sa letter nyo dated August 22, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A, you will confirm na dun sa paliwanag nyo, sa paghingi nyo ng confidential funds, nowhere there, o wala kahit saan man dyan, lumalabas ang salitang surveillance. Tama ba?
Based on the letter that we submitted, ma'am, there's no indication of the word surveillance.
Dahil nga, ang purpose na sinabi ninyo ay, and I quote, for in consideration of the safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagements and functional representation. Diyan sa same letter na yan, hindi rin sinabi na gagamitin ng confidential funds para sa identification of areas for program implementation. Tama ba?
It is not specifically stated, ma'am, in the letter, ma'am. Although in the letter, ma'am, there's already in consideration for the safe implementation of various projects and activities
Yes.
under the good governance.
Pero hindi sinabi dito na the confidential funds will specifically be used for identification of areas for program implementation.
Based on the letter request, ma'am, there's no specific explanation, ma'am.
And the explanation given was in fact for the safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building.
Yes,
Tama ba?
based on the letter request, ma'am, that's the wordings that were indicated.
And also, if you will refer to the fiscal and financial plan that you subsequently submitted to the DBM, sinabi nyo pa, nilagay nyo, sinaad nyo sa physical target, number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored. Hindi ba?
If we will base it in the document,
Yes.
ma'am, yes.
So in short, kahit hindi nakalagay ang bilang, meron ng mga identified areas. May mga lugar nang natukoy dun sa physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I cannot directly answer, ma'am, if there were identified areas already when the PFP was crafted, ma'am.
Okay. So punta na lang tayo ngayon sa August 22, dun sa dating August 22, 2022 letter. Na inamin mo nga, na as early as July 1, 2022, meron ng 7 satellite office na naitalaga. Sa Bacolod, Cebu, Dagupan, Davao, Surigao, Tacloban, Zamboanga. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the letter that we submitted.
Okay. And in that same letter, naglaki pa kayo ng Annex A na parehong sulat ng aktual na benepisyaryo ng medical assistance linggo-linggo mula unang linggo ng July 22 hanggang sa mga sumusunod na panahon. Tama ba?
Yes, this is the projection that we submitted.
At nakalimbag din sa item 3 ng same letter na yan na 3 pang karagdagang satellite office. Ang augmentation ng libreng sakay, 2 OVP food truck, at Peace 911 sa Marawi. Tama ba?
Yes, that's indicated in item number 3 for the additional positions.
Okay, so even before the confidential funds were released or bago pa mailabas ang confidential funds, meron na kayong mga na-identify na paglalagyan ng mga satellite offices. Tama ba?
Yes, there were plans already
And pagro-rolloutan ng mga programa ng OVP.
for
Tama ba?
activities.
Diyan sa November 30, 2023 letter din ninyo, sinabi nyo, and I quote, The OVP opened exploratory talks on the surveillance activities to be conducted and identified information agents to be engaged. The OVP built its information database and established a network of information agents. As such, when the requested confidential funds was released on December 13, 2022 through SARO BMB-C-22-001-2004, the OVP was able to finalize definitive agreements and obligations based on the plan. End of quote. Inilarawan ninyo sa sulat na yan ng exploratory talks, tama ba?
Yes, this is based on the information from our security officer.
Sinabi nyo rin, information agent na identified kasama ng information database, network of information agents, tama ba?
Yes, as provided by our security officer.
Okay. Again, wala ni isa man dito ang nabanggit sa August 2022 confidential fund request. Tama ba?
Based on the initial request, no information indicated.
At wala rin kahit alin man dito ang lumalabas sa PFP for 2022. Tama ba?
When you say, you mean, ma'am, yung...
These items, these words, information database, network information agents, identified agents, walang kahit anuman na lumalabas.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the document presented earlier, ma'am, no such wordings, ma'am.
Okay, hindi rin kayo nakilahok sa supposed exploratory talks na ito. Binatay nyo lamang ito sa kung anong inireport sa inyo. Tama ba?
I had no participation, ma'am, because on matters of security, ma'am, that is not my expertise, ma'am. So this is from our security officer.
Okay. In that same letter, as I've mentioned and as I've read, binanggit nyo rin finalized definitive agreements.
Yes.
Pero wala kayong ni isang isinabmit din na kahit isang definitive agreement. Kahit isa sa mga definitive agreements na inyong tinutukoy dito sa inyong November 30, 2023 letter. Tama ba?
Ma'am, when you pertain to definitive agreements, ma'am, you mean documented agreements, ma'am?
Yes. Kasi para maging definitive agreements, kailangan cast in stones. Ibig sabihin, nakasulat siya.
Ma'am, in terms of any documentation or documented agreements, ma'am, there were no documents that were provided, ma'am. And as to how our agreements were made on the ground, ma'am, again, I cannot provide any information.
Okay. You will confirm that from the time the SARO was released on December 13 to the drawdown of the check noong December 20, 2022, itong araw lamang ang naglapse. Ang posisyon ba ng inyong opisina, sa loob ng 7 araw na iyon, na finalize ninyo ang definitive agreements sa supposed nationwide network ng mga ahente na inyong binanggit sa inyong letter?
Ma'am, as to how the agreements were finalized or made, ma'am, that I cannot provide an answer, ma'am, if those were done within the 7-day period.
Okay. In that same letter, for the first time, you also denied that the 2022 confidential funds were spent in just 11 days. And your explanation was, and I quote, on December 20, 2022, a cash advance for confidential fund was drawn to facilitate payment. Please take note of these words. For the obligations already incurred. Hence, the 125 million confidential funds were fully utilized for expenses planned, implemented, and paid during the 3-month period, meaning October to December 22, and not within mere 11 days, as what the audit observations may have suggested. End of quote. Nakalagay yan sa inyong sagot sa...
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, In terms of...
No, it's okay, Mr. Antonio. I'm satisfied with your answer.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel.
Can the witness be allowed to answer?
Your Honor, the witness already satisfied the
The
question.
question was
It's
answerable
already
by yes or
answered.
no. You will be afforded your chance, Attorney Christine, during your cross to make him explain that point.
So you
Proceed, counsel.
you mentioned earlier obligations, quote unquote, already incurred and expenses already paid. So ibig sabihin, ng already incurred ay nangako ng magbayad ang OVP bago pa mailabas ang pera. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I cannot specifically say, ma'am, because arrangements made on the ground, ma'am, I have no personal knowledge on it.
Pero ilumagda ka sa letter na yan, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. Again, ma'am, these information, ma'am, came from the information from our security officer.
So, ibig sabihin, sinulat mo lang mechanically eksaktong words na finid sa'yo ng kausap mo. Ganun ba? Na hindi mo naintindihan kung ano yung sinusulat. Tama
Ma'am,
ba?
First, ma'am, hindi po siya mechanically na sinulat ko lang po kung ano yung sinabi. Of course, ma'am, based on the information that was provided to me, ma'am, yun yung nilatag ko doon
Yun
sa
yung
letter,
nilatag mo.
ma'am, for the drafting of the letter.
Counsel, allow me. Kayo po ang gumawa ng sulat, Ginoong Ortonio, di ba? Pumirma kayo.
Yes.
Kayo
Yes, Your
gumawa?
Honor.
Kayo po ang gumawa ng sulat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Base sa nakuha niyo impormasyon kay Gina, kay Colonel Lachica, at iba pang opisyal. Ano pong ibig sabihin niyo dyan sa pahayag niyo yan? To facilitate payment for the obligations already incurred. Ibig sabihin, may utang na, babayaran na lang. Na-incur na yung expense, babayaran na lang.
Sir, based on what was shared to me, sir, hindi siya utang, no? But arrangements have been done on mga activities that will be done, and then the payment will be done once the money would be available already.
Mr. Ortonio, what do you mean by obligations already incurred? Anong ibig sabihin para sa inyo nung sinulat niyo yon? Obligations already incurred.
Arrangements...
Sa simpleng salita, bayarin.
Ano, sir, what I meant on this statement, sir, is that there are already arrangements that have been coordinated, sir, prior to the release of the funds.
When you say arrangements nga, may pinangako ng bayaran, hindi pa lang nababayaran. Bayarin. Obligations already incurred. May obligasyon na. May pangako na bayaran. Yung ba yan?
Sir, hindi siya pangako, sir, na bayaran, but meron na siyang mga, how do I explain it, sir? Parang meron ng arrangement, sir, that will be done, and then yung payment, sir, will be once available na siya.
Sir, in the ordinary course of meaning, that's how you define obligations already incurred that you wrote?
Yes, sir. Based on how I understand the information, sir, that's how I indicated it in the letter.
That's his answer, counsel. You may proceed.
Okay, but you will confirm that on those 3 months referred to in your letter, October, November, and November, pati early parts ng December, wala pang allotment na maaaring pagbasihan ng OVP ng obligasyon ng confidential funds. Tama ba?
There was
Yes.
no allotment as of
Yes.
yes.
Kung gayon, wala ding certification of availability of funds na maaaring nailabas para sa mga obligasyon na yon. Tama ba?
There was no document yet released.
Okay. Alam nyo din, Mr. Tonyo, dahil sa tagal ng inyong paninilbihan bilang kawani ng gobyerno, alam ninyo na walang obligasyon ng gobyerno na maaaring pasukin na walang appropriation at katumbas na allotment. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
At alam din ninyo, base doon sa joint circular na iyong paulit-ulit na sinite sa mga letters ninyo, alam ninyo na ang cash advance ay dapat mauna sa gastos. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Hindi ito maaaring legal na gamitin para i-reimburse o pantakip sa mga gastusing na gawa na. Tama ba?
For reimbursements, ma'am, yes,
Yes.
that's indicated in the
Yes.
JC.
Okay, thank you. Now, pumunta na tayo sa your reply to notice of suspension. Ikaw din sumagot sa reply. Ikaw din ang sumagot sa notice of suspension. Di ba?
Yes, ma'am. I'm one of the signatories.
The notice of suspension that I'm referring to is prosecution's exhibit P-I-13-A. Dito sa notice of suspension na to, pinuna ng COA, and I quote, "There is discrepancy in the total amount of expenses based on the submitted accomplishment report as against the DEPs." Ibig sabihin ng COA, hindi nagtutugma ang total amount ng expenses sa accomplishment report at sa DEPs na sinubmit ng inyong opisina. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Ayon sa COA, ipinakita ng accomplishment report na iyong sinumite na ginamit ang confidential fund sa mga gastusing may kabuuhan ng 125 million pesos. Pero pagdating sa DEPs, nang itotal na ito, ang gastusing actual na naganap ay may kabuuhang 125,150,000 pesos. Tama ba?
Yes po, that's correct.
In short, may pagkakaibang 150,000.
Yes.
At nung sumagot kayo, dyan sa notice of suspension na yan, I'm referring to your letter dated March 13, 2024, which is prosecution's exhibit P-I-13-A. Sa sagot ninyo, ang paliwanag ninyo ay yung mga resibo, I quote, may have been inadvertently mixed. Tama ba? Yan yung paliwanag nyo dun sa 150,000 pesos.
Yes, that's correct. Based on our reply.
But 9 days later, sumulat ka ulit sa COA supplementing that earlier reply. Your supplemental reply is dated March 22, 2024, which is prosecution exhibit P-I-13-B. Now, dyan sa supplemental reply, ipinaliwanag niyong muli yung discrepancy ng 150,000. Ngayon, ang paliwanag ninyo, I quote, "The reconciliation shows that an amount of 50 pesos under payment of reward and an amount of 100,000 pesos under purchase of supplies were provided by Assistant Secretary Lemuel G. Ortonio out of his personal funds." Tama ba? But do you recall making that statement in your supplemental reply, Mr.
Yes.
Ortonio?
Based on
Yes.
the
Yes.
information also flashed on the screen. Yes.
Yes. Sa'yo galing yung 100. Ikaw yung Lemuel G. Ortonio, Assistant Secretary na pinapatunguhan. I mean, nire-refer dito sa sulat na ito. Tama ba?
That's correct po.
So alam mo rin, dahil ikaw ang nag-abot ng pera, alam mo rin kung kailan siya inabot. Kung kailan siya binigay. Tama ba? Yes? So by the time that you prepared your initial response to the notice of suspension, your letter dated March 13, 2024, yung exhibit P-I-13-A na inyong tiningnan kanina, At that point, alam niyo na rin na nagbigay ka ng 150,000 pesos. Tama ba?
But I had to
Yes.
confirm first with our special disbursing officer at the time. So we needed to make a reply. So we sent an initial reply and submitted a supplemental reply.
So you are trying to say na ginawa mo yung letter dated March 13, 2024, nakapagbigay ka na ng explanation na hindi mo pa verify dun sa special disbursing officer at sa security officer.
There is already a coordination.
There was
and
already a
con-
coordination.
Yes,
Pero
but
hindi mo naitanong. Naitanong mo lamang 9 days later.
that's why we submitted a supplemental reply
Supplemental.
to ensure that we provide the proper information.
At sinabi nyo pa rito, that was due to the urgency of the expenses. So ibig sabihin, may sinabi sa inyong expenses na urgent kaya humingi ng 150,000. In short, pinaliwanag sa iyo kung bakit humingi ng 150,000. Yes?
Ang
Yes.
nilapit po ito sa akin ni Miss Gina Acosta, our
At sinabi
SDO.
niya.
And then she mentioned that there was a request from Colonel La Chica for
And,
an
urgent,
urgent.
and there was urgency for that
Yes.
request. Diba? At hindi rin karaniwan na may hihingi sa'yo ng 150,000 from your own pocket. Hindi naman to karaniwang ginagawa sa OVP or karaniwan ba ito?
No, it's not
No.
common.
Okay. Pero nung gumagawa ka ng notice of suspension, bigla mong nakalimutan na merong 150,000. Sinabi mo na kanina,
Let
na
her finish her
in-explain sa'yo,
question and then I will hear your objection, Counsel.
sinabi mo na kanina na pinaliwanag sa inyo ni Ms. Acosta na galing kay Colonel La Chica yung paliwanag ng urgency for the request. Tama ba?
Yes.
Counsel?
Asked and answered already, Your Honor.
Proceed, Attorney May.
Okay. Yung, Mr. Ortonio, your salary grade 29, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And you're receiving roughly how much in salary monthly? Mr. Ortonio.
Your Honor, please.
What is the objection, Counsel?
Relevance.
This is
of the
very
question.
relevant, Your Honor. It goes into the credibility of this witness.
And if you can afford 150, Counsel, if you remember, Gina said the same yesterday. Witness will please answer the question.
Salary grade 29, roughly about 180, 190 gross.
So yung binigay mo ng na 150,000 from your personal funds, that's just around 40,000 short of your monthly salary. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Yes. Nung binigay mo ba ito, yung 150,000, may hiningi kang resibo, patunay na nagbigay ka ng 150,000?
At the time po, because of the urgency and dahil humingi po ng tulong si Miss Gina sa akin, I provided her with the request.
And were you able to recover the 150,000, Mr. Ortonio?
Unfortunately, ma'am, I was not reimbursed anymore.
You were not reimbursed.
Up to today, Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, Your Honor. I wasn't reimbursed anymore.
At etong 150,000 naman na ito, hindi ito nag-appear. Yung pagbigay mo ng 150,000, hindi ito nag-appear sa kahit anumang record ng Office of the Vice President.
No.
Hindi. Now, pumunta na tayo sa purchase of supplies. Okay, Mr. Ortonio, kasama sa sinasabi niyong pinaglaanan ninyo ng confidential funds ay ang purchase of or payment of purchase supplies, payments of tables and chairs, payment of desktop computers and printers. Tama ba?
Correct.
Okay. Ang mga desktop computer, printer, mesa at upuan ay mga bagay na hindi nauubos or tinatawag na non-consumable. Tama ba?
Yes.
Again, more than or almost 2 decades na kayo naglilingkod sa gobyerno. In fact, naglingkod din kayo bilang pinuno ng Human Resource Management Office nito. Alam niyo, Mr. Antonio, ng ari-ariang binili ng pondo ng bayan or pera ng bayan ay pag-aari ng gobyerno. Tama ba?
Yes, I would
Yes.
say so.
At alam niyo rin na nakatala ang ari-arian ng gobyerno. Ibig sabihin, yung mga government properties, these are recorded. May karampatang property number, property acknowledgement receipt, accountable officer at annual inventory. Tama ba?
Yes, if procurements through the regular
Yes.
funding.
At sinasubmit din ito, yung inventory na to, isinasubmit din ito sa opisina ng Commission on Audit. Tama ba?
Yes, for the inventory.
Okay. Pero, aaminin mo, you will confirm na para dito sa mga purchase ng supposed supplies, computers, tables and chairs, wala kayong sinubmit na inventory para dito sa COA. Tama ba?
Specifically for these items, they were not reflected because of...
I'm not asking, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ortoño. I'm not asking for the reason.
Your Honor, please.
I'm just asking whether or not you submitted an inventory to the COA. So,
Attorney Christine?
The witness is answering the question, Your Honor, if he can be allowed to answer.
Again, let it be a subject matter of cross. I think the answer given was sufficient already.
okay. And para din dito sa mga supplies na ito, wala rin binigay sa iyo na invoice or official receipt. Wala nitong, tama ba?
None.
Okay. Wala ka rin nakitang records ng sales invoices na to at mga official receipts sa buong record ng OVP. Tama ba?
None, ma'am.
Wala ring dokumento na magpapakita na ang mga bagay na ito ay i-donate ng OVP sa kahit sino man. Tama ba?
No record in
Yes.
terms of the donation.
Hanggang ngayon, ikaw personally, Mr. Ortoño, hindi mo rin maituturo kung nasaan na itong mga mesa, upuan, supplies, computers na nagkakahalagang 3.5 million. Hindi mo naman ituro kung nasaan sila.
Considering that these are procurements for confidential activities, no, ma'am, I would have no personal knowledge on where these items are.
And I would suppose wala ring nakapagturo sa office ng OVP kung nasaan itong mga mesa, computer, supplies na ito. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Speculative, Your Honor.
How is that speculative, Your Honor?
Or asking for an opinion.
How is that asking for opinion, Your Honor? I am asking whether, to his knowledge, there was anyone in the OVP who could point to these non-consumable items.
Her wording was, I suppose. She did not say to your knowledge.
Okay, then I withdraw. I drop, Your Honor, the phrase, I suppose. Mr. Ortoño, tama
Witness
ba?
may answer if he knows.
No, I would not have any knowledge also if there are other personnel in the office who would know in the OVP.
Okay. Conversely, hindi mo rin masasabi kung merong nakakaalam, kung talagang nag-i-exist itong mga mesa, tables and chairs, computers at supplies.
Your Honor, please. Already asked and answered and repetitive.
Move on, counsel.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Ortoño, we just parked one item, yung certifications that were attached to the liquidation reports. you will confirm, Mr. Ortonio, that Vice President herself signed all those certifications.
Yes, ma'am, based on the documents that were presented.
By the way, Mr. Ortonio, earlier you mentioned that you submitted PIORs. Did you ask Ms. Acosta and the security officer kung meron man, ano-ano itong mga threats na na-identify in the course of the disbursement of the confidential funds? Naitanong nyo ba?
No, I did not ask anymore, ma'am.
Okay. So just to summarize, Mr. Ortonio, doon sa August 22, 2022 letter, may I request the technical booth to please flash on the screen.
Kindly flash the
letter.
August 22, 2022 letter signed by Mr. Ortonio.
Just to summarize, in that letter, ang pinigay niyong paliwanag para sa confidential funds ay para sa 3 bagay. Good governance program, functional representation, para sa travel ng Pangulo. Tama ba?
Can I see the document first? Ma'am, I'll confirm on the good governance, but on what we indicated, ma'am, is on the conduct of official engagements and functional representation
So 3
in domestic and in international and domestic events.
So 3 items, 3 projects, or 3 items. You have governance, good governance program, you have official engagements, and functional representation. Tama ba?
That's basically 2, ma'am. That's the implementation for good governance program and conduct of official engagements and functional representation.
Thank you, Mr. Ortonio. I stand corrected on that. So those 2 items. Pagdating sa PFP, ang justification for the 2022 PFP and justification was good governance program. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the documents earlier.
Okay. Sa 2023 naman, socio-economic delivery program.
Asked and answered, Your Honor, earlier.
I'm sorry, Counsel. What was the question, Attorney May?
For this 2023 certification, Your Honor, the justification was socio-economic delivery program.
Asked and answered.
On the assumption that she's winding up, Attorney Christine, because she said
Yes, Your
she's
Honor.
summarizing the points that were the points that the witness had already answered to. I will allow it. Witness may answer. Yes, Mr. Ortonio, do you want the question repeated?
Yes, kindly repeat the question, ma'am.
For the 2023, ang paliwanag niyo para sa confidential funds ay dahil gagamitin ito sa socio-economic delivery program. Tama ba?
Yes, as indicated in the document earlier.
Okay. At sa mga certifications naman na isinumitin ninyo in response to the AOM, sinabi dito na ginamit ang confidential funds para sa surveillance to ensure that no untoward incident will happen. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document
Based on
earlier,
the
ma'am.
document. At para naman sa sagot nyo sa AOM, pati sa NS, ang sinabi naman ninyo, gagamitin ang confidential funds para sa surveillance activity that would help you determine and identify areas kung saan i-roll out yung mga proyekto ninyo. Tama ba?
That's one of the
That's one of
the justifications that we indicated.
yes, which never appeared in the prior documents. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. So in short, nagbigay kayo ng 4 na bersyon, 4 na rason para sa isang pondo. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
I was expecting something, Attorney Christine. Yes.
Yeah, it's misleading, Your Honor. 4 na version and conclusion of fact.
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, Attorney Christine.
Thank you.
The witness is intelligent enough to be able to identify that indeed some answers were different from the previous ones they gave.
And just to set the record
I'm just
straight,
not
Your
so
Honor.
sure if it's 4, but
Just to set the record straight, Your Honor, I did not say 4. I mentioned 5.
ang dinig ko nga 4 eh. Ang dinig
Sorry.
ko 4 eh.
4. Yes,
So
4.
I don't know the number of versions you have, but you do admit that several versions or explanations were given, not
For the same
for the
funds.
same expense.
There were different justifications.
Okay, different justifications for the same fund, for the same confidential fund. Tama ba?
Can
Yes.
I clarify?
Just say yes or no.
There were four explanations.
There were 4 explanations for the same fund. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So in short, paiba, you will also agree with me na kapag paiba-iba ang rason, maaring nagsisinungaling lang or talaga namang ito ay isa lamang scam.
Your Honor, please.
You and I both know, Attorney May, I have to sustain whatever basis for the objection Attorney Christine may
Yes, Your
give.
Honor. Move to strike the scam and nagsisinungaling.
So stricken off the record.
Last item, Your Honor.
Yes, proceed, Attorney May.
Okay, Mr. Antonio, kanina sinabi mo na si Vice President mismo ang humingi ng confidential fund sa simula pa lang. Siya ang humingi ng 250 million mula sa DBM. Tama ba?
Yes.
Siya rin ang nag-decide kung magkano amount ang ire-request. Tama ba? Ultimately, sa kanyang nanggaling ang desisyon. Tama ba?
Yes.
At pinirmahan niya rin ang approval para sa pag-release ng pondo. Tama ba? Through the disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Pinirmahan niya rin ang mga liquidation reports at certification supporting the liquidation reports. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. In short, you will agree with me. This whole confidential funds matter, ang arkitekto at mastermind nito ay si Vice President Sara
Your Honor,
Duterte.
please. Your Honor, please. Objection.
Sustained. Counsel.
Mastermind. Move to strike, Your Honor, the
Your Honor,
statement.
may we request, Your Honor, that it remain on record?
May I request you likewise
Move to strike, Your Honor.
I will have to strike it off, Counsel. Kindly replace it with words that are more acceptable, such as that everything was approved by and with the consent of or with the full knowledge of. It's up to you. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Mr. Antonio, she was the architect. Yung confidential funds na to,
Objection, Your Honor.
kung paano ito i-disperse at gagamitin, i-utilize,
Objection.
siya ang architect ng buong ito.
I will have to sustain the objection again, Counsel. Allow me. Mr. Tonyo, lahat ng nangyayari at ginawa kaugnay ng confidential fund mula sa paghingi nito sa DBM, sa paggastos, kung paano ito ginastos, paano ito niliquidate, kasabay na yung mga sagot na binigay kaugnay sa OEM, Notice of Suspension at Notice of Disallowance. Lahat ito ay alam, nasa ilalim ng supervision, pinahintulutan at inotorisa ng ikalawang Pangulo.
Wait.
Gusto mo isa-isa ko?
Can you repeat, Your Honor?
Lahat ng bagay kaugnay sa confidential fund mula sa pag-request, sa pag-release, sa pag-encash, sa paggastos, sa pag-liquidate, sa pagsagot sa mga AUM, Notice of Suspension at Notice of Disallowance, ay una, nalalaman ng ikalawang Pangulo. Pangalawa, inotorisa niya base sa mga pirma niya sa iba't ibang dokumento. At pangatlo, ay nasa ilalim ng kanyang supervision bilang head of agency. Would that be an accurate statement, or tell me if it's not?
Based on my understanding, sir, and based on what I know, sir, yes, the Vice President knows about the confidential activities and how it is being implemented.
I'll pursue it further. May ginawa ka ba na hindi alam o inauthorize ni Vice President Sara kaugnay sa confidential funds kasabay na yung pagsagot mo sa mga AUM Notice of Suspension of Disallowance?
None, Your Honor.
Lahat alam niya at inauthorize niya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa pagkakaalam mo, may ginawa ba si Gina o si Colonel Lachica kaugnay ng confidential funds mula sa disbursement, mula sa withdrawal, disbursement at liquidation na hindi nalalaman o inautorisa ng ikalawang Pangulo, if you know?
As to Miss Gina and Colonel Lachica, Your Honor, I would have no personal knowledge on it.
Okay.
Your
Any
Honor,
final questions, Attorney May?
That would be all for direct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney Christine, rather.
Before we release the witness and adjourn, Your Honor, there is a consensus, Your Honor, that we will ask the court, the respondent would like to ask the court to remind the prosecution, Your Honor, not to use inappropriate words, Your Honor, like scam, mastermind, nagsisinungaling. This is the third time, Your Honor, that we have heard those words, specifically the word scam. And this is a solemn proceeding. This is a court of law. This is a court of procedure, and actually a court of decorum. And we are not supposed to make insinuations, accusations, or conclusions, Your Honor. So we request the court to kindly remind the prosecution.
Yes, I agree with counsel. Earlier, the court made an admonition and reminder to the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, but did not strike out those statements. But subsequent similar statements made were stricken off from the record by the presiding officer. But it does seem that it's becoming a, I would rather use the word habit than pattern, for the panel of prosecutors to close their direct with such strong statements. So kindly, yes, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President, dear colleagues. I'd just like to take note that so the presiding officer made a ruling. We all know the intention and the duties of the prosecution. We admire your passion in trying to prove your allegations, but we're also all aware that the medium is the message. So during the time of radio and even TV, you make that statement and then it is stricken off the record. It's forgotten. There's no, if I can use the word, mind conditioning. And in fact, when I first became a senator in 2007, talagang hahanapin mo talaga yung records. That's why even here, kapag ka may disagreements and medyo nadala ng emotion, pinapa-strike off the record. At pagka sa labas ng Senate nangyari, naghahamunan ng, you say that here, para magsagutan tayo. So the problem nga with coming up with words especially, and this is for both sides and even for the senator judges, when we use certain words that can be, sa Tagalog, bansag. Binansagan mo na na scam o scammer, binansagan mo na nagnakaw, etc. So personally, I don't mind if you use words that is already in your pleadings or in your articles of impeachment. But of course, it still should come from the witness unless you can frame it in a way that it's not only the dignity of the court. I'm just saying, let's all be aware that when we say it, even if we say withdrawn or even, both sides, kahit sabihin mo withdrawn na to, kahit sabihin mong nice try, etc. We know that that's for the cameras, not just for the court. Diba? Kasi kaming 24, whether we watch it here, we watch it in our cell phone, we watch it inside, kami magde-decide. But we all know we're also trying to convince you, not we. the prosecution and defense is trying to convince the public that either the Vice President or her office or whoever is guilty or innocent. So, yun lang, let's be circumspect without pointing fingers to anyone, both sides. Dahil nga, kapag may certain word na may not only negative but may emotional attachment, magba-viral na yan. And it will really affect the integrity not only of the court but of the decision sa huli. Diba? So, I just like to agree with you and emphasize na, you know, in the future, if you say that nagkamali, let's not kid each other. No? Kahit kaming mga senator judges, nagkakamali din kami. Lalo pag nag-i-interview na or nagkaharap na yung vloggers or yung traditional media. But once masabi mo, it takes a life of its own. Diba? Those words. So we have to really be more circumspect in choosing our words. Mr.
I will
President.
allow Attorney May to comment before we proceed with other administrative matters. Yes, Attorney May?
Well, Your Honor, we apologize if sometimes we get carried away by our zeal and our passion, Your Honor. But we at the prosecution, we just want to call a spade a spade.
Within limits, you may.
Yes, Your Honor. But henceforth, to borrow the words of my colleague, Your Honor, we will try to behave.
That will be part of the chair's ruling as well. However, since we're ending at 2:30, Attorney Christine, your cross will proceed tomorrow
Yes, Your Honor.
and redirect and recross as well. But with the permission of the counsel for the parties, the chair will begin the proceedings tomorrow with its ruling in regard to the August 12 manifestation of Attorney Sheila. So we will begin tomorrow with Attorney Ligutan, giving him his 5 minutes of explanation or not longer than that. The ruling, and then we'll proceed with your cross, Attorney Christine, and then your redirect and recross, if any, by Attorney May and Attorney Christine, respectively. In the meantime, before we adjourn, for the information of Senator Judges, according to the Senate President, we shall convene session at 3 p.m. The court acknowledges the report of the Clerk of Court with respect to the comparison of the acknowledgement receipts and directs the Clerk of Court to furnish a copy of its findings, which the presiding officer initially mentioned last week, to the counsel for the parties as well as the senator judges. So ordered. In relation to the condition of Edward Fajarda, I am in receipt of a report by Dr. Season, the Bureau Director of the Medical and Dental Bureau rather of the Senate, confirming the condition of Mr. Eduardo Fajarda, that he is recommended to have bed rest or to rest for 2 weeks, which began last August 20 and which shall end on September 3. Chair therefore instructs the Clerk of Court to issue the corresponding subpoena in the subsequent trial date on September 7, 2025 at 10 a.m. The court would also like to note and point out the manifestation yesterday of Attorney Sheila on the 5-day notice rule. When we checked the TSN, just to make sure, the 5-day notice rule applies to witnesses not mentioned in the pretrial order. In regard to witnesses mentioned in the pretrial order, it will not apply, although as the chair already stated yesterday, you still have enough time, Attorney Sheila, because I think you will be able to cross Colonel, who's the first, would you know, Attorney May, who's the first witness, if ever, that you will call a Colonel?
Colonel Boransing, Your Honor.
If at all, the cross-examination of Colonel Boransing will happen on a Monday, so you still have more than enough time to prepare for your cross of the good Colonel. Then Tuesday, then more than enough time. Yes, Attorney Sheila.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would just like to return to the presiding officer's statement on the application of the 5-day ruling or schedule for the disclosure of the witness. If I may just be clarified, because as far as I recall, this 5-day ruling was a product of the proposal and counter-proposal between the prosecution and defense during the pretrial stage. In fact, when the prosecution submitted its proposal, its written proposal, the initial proposal by the prosecution was only for a 3-day prior period to disclose the witnesses. But we counter-proposed that parties be allowed at least 5 days so that each party may be given ample time to prepare for the examination of the witnesses. And so I'm partly confused, Your Honor, as to the statement that the 5-day rule only applies as to the witnesses who were not disclosed in the pretrial order.
When we checked, counsel, that was the ruling on the chair. In fact, twice. In fact, however, having said that, this situation is unique, as pointed out by the lead prosecutor yesterday, because their intended witness is unavailable because of an ailment, and that they had to fill in with a new witness who is in the pretrial order. And given the amount of time being spent on the witnesses and the interjection of judges, in any case, you will still have your 5 days, in fact, more than 5 days, Attorney Sheila, for this witness.
Yes,
and
Your-
the presiding officer will be conscious of the fact that as much as possible, the witnesses for the following week should be announced by the lead prosecutor on a Wednesday the week before.
Okay.
To afford ample time for both sides to prepare, even when it comes, when your time comes, Attorney Sheila, to
Yes,
present your
Honor.
evidence in chief.
I understand, Your Honor, but if I may just be allowed also to explain
Yes, ma'am.
further my concern. My concern is that if this is the new rule moving forward, that it would seem to me that there would be no more period or prior period to be observed in relation to the disclosure of witnesses for the following days or hearing dates, then that would be a concern, not only for the defense, but also for the prosecution when the time comes for the defense to present its witnesses. And so, and also, I recall that at the start of this trial, the court made it clear that, as the presiding officer had said, the parties must disclose their intended witnesses for the next week at the end of the hearing scheduled for the week prior. And so, even if I do not want to dispute what the presiding officer had said regarding the TSN or the records about this ruling, but just so parties are guided, may we now ask if the 5-day prior rule will still govern the proceeding moving forward.
As a rule, subsequent witnesses for the following week should be announced in open court the Wednesday of the previous week.
Okay,
So kung sino man po yung mga testigo, sa darating na linggo, Lunes hanggang Martes, Miyerkules, dapat sabihin na sa huling araw ng paglilitis ng linggo bago yung susunod na linggo. Maliban na lang, ulitin ko, kapag may pagkakataon tulad ngayon na medyo kakaiba naman, para hindi masayang yung oras at panahon ng husgado, kakaintay sa testigong hindi maganda ang karamdaman. So as a rule, counsel, yes, and we will make sure to afford time. And if you cannot, if you need more time, the court will be lenient in order to provide adequate time to prepare in fairness for both parties, not only the counsel for respondent.
All right,
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor, we
please.
submit with that clarification.
Thank you.
Your
Yes,
Honor, just for purposes
Honorable
of
Ministro?
clarity, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Lisa?
Because we acknowledge that we are still adopting and maintaining the
5 days.
certain number of days required before the hearing for the succeeding week. But I understand the concern of Attorney Sheila from 5 days. Perhaps we can place it on record to change the 5-day notice rule to 4-day notice rule. That is to be consistent with Wednesday, Your Honor, as the submission of the witnesses for the succeeding week.
It's the same, counsel. Wednesday, Monday would be the 5th day, so that's still 5 days. It's not necessarily 5 days prior. Let's stick to what was originally agreed, and by way of exception, as the need arises, we will cross the bridge when we get there and still ensure that both parties will be given adequate time and will be given fair shake
Thank
to
you, Your Honor.
prepare
Just
for the witness.
one more point, Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney
Just to
Sheila?
avoid any ambiguity, may we also request a disclosure be made via email, Your Honor, so that the disclosure be received by the other party in a timely
Via
manner.
email
Thank you.
before the trial on Wednesday, because on a Wednesday we'll hear it anyway.
We're
Attorney
okay
Sheila.
at the end of the trial day on Wednesday, Your Honor.
But we'll hear it anyway in open court.
Well, whether they do it in the morning or if they choose to do it after the hearing on Wednesday.
And
Thank you.
one more thing, Honorable Luistro, Chair would like to remind the prosecution to kindly submit the proposed circumstances or stipulation, facts for stipulation and documents for stipulation at least a day before the witness is set to be presented, so that the counsel for respondent will have ample time to review, study it, and hopefully shorten the proceedings by stipulating to it. Same ruling applies to the counsel for respondents when their time comes to present their evidence in chief.
We know the
We
instructions, Your
submit, Your
Honor.
Honor.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Zubiri?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we adjourn today's session, I'd just like to ask broad strokes, the timelines moving forward for the impeachment proceedings, because we're also entering the budget season. As a matter of fact, Monday to Wednesday, nandito na po tayo from 9 to, well, ako kasi majority leader po tayo, so I'm last to leave. So 9 to 8, nandito po ako, kasama na ibang mga kasamahan ko dito. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday is hearing of our committees. And we have only one day to have our committee hearings. And so we just like to be guided accordingly. Once the budget starts being discussed, all departments will be coming here. Thursday, Friday, Saturday siguro, abot tayo ng Saturday. So wala nang pahinga yung mga staff natin. I just want to know from the presiding officer, what is the plan? Are we going to take this all the way up to December? Because Burr months are fast approaching. I think in 2 weeks' time, Jose Marichan will be singing again in all the malls. Kidding aside, we just need to be guided accordingly for our legislative calendar as well, Mr. President, presiding officer. Just broad strokes, maybe from the prosecution. Do we know, are we going to finish this before the December break? Because we want to know if we're going to continue all the way till February on this topic, so that in the legislative calendar, we can also make adjustments. Meron po tayong legislative calendar that we approve both houses. So at least kami, also, if there's an impeachment calendar, then we can be guided accordingly, because the chairman of the Committee on Finance is heavily stressed out. Every time I see him, he doesn't know how we're going to have the hearings all together, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just some queries, administrative queries, so that we can move forward and make both the impeachment calendar and the legislative calendar work for these two proceedings, which is basically the impeachment and legislation.
To respond to Senator Judge Zubiri in broad strokes, the presiding officer is optimistic and hopeful that we will complete these proceedings before the end of the year. Second, we will be having a more specific schedule for the impeachment once our chair of the Committee on Finance comes up with his calendar for the deliberation on the budget. Given that that is the most important piece of legislation that the Senate as a legislative body is supposed to pass, we have to allocate enough time for that to ensure its passage before the end of the year, giving due consideration to the Bicameral Conference Committee as well as inputs coming from the House of Representatives through the GAB. So once that comes out, Senator Judge Zubiri, we can roughly give you a picture and idea with respect to the timeline and the schedule, and if we will shift, and if we will indeed shift, how and when. Also for the information of the parties. There be no other matters to take up and discuss. Again, tomorrow we shall have your first, the cross-examination of Mr. Ortonio. But before that, the comment of Attorney Ligutan, the ruling of the chair with respect to the August 12 manifestation of Attorney Sheila, and then redirect, recross, and intervention of the senator judges in relation to Mr. Ortonio, and if we still have enough time for the prosecution's next witness. There be no other points to take up. Trial is hereby adjourned until tomorrow, August 26 at 10 a.m.